professor of the Ninja Academy. By teaching, I can become stronger. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426, The Golden Skyline That Shocked the Kirigakure. Without further ado, Obito knew Kakashi's thoughts just by looking at him. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito immediately gathered chakra in his throat and quickly formed a seal to spit out a large amount of flames to form a fireball and smashed it towards Kirigakure, who was closest to them. Because of his ninja sword ability, Kirigakure put more effort into lightning style, but as a jonin of Kirigakure, he actually has a good water style. Facing the incoming fireball, Kirigakure did not dodge and spit out the stream of water to offset Obito's great fireball. Swish, swish, swish. After Obito released the great fireball, Shisui immediately threw out several shuriken carrying flames at Kirigakure with the visual obstruction of the great fireball. Kakashi, who had been accumulating strength, held the white fang short blade tightly and converted all the chakra in his legs into lightning chakra to activate cells and increase his strength. As long as Kirigakure showed a flaw, he would immediately perform a thunder strike. Due to the difference in strength and fame between the two sides, the 7 ninja swordsmen did not regard them as real opponents. Kakashi wanted to take this opportunity to focus fire and kill one of them in seconds, so that the next battle would be much easier. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Biwaju Zhang formed a seal and spit out a water dragon around Kirigakure, blocking all the flaming shuriken shot by Shisui and continuing to hit Kakashi and others. Kakashi sighed in his heart. Although he was not regarded as an opponent, the opponent was after all a well-known 7 ninja swordsmen in the ninja world. Their little tricks were seen through. The next moment, Zigashan Pufferfish Ghost, Tongkauyu Baron, Kuroshi Kushimaru, and Kirigakure drew their swords and charged together, ready to end the battle quickly. The first gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, open the gate, open. The second. The fourth gate, the wound gate, open. Might Guy roared and directly opened the fourth gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu and concentrated his breathing to the extreme. Might Guy can now open the 5th gate smoothly, but he cannot fight for a long time after opening the 5th gate. It doesn't matter if the team fights, but in a real battle, you can't just use all your cards without thinking. Konoha's big whirlwind. Might Guy burst out all his strength and flashed his body at a very fast speed to approach the nearest Tsunabito and kicked out a whirlwind kick. It's quite fast, but you've picked the wrong opponent. Tsunabito used his iron hammer to block Might Guy's powerful kick, and the blade in his left hand chopped towards Might Guy. He is the strongest iron-fisted among the 7 ninja swordsmen, and it is simply a fantasy for Might Guy to use physical skills to deal with him. But Tsunabito underestimated Might Guy's control over his body and his combat experience. Facing the huge blunt knife that was swinging at him, Might Guy adjusted his body limit without changing his expression to avoid the swing, and slammed the hand knife that condensed a lot of chakra onto Tsunabito's iron hammer. Konoha hand knife. Dang! Exclamation mark. The huge force made Tsunabito retreat again and again, and the hand holding the hammer was slightly numb. Tsunabito looked at Might Guy with a surprised expression on his face. His sword was made of various rare materials. Might Guy used his palm to hit like this. The force of the recoil should be enough to break the bones of ordinary people, but Might Guy looked like nothing happened. Is his palm made of iron? This question subconsciously appeared in Tsunabito's mind. Might Guy's body toughness is a bit abnormal. Of course, Tsunabito didn't know that Might Guy's rock breathing was already quite proficient. When he was highly concentrated, he could greatly improve his body's defense and could not be measured by ordinary people's standards. Even if your body is made of iron, I can chop you into pieces. After a brief surprise, Tsunabito regained his composure. Don't say that iron is an adjective. Even if it is a real Iron Man, Tsunabito can chop the Iron Man into pieces with the blunt knife in his hand. Flash. Although Kirigakure didn't show any flaws that could kill him, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Kakashi couldn't bear to waste the accumulated strength, as he didn't have much chakra. Swish! Kakashi, who burst into thunder breathing, rushed towards Kuroki-Raga like a flash of lightning style. Raga. Before Kakashi could get close, Kuroki-Raga wielded 2 thunder swords to create a large amount of lightning and shot it around, forcing Kakashi to break. His chakra was not enough to cover his entire body with armed color for defense. Whoosh! After forcing Kakashi to stop, Kuroki-Raga immediately used the instant body technique to rush towards Kakashi. The 2 long thunder swords were used very flexibly, like a poisonous snake that could swallow and spit out lightning. Facing a member of the famous ninja group, Kakashi did not dare to be careless, and immediately opened the transparent world, and the world in his mind changed. After entering the transparent world, Kakashi could clearly feel that Kuroki-Raga's speed suddenly slowed down. Of course, Kakashi, who was aware of the effects of the transparent world, knew that it was not that Kuroki-Raga had slowed down, but that his observation ability had become stronger, and he had also become faster. Ding! Kakashi easily blocked Kuroki-Raga's swung lightning sword. Kuroki-Raga swung several swords with an expressionless face, but they were all perfectly blocked by Kakashi. Although he had 2 long swords, he could not break through the defense set up by Kakashi, who was holding a short blade. Every time Kakashi blocked, he could be called perfect, without wasting any extra effort, and Kuroki-Raga did not touch the corner of his clothes. Kuroki-Raga frowned slightly. Although his swordsmanship was not the best in the hidden mist, it was also good. He was suppressed by a 10-year-old child. Although it seemed that the 2 were evenly matched, in fact, Kuroki-Raga had fallen into a disadvantage in the swordsmanship duel. All his attacks were predicted by Kakashi, as if his underwear had been seen through. Kuroki-Raga immediately judged that Kakashi had extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. If it were the samurai era, he might be able to become a swordsman. The most important thing for a ninja is ninjutsu. Kuroki-Raga retreated at high speed, condensed his chakra and used the thunder blade in his hand to release lightning at Kakashi. As an assassin, Kuroki-Raga never hesitated. Although it was a bit embarrassing that he could not beat a 10-year-old child after practicing swordsmanship for so many years, he might lose his life if he fought head-on. In just 1 minute, Kakashi's white fang short blade had left 2 scratches on him. Kakashi dodged at high speed, with a trace of regret on his face. How he wished that Kuroki-Raga was a ninja with a strong self-esteem, so that Kakashi would have the confidence to defeat him in a short time. But unfortunately, the self-esteem of ninjas is rarely used in battle. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Obito's breath of fire continued to concentrate and enhance the ability to change properties, and then condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat and quickly transformed it into fire attribute chakra to continuously spit out large flames, and finally quickly formed a sea of fire. The sea of fire evaporated the incoming water dragon bullet, and the remaining fire split into 2 small fire dragons that rushed towards the attacking Zigashan pufferfish and Kirishen Kushimaru. In fact, the speed of the water dragon bullet was not fast, and it was as easy to dodge as the fireball, but the current situation did not allow Obito to dodge. Because not every ninja has the ability to fight against the 7 ninja swordsmen, if they are caught when dodging, they will fall into a big crisis. In order to protect Nohara-rin and the others, Obito could only use ninjutsu to block it. Shisui silently opened his Sharingan, and his blood-red eyes stared at Kirishen Kushimaru and Zigashan pufferfish. The next moment, he directly used the instant body technique to dodge and attack. He couldn't let them get close to here. Obito's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb under the non-flame breathing chakra mode was limited in power, and with only the remaining fire, Zigashan pufferfish just gently waved Saimada in his hand to cut the flame in half. Feeling the hot flame, Saimada twisted the handle of the knife twice and knocked on Zigashan pufferfish's arm in dissatisfaction. It hated such hot things. The blade of Saimada is huge, and this detail should not have been noticed, but Shizui's 3 Magatama Sharingan saw this scene, which made Shizui think of something. Illusion instant body technique. The battle was very urgent, and Shizui used ninjutsu without much thought, creating dozens of phantom clones to surround Kirishen Kushimaru and Zigashan Puffer Ghost. Shadow clone? Impossible. There shouldn't be so much chakra. Zigashan Puffer Ghost shook his head. It's not that there are no ninjas with chakra to split dozens of shadow clones, but ninjas with this chakra will not do so, because there is no point except wasting chakra. Swish! Aizen Kushimaru swung the needle-like sword in his hand at a very fast speed, piercing the necks of the 3 Shisui around him. But the strange thing is that the pierced Shisui did not disappear, and there was no scar on the body, just like in illusion. Just when they thought that all these Shisui were phantoms without entities, several more Shisui actually launched an attack, forcing the 2 to stop moving forward. Obito took the opportunity to protect the 3 with the weakest fighting power and retreated to the back. Sharingan, illusion, entity. It should be an illusion. Kushimaru thought calmly and connected everything together and instantly came up with the answer. Kushimaru did not hesitate and immediately slapped Zigashan Puffer Demon with a palm, helping him disrupt the flow of chakra on his body and break the illusion. After the illusion was lifted, there were only 3 Shisui in Zigashan Puffer Demon's eyes, 2 shadow clones and 1 body. A genius outside the list. It seems that this time the luck is better than expected. Zigashan Puffer Demon also immediately slapped Kushimaru. Sharingan illusions are not something that can be lifted by knowing that you are under an illusion. The easiest way is to ask others to help. Shisui, whose ninjutsu was discovered, was not too panicked. His opponent was a being of the level of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and Shisui was ready to be cracked. Kushimaru and Zigashan Puffer Demon burst out chakra together and rushed towards Shisui. They were not worried that Obito could escape. The remaining 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were not there to watch the show. Want to abandon your companions and run away? Unfortunately, you can't even run away. Biwajuzo, who used the water flash body technique to intercept, placed the beheading sword across the road, as if to say that this place is forbidden to pass. Mori Shinpachi also silently carried the explosive sword flying foam to block another direction, and the slightly injured Kirigakure Jonin stood beside Mori Shinpachi, who would abandon his companions. Don't look down on others. Obito protected Nohara Rin behind him and immediately entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. At this time, he no longer cared about consumption. He saw the battle between Kakashi and Might Guy. Every ninja of the 7 ninja swordsmen could not be underestimated. Facing 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen at the same time, he had no right to be careless. You must know that Kakashi can only be slightly better in what he is good at even if he tries his best. The result of the real battle is an unknown. Obito is very clear about one of their problems. Their endurance is too poor and they can't fight for a long time. In fact, this is not their defect. They have much more chakra than ordinary ninjas of the same age. They just have means far beyond their current stage, so their chakra seems insufficient. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito did not make a seal. In the flame-breathing chakra mode, he easily created the chakra of the great fireball and directly opened his mouth to spit out a high-temperature fireball. There were too many enemies, and Obito did not dare to waste chakra, so he used the great fireball that consumed relatively less. This unprinted great fireball surprised Biwajuzo, but no matter how much time he saved, the speed of the great fireball could not be faster. Biwajuzo easily dodged the great fireball and used the beheading sword to slap away the ninja tools thrown by Ebisu and others. Too weak. Ebisu clenched his fists, and a strong sense of powerlessness emerged in his heart. Now he really understands what it means to be powerless. He really wants to help Kakashi and others share the pressure, but if he rushes up randomly, he can only add pressure to Kakashi and others, because they are too weak and can easily be injured and killed. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6=9 plus Shu_bar released this novel for the first time. Their ideal state is to stand in a safe place and use ninjutsu or a ninjutsu to assist Kakashi and others. In order to share Obito's pressure, Nohara Rin took the initiative to deal with Biwajuzo, so that Obito could spare his energy to deal with Mori Shinpachi and Kirigakure Jonin. Nohara Rin does not have the strength of Kakashi and others, but with the assistance of Shire Anui Genma Ebisu, it is not a problem to temporarily delay one person. Because he is in a transparent world, Kakashi can observe the situation of the entire battlefield very well, It is indeed an unprecedented moment of crisis. Kakashi's forehead was covered with sweat. The battle has just begun, and they have fallen into a great disadvantage. With one of the 7 ninja swordsmen still on standby and not taking action, they are almost in a desperate situation. For a Gate Might Guy has no way to gain an advantage over the wild bait man, and Kakashi's full attack did not benefit him after Kurokiryu was cautious. Shisui was struggling to cope with the siege of Kurufa and Kushimaru and Zigashan Pufferfish Ghost, and was in a very dangerous situation. Obito in the flame-breathing chakra mode, with the assistance of Nohara Rin and others, could only barely block the joint attack of Biwajuzo, Mori Shinpachi and the Mist Hidden Ninja. The 7 ninja swordsmen did not need the remaining members to attack again. They only needed to hold on for a while, and Kakashi and his men would not be able to hold on. Moreover, Kakashi saw that the remaining member of the 7 ninja swordsmen did not seem to be idle. The opponent's ninja sword was emitting chakra light, as if it was accumulating power to prepare for an attack. It is no exaggeration to say that this situation is desperate. The 5th gate of the 8 gates of ninja, Duman, open. The situation was too critical, and Might Guy did not have time to think more, and directly entered the 5th gate of the 8 gates of ninja, and his chakra increased again. Konoha whirlwind, Might Guy kicked back the Tokusu Yaito who was fighting with him with a strong kick, and rushed towards the besieged Shisui at a high speed. Shisui was now in a very bad state, facing the siege of 2 people, and there were many marks of long knife sewing needles and steel wires on his body. Kintai Fenyu immediately aimed the double swords in his hand, the flounder, at Might Guy and fired a chakra light ball at him. Okay, be careful. Kakashi, who was the first to notice the attack, immediately reminded Might Guy. Whoosh! Might Guy's chakra burst out from his feet, leaving the residual image on the spot, and the whole person rushed out like a green light. Boom! Exclamation mark. The chakra light ball hit Might Guy's residual image and caused a violent explosion. After a burst of yellow sand, a big pit was left on the spot. Kakashi frowned slightly. This level of attack, unless the armed color covers most of the body, will inevitably be seriously injured. Now because he has a transparent world, he can not only dodge himself, but also remind his teammates in time. But he has no physical strength to maintain the transparent world. Kakashi is not a person who likes to gamble, but at this moment he found that the only possibility for them to survive is that the movement here is noticed by the powerful Konoha ninja. Not only must a Konoha ninja discover it first, but it must also be a powerful Konoha ninja, otherwise it will be useless even if it is discovered. That barbed knife can absorb chakra, and it must be dealt with pure physical skills. Shisui reminded him with a heavy breath. If it weren't for his 3 Magatama Sharingan and his excellent instant body technique, an ordinary Konoha Jonin would have died under the joint attack of the 2. Might Guy nodded and wrote down the information. He operated his rock breathing to the extreme, and his whole body burst out with strength and kicked the watermelon mountain puffer ghost with a whirlwind kick to force it back. Shisui probably guessed a little bit of Might Guy's thoughts in his heart, and dragged his tired body to stop Kirishihei Kushimaru with all his strength. Now Might Guy has opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates of ninja. He is the absolute strongest in their team and the one who is most likely to defeat the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Shisui wants to create opportunities for Might Guy. Might Guy is more anxious than ever. He must defeat a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen as soon as possible. Otherwise he will die without external intervention. The defeated Tsubasa Yakuro didn't chase Might Guy, but went after Kakashi who was closest to him. This time, Kakashi was surrounded and beaten. Fortunately, Tsubasa Yakuro was the type Kakashi was good at dealing with. Tsubasa Yakuro was strong, but no matter how strong he was, it was meaningless if he couldn't hit anyone. With the blessing of the transparent world, Kakashi didn't quickly turn into a big disadvantage, but just switched from attack to defense. However, the recharged Kintai Ratfish put a lot of pressure on Kakashi. In the fight between the 2, he might not be able to avoid the chakra light ball fired by the double-bladed flounder. Golden Skyline, seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, Might Guy couldn't help but use the strongest ninjutsu he could use at the moment. Might Guy took out his nunchaku, held the stick with his left hand and the nunchaku chain with his right hand, then slightly separated his legs and turned his body to the right, while putting his left hand in front of him and his right hand behind his waist, extending his index and middle fingers. Might Guy had practiced this move countless times in the past year. He completed everything very quickly and rushed towards Zigashanpuffer. While charging, Might Guy used his left hand to draw his sword and then slashed forward with his right hand, finally drawing a thin golden line. Zigashanpuffer raised Saimada and wanted to use Saimada to block it, but found that Shisui was looking at him. Looking at Shisui's three Magatama blood-red eyes, Zigashanpuffer was dazed for a moment. In daily life, such days would not have any effect, and it would not even be enough to make people fall, but it was very deadly in high-intensity battles. Boom! Exclamation mark with a loud bang, a lot of blood splashed, and a blood hole appeared in Zigashanpuffer's abdomen. The whole person flew backwards, and a lot of blood splashed on the ground. This sudden change shocked the other ninjas of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Zigashanpuffer was considered the strongest among the 7 ninja swordsmen, but he was almost killed by a 10-year-old child. How is it possible? That's Lord Pufferfish Demon from Watermelon Mountain. The Kirigakure Jonin who was fighting with Obito was shocked. At this moment, he was extremely grateful in his heart. Fortunately, he was not strong and Kakashi and the others did not attack with all their strength. If Obito's flame-breathing chakra mode and Might Guy's golden skyline had greeted him at the beginning, he might not have been able to hold on for even a minute and would have died before the 7 ninja swordsmen arrived. I misjudged you. It is indeed a bit inappropriate to describe you as weak. Biwajuzo began to look at these young Konoha ninjas. There are also differences between young geniuses. Although they are not young, the strength shown by Obito, Kakashi, Might Guy and Shisui has been recognized by Biwajuzo, who thinks their opponents worthy of fighting. Biwajuzo can only describe the performance of Kakashi and the other 4 as amazing. A 10-year-old child can actually withstand the siege of 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Even for 1 minute, he is proud of it. They are the 7 ninja swordsmen who have made countless ninjas in the ninja world tremble in fear. They are not Jong-san or Lee Si from any village. However, such cooperation is not without cost. The next moment, Kuraisen Kushimaru's long needle stabbed toward Shisui's heart. However, to Kuraisen Kushimaru's surprise, he failed to successfully pierce Shisui's body. It seemed that there was an extremely hard iron sheet on Shisui's chest. Kuraisen Kushimaru was an experienced ninja. Since his chest was protected, he would change another place. Kuraisen Kushimaru held the handle of the knife and slashed it towards his abdomen. A narrow blood mark appeared on Shisui's body. Then Kuraisen Kushimaru immediately retreated to the back because Might Guy rushed over. Kuraisen Kushimaru didn't want to have a head-on collision with a physical ninja who could hit the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost with one blow. Shisui, Might Guy looked at the blood that kept oozing out of Shisui's abdomen and was extremely angry. Shisui exhaled and shook his head, indicating that he was fine, although it looked miserable. Compared with the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost, his injuries were very light, and this battle plan was very successful. As a reward for saving my life, give me your chakra. Mori Shinpachi signaled the Kirigakure Jonin to go to the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon. The Kirigakure Jonin knew a little bit about the 7 ninja swordsmen, and understood Mori Shinpachi's intention, so he used the instant body technique to go to Saimada's side. Chapter 427, Green Beast and Blue Beast. Saimada bit the body of the Kirigakure Jonin like a shark, absorbing the chakra from it. Although he didn't understand what they were doing, Might Guy certainly couldn't just stand there and watch, so he immediately rushed forward to interrupt the process. Suddenly, a chakra ball shot in the direction of Might Guy's advance, forcing him to stop. Boom! Exclamation mark. The chakra ball landed on the ground and caused another violent explosion, and dust rose. Saimada injected the absorbed chakra into the body of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish through the handle of the knife to stimulate the regeneration of body cells. With the help of Saimada, the blood hole on the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish's body healed rapidly, and the Kirigakure Jonin whose chakra was absorbed collapsed to the ground helplessly, as if he had been drained. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish, who had received treatment, immediately stood up and waved Saimada to repel the attacking Might Guy, and lifted the Kirigakure Jonin with one hand and retreated to the back. Recovered so quickly, Might Guy was a little surprised. Such a serious injury. Even if Nohara treated it with all her strength, it would not be possible to recover so quickly. Oops, I chose the wrong person. Kakashi noticed the situation on Might Guy's side and his face became ugly. He expected that if Might Guy burst out with all his strength and killed one person or defeated him to the point that he lost his ability to fight, then the next battle would be much easier and he would have a better chance of survival. However, they lacked information about the 7 ninja swordsmen and did not know that the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon had such a recovery method. As a result, Might Guy used the Golden Skyline but failed to kill the 7 ninja swordsmen. He only made a Mist Ninja lose his combat effectiveness. One wrong step led to another. The situation on the scene was completely beyond Kakashi's control. Kakashi could not see the hope of their survival. Might Guy consumed a lot of physical strength and chakra to create the current results. Because he concentrated on breathing in the transparent world, his chakra and physical strength were now less than half, and Obito had no achievements and could only hold on for a few more minutes at most. They were already at the end of their strength, but the enemy showed no signs of fatigue. The balance of victory had completely tilted towards the Mist Ninja. Although they were in a desperate situation, Kakashi had not given up. He calmly dealt with the attacks of Kurohige and Tsuchiyabeido. It was not the first time that they were in such a dangerous situation. When Obito and Might Guy were not yet official ninjas, they were surrounded by Kumagakure Jonin. At that time, Kakashi really thought that they were in a situation of death, so he just wanted to escape as many as he could. But Obito and Might Guy personally demonstrated to him what it meant to not give up and there would always be miracles. Might Guy broke through the higher 8 gates, Obito opened the Sharingan, and finally Kakashi realized his heart and worked together with his teammates to defeat Kumagakure Jonin. During the Chunin exam, they fought with the Kisame team and were exhausted physically and mentally and encountered the Hidden Mist Jonin who sneaked into the Death Forest. That time, everyone's physical strength and chakra reached the limit, while the enemy was a powerful Jonin in full state. The battle between a group of exhausted Genin and Jonin, even ordinary people can easily guess the result. But it was this seemingly absolutely unbreakable desperate situation that Kakashi finally realized the transparent world and killed the Hidden Mist Jonin in one blow. Persistence may not necessarily lead to survival, but giving up will definitely lead to death. Kakashi will protect his companions until he has exhausted his last bit of strength. Might Guy did not choose to pursue the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. Shisui was seriously injured, and he wanted to take Shisui to Nohara for treatment. Seeing this, Kurishimaru immediately launched an attack. He did not dare to attack casually alone. After all, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon was seriously injured and it just happened. Kurishimaru did not have Saimada to treat him. It was Aoki Nigiri who came to help. It was only a matter of time before Kurohige and Tsuchiyabeido defeated Kakashi. So Aoki Nigiri wanted to help Kurishimaru get rid of the most dangerous Might Guy. Might Guy could only give up the idea of taking Shisui for treatment and had difficulty dealing with the joint attack of the two to prevent them from causing new injuries to Shisui. Might Guy glanced at the direction of Obito with his peripheral vision. It was impossible to go directly there, so he could only subconsciously move the battlefield closer to that side. Obito wanted to let Nohara heal Shishi's wounds, so that they would not have the initiative in the battle. All they could do was to let themselves get hurt less. It seems that I have to become the Green Beast. Might Guy took a deep breath. His eyes became determined. He was going to try to forcefully open the 6th gate of the 8 gates. At present, he has not been using the 5 gates normally for less than a month. Even if he can successfully enter the 6 gates, it will cause great damage to his body, because the number of gates is at the back, and it may even be irreversible internal injuries. But the situation is too critical at the moment. Might Guy knows that now is not the time to consider the consequences. What the team needs now is a strong fighting force, and the consequences are things that will happen after they survive. Moreover, in the current situation, it is not certain whether the 6 gates can reverse the situation. so there is no need to think too much. 8 gates. The 6th gate, Jingmen, open. Accompanied by a shout full of youth, a green figure appeared on the battlefield and forced back the enemy in front of Might Guy with a whirlwind kick. Might Guy looked at the familiar green figure in front of him with a look of astonishment, and because of the surprise, he failed to successfully open the 6 gates. We really encountered a strong enemy, Might Guy sighed as he looked at the miserable state of Kakashi, Might Guy and others. He was on a mission nearby, and the big noise here attracted him. He didn't expect that the team his child was in danger. Dad, Might Guy was surprised and then happy, and then worried. They are in great need of reinforcements now, but if it was just Might Guy alone, Might Guy would rather Might Guy didn't find them. At some point, children will think that their fathers are omnipotent, but as they grow older, they will gradually find that their fathers are actually human beings and there are many things they can't do. Might Guy is very clear about Might Guy's strength. If neither side uses the 8 gates, Might Guy can easily beat Might Guy. Even if the 8 gates are opened, Might Guy can beat Might Guy under the same circumstances. This means that Might Guy with 7 gates opened is not much stronger than Might Guy with 5 gates, but the current battle situation is not something that a stronger Might Guy with 5 gates can change. Shisui is injured, and Obito and Kakashi are too exhausted. The battle situation will soon change dramatically, and they lack combat power. It's Kai's father. Kakashi was also a little melancholy. He didn't know how strong Might Guy's father was, but he was definitely not as strong as Miyu. Otherwise it wouldn't have taken him so long to be promoted to Chunin. Konoha usually doesn't hold back Chunin, and anyone with enough experience can be promoted. However, with Might Guy's current performance, he is better than the average Konoha Jonin. Seeing someone coming to support, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu were delighted, but after seeing who was coming, their expressions froze. It's not that they look down on Might Guy, but the enemy they encountered this time is really strong, and ordinary ninjas are just sending food. Mori Shinpachi and the others were nervous when they saw a ninja suddenly coming over, but they smiled again when they saw that it was an unfamiliar ninja. There are only a few strong people in each ninja village. At Might Guy's age, if he was strong, he should have been famous long ago. You can fight like this against the 7 ninja swordsmen. You have grown faster than I expected. Might Guy gave Might Guy a thumbs up. Might Guy, who was in the battlefield of the battle with Karagakure, was naturally familiar with the famous ninja swordsman of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He knew how strong the enemy Kakashi and his team were facing was. Leave it to me next. Now is the time to untie your self-restraint. Might Guy clenched his fists and said to Might Guy solemnly. Might Guy instantly understood what Might Guy meant. Might Guy wanted to open the 8th gate, the Death Gate, to help them defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen. The Death Gate is the most powerful and critical gate of the 8 gates of ninja. When all other gates are opened, the Death Gate is opened. At this time, the state can be called the 8 gates of ninja, and extremely powerful chakra can burst out in the body. It can be said that the power gained by opening this last gate is more than the 1st to 7th gates combined. But this powerful power is not obtained from the void. The Death Gate consumes the vitality of the human body. After opening it, it cannot be closed until the user dies completely. Might Guy does not doubt that Might Guy has the ability to open the Death Gate. Might Guy has spent 20 years on the 8 gates of ninja, and has not learned any other physical ninjutsu for this. Self-discipline. Can you be strong without self-discipline? Kurokirige used lightning and the grass-wielding wild bait to injure the tired Kakashi. He glanced at Might Guy from the corner of his eye. The first time he looked at Might Guy, he thought that this man looked stupid and weird. Not only was there green chakra coming out of his body, but he was also wearing green, and that watermelon head with thick eyebrows was really stupid. Might Guy did not answer Kurokirige's words. He didn't even care about the words of the people in Konoha village, so how could he care about the words of the enemy? Dad, don't open the Death Gate. The 7th gate is enough. Please believe in our strength. Might Guy couldn't help but say. Might Guy believed that Might Guy, who opened the Death Gate, had the strength to kill the 7 ninja swordsmen, but the price was too heavy. Might Guy couldn't watch his father burn to death. In order to prove his strength, Might Guy decisively tried to force open the sixth gate again, looking at Shisui's clothes soaked in blood, looking at Kakashi who was injured due to his declining condition, and imagining the tragic situation after Might Guy opened the death gate. Might Guy's eyes became extremely determined. He had to become stronger so that he could protect everything he wanted to protect. Cageman, open, Might Guy roared, and a terrifying aura burst out of his body, and his whole body exuded green leaf-like energy. The opening of the sixth gate caused Might Guy's chakra to surge again. He could feel the chakra surging continuously, and his strength reached an unprecedented peak. Whoosh! Exclamation mark! This sudden burst of powerful chakra made the leaves around Might Guy move without wind, and the closest to Might Guy, King Taifenyu and Kurishi Kushimaru, showed shocked expressions. They could not imagine that such a terrifying aura was actually erupted by a 10-year-old boy. Biwajuzo slapped No Harlin with a big knife, and his expression became solemn when he looked at Might Guy. Even though Might Guy was already a genius who was listed as a priority to be killed, Biwajuzo still felt that the Hidden Mist Village had seriously underestimated Might Guy. Might Guy should be a genius who must be assassinated. He has such strength at the age of 10. If he is allowed to grow up, he may become a strong man who surpasses the three ninjas. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my son. The shock gate, open. Might Guy laughed and opened the seventh gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and a strong momentum burst out from his body. The shock gate is the last gate before the death gate. Although it does not have such a huge price as the death gate, it also has terrible side effects. Opening the shock gate is extremely destructive to the body. After it is released, even if the body is slightly touched, it will be extremely painful. Might Guy chose to believe in his son. If he had a choice, Might Guy certainly did not want to die. He also wanted to see Might Guy step by step towards the strongest physical skills. The powerful chakras of Might Guy and Might Guy swept the entire battlefield. At this moment, no one in the Hidden Mist Village dared to underestimate these two physical skills. Ninjas wearing green tights. This is visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! Might Guy's body was burning with blue steam, and he burst out chakra and rushed towards Kakashi. Now the most dangerous person on the battlefield was Kakashi. He had no teammates around him and was injured, and was attacked by two people. The grass-wielding man used his own powerful strength to swing the hammer and hit the attacking Might Guy. Might Guy stretched out his right hand and firmly grasped the hammerhead in the surprised eyes of the grass-wielding man. Bang! Might Guy threw the grass-wielding man out and hit the big tree next to him. Lightning escape. Thunderball. Kurashuraga injected chakra into the Thunder Sword and fired a dazzling thunderball at Might Guy. Might Guy, who opened the seventh gate, was extremely fast. He jumped into the air and tapped the big tree next to him a few times, then easily dodged the thunderball and arrived next to Kakashi. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel. Uncle Dai, thank you very much. Kakashi took a breath and thanked him. He is indeed in a bad state now. If Might Guy can't come, he will soon be unable to hold on. It was not easy for a small Chunin to block 2 7-ninja swordsmen at the same time. If it weren't for the strong defense of the transparent world, Kakashi would not have been able to hold on until now. Might Guy was about to say something when Tasunobe Ito and Kurokiraga rushed up again, forcing Might Guy to join the battle. Kakashi did not hide behind Might Guy to recover, but closed the transparent world to assist Might Guy in the battle. It would be great if I could come earlier, Kakashi thought to himself. If it was Kakashi in his prime, he would have a chance to kill one of the 7 ninja swordsmen quickly by joining forces with 7 Gates Might Guy. This thought only appeared in Kakashi's mind for 0.1 second and then disappeared. It was not easy for Might Guy's father to come to support, so how could he expect him to support at the most appropriate time? After assisting Might Guy in the battle for 2 moves, Kakashi found a problem. Although 7 Gates Might Guy was physically strong, his physical skills were not as good as Might Guy. This led to a problem. They had a considerable advantage but could not cause much damage to Tasunobe Ito and Kurokiraga. After all, Tonkayabe Ito and Kurashuraga are teammates who often go on missions. The cooperation between the two is not bad. Much better than Kakashi and Might Guy. Kakashi kept thinking about ways to break the situation while paying attention to the situation of others. Although the sixth gate was opened, Might Guy's situation was not much better, because he was almost 1v3. After releasing the mist hidden ninja, Zigashan Puffer Ghost chose to deal with Obito, while Biwajuzo joined the battle on Might Guy's side. Because Might Guy did not miss a ninjutsu from beginning to end, Zigashan Puffer Ghost felt that his Saimata could not play a big role, so he exchanged opponents with Biwajuzo. As the advantaged party, they could easily do this. The huge blade of the beheading sword did not look clumsy in Biwajuzo's hand, and he could always accurately cut towards Might Guy's vulnerable parts. Coupled with the attack of Kintai Rat and Kurishi Kushimaru, Might Guy was under a lot of pressure. Shisui's situation was even more difficult. The wound that was not treated in time caused Shisui to lose a lot of physical strength. His body became weaker and weaker, and his movements and reactions became slow. At this time, Shisui could no longer be considered as Might Guy's helper. Instead, Might Guy had to pay special attention to him. Obito, that barbed knife can absorb chakra, and it doesn't like fire. Shisui shouted out the information he got from the battle with Zigashan Puffer. Obito immediately stimulated chakra to let his body burn with flames. Every punch and kick carried high-temperature flames, causing the injured Saimata to reluctantly hit Zigashan Puffer's arm with the handle of the knife. Zigashan Puffer's face darkened, and he retreated to distance himself, formed a seal, and used water escape to attack Obito. Saimata is the only self-aware ninja sword among the 7 ninja swords. If Zigashan Puffer insists on using Saimata to block the flames, it's okay once, but if it happens too many times, Saimata will really get upset and not work hard. If it's too serious, Saimata might not recognize him anymore. This is a ninja sword that picks people. Boom! Mori Shinpachi swung the explosive sword and a dozen detonating talismans suddenly flew out of the blade and attacked Nohara Rin. Water instant body technique. Nohara Rin reacted and wanted to dodge with the water instant body, but failed to escape the explosion range in time and was affected by the explosion. Black explosion burns appeared on her body. Even with the assistance of Shire Anui Genma and Debisu, it was still a bit difficult for her to fight against the 7 ninja swordsmen with her strength. Seeing this scene, Obito's eyes were bloodshot and the blood color of his Sharingan became deeper. He wanted to help but was stopped by the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon. Mori Shinpachi took the opportunity to swing the sword and slash at Nohara Rin, who fell to the ground. Bang! Shire Anui Genma rushed forward with a kunai in his hand to block the slash for Nohara Rin. Bang! Mori Shinpachi kicked Shire Anui Genma in front of him 5 meters away. Next, Mori Shinpachi did not look at Nohara Rin, but changed direction and slashed towards his left side, forcing Ebisu, who was stabbing at his left waist, to retreat. Is this the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen? If I can go back alive, I must keep up with Okai's training time. Shire Anui Genma trembled and climbed up. When facing the 7 ninja swordsmen, Shire Anui Genma realized that there was such a big gap between them and Nohara Rin. Nohara Rin could still fight for a while, but they were as easy to deal with as children who just learned to walk in front of Mori Shinpachi. Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu rushed towards Mori Shinpachi together again. Bang bang! Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu flew backwards together and hit the ground hard. Mori Shinpachi raised his big sword in his hand to Nohara Rin again. His sword was almost the same height as Nohara Rin. One strike would definitely cut Nohara Rin in two, and even Tsunade could not save her. Zazizi! Just as Mori Shinpachi's sword fell, a short blade carrying lightning was placed in front of Mori Shinpachi. It was Kakashi's wide-fang short blade. After Kakashi judged that even with his help, Might Guy could not quickly and effectively strike the enemy, he changed his position to a firefighter, saving whoever was in danger. After all, he had the fastest burst. However, Kakashi only had one chance to put out the fire, because he did not have enough chakra. If he had enough chakra, he would not have to put out the fire, but just cooperate with Might Guy to kill people. Obito's heart was slightly relieved, but because he paid too much attention to the situation on Nohara Rin's side, The watermelon mountain puffer demon took the opportunity to injure him. Sensing Obito's disadvantage, Might Guy was anxious but helpless. Each of the three people, Biwajuzo, Aoki Rai, and Kurishigawa Kushimaru, was not a simple jonin. Aoki Rai's flounder had great destructive power, and Might Guy, who had not cultivated the armament haki, could not resist it physically. The steel wire of Kurishigawa Kushimaru's long sword was strange and difficult to defend, and a piece of meat would be cut off if he was not careful. Although Biwajuzo's beheading sword did not show any obvious special features, it was still the strongest among the three because of its strong strength. Being besieged by these three people, Might Guy really couldn't spare time to support others. Protecting Shisui was the limit of his current strength. Do you remember what I said to you before? Youth is endless, and death will not make youth die. Dying to protect important things is the climax of youth, Might Guy said earnestly. Even if he didn't want to be separated from Might Guy, it was time to open the Death Gate. If he didn't open the Death Gate, along with Kakashi and Obito's defeat, Might Guy would be the next one in danger. Only by opening the Death Gate and gaining enough power to crush the opponent can the current dilemma be resolved. I remember, but you also said that the truly important things, no matter how painful or sad, must be worked hard to the end. Even if you lose your life, you must protect it with both hands to the end. For me, Dad, you are also a truly important existence, Might Guy roared. Might Guy knew Might Guy's thoughts and feelings at the moment. If he could open the 8th gate, Might Guy would rather be the one to open the 8th gate. Might Guy wanted to protect his father and his teammates at all costs. In this realization, Might Guy's breathing gradually changed. Might Guy showed a relieved expression. Might Guy has really grown a lot, both in strength and other aspects. I am very happy that you have this realization, but now only I can change the situation by opening the last gate of the 8 gates. Might Guy prepared to open the last Death Gate. Might Guy was able to tell his last words to him during the battle because one of them opened 7 gates and the other opened 6 gates. But Kakashi and Obito did not have this condition, and the battle had reached the most urgent moment. No, I still have a rock breathing move. Might Guy realized something at this moment. I couldn't write more, but I saved 6K. Chapter 428 Muyu, who is never late. When he first started learning the breathing method, Might Guy learned from Muyu about the 3 stages of the breathing method. The first stage is full concentration breathing, which can highly concentrate the breathing to improve physical ability. At this step, the breathing method is considered to be entry level. The second stage is full concentration breathing, which allows the body to maintain relatively concentrated breathing for 24 hours without interruption. Mastering this step can greatly improve the physique, and the powerful bonus of the breathing method is gradually revealed. After completing the practice of Qingzong, the breathing method is considered to be proficient. The third stage is the breathing method corresponding to the chakra mode. The chakra mode effect of each breathing method is different. The effect of the rock breathing chakra mode practiced by Might Guy is to enhance the body in all directions and make the strength become extremely powerful. Only at this step can it be considered to have realized the true power of the breathing method. Muyu in the rock breathing chakra mode only used the finger gun to lightly blow up the river surface dozens of meters away. More than 10 meters of water splashed, which left a deep impression on Might Guy, who was still in the upper ninja school at the time. Since then, he has been working hard to practice the rock breathing to have the powerful power of Muyu. Breathing techniques are very difficult, and rock breathing is one of the more difficult ones. Not to mention entering the rock breathing chakra mode, Might Guy has long been lagging behind in the practice of breathing techniques. But at the beginning, Might Guy's practice progress was ahead, and he was the first disciple who could use the breathing method in battle. The reason for his leading position is not other things, but because Might Guy realized the power and meaning of rock breathing in the battle to protect his father's dignity. Now Might Guy's state has returned to the day when he realized the power of rock breathing. No, it is stronger than that day, because what he has to protect in this battle is more important and more. The way of the power of rock lies in protection, Might Guy muttered in his heart, although he has never entered the rock breathing chakra mode. At this moment Might Guy is very sure that he can do it. It is not the confidence that comes from the void, but his breathing that tells him that he can go. Rock breathing chakra mode. Might Guy clenched his fists and glared, his heart pounding, and at this moment his breathing reached an unprecedented extreme. The power was surging, and Might Guy could feel that with every breath he took. His whole body was surging with powerful power, a power he had never felt before. Of course, this power was not without a price, and the chakra in Might Guy's body was burning rapidly. The first person to notice the change in Might Guy was Shisui beside him. Shisui also practiced breathing techniques, and instantly discovered the change in Might Guy's breathing. Then came Might Guy's opponents. The moment Might Guy entered the rock breathing chakra mode, they, as experienced assassins, immediately noticed that their opponents had changed. Who is this guy, and how can he become stronger? King Taifeniu was a little puzzled. This battle was too frustrating. They were the 7 ninja swordsmen, and they almost died in a fight with a few 10-year-old children, and their opponents kept getting stronger and stronger as if they were cheating. It is no exaggeration to say that the Might Guy they are facing now can be the Might Guy they faced at the beginning. King Taifeniu jumped back to distance himself and injected a large amount of chakra into the double-bladed flounder, aiming at Might Guy. Kuroshen Kushimaru controlled the steel wire in his hand to block Might Guy's evasion space, and Biwajuzo formed a seal and spit out a thick water dragon bullet to entangle Might Guy. The three of them had a very clear division of labor, and each of them had a responsibility. Towards the peacock, Might Guy punched at a very fast speed, so fast that Shisui couldn't see how many punches he had thrown at that moment. The powerful fist force rubbed against the air to produce flames, and due to the extreme speed of the fist, a fireball was formed in an instant. The fireball was carried by the wind from Might Guy's fist and attacked the rushing water dragon. Boom! Exclamation mark. The water dragon was submerged in the flames and completely evaporated in an instant. The remaining fire forced Kuroshen Kushimaru to give up the control of the steel wire and retreat to dodge. This works. Biwajuzo looked like he had seen a ghost. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. His water escape was actually evaporated by the fire escape created by someone else's physical technique. Biwajuzo touched his solid body. If he was hit by such high speed and dense fists, his fate would not be much better than that of Suiru. Swish! At this time, King Taifeniu finished charging, raised his sword and fired a chakra light ball at Might Guy. Konoha hand knife. Might Guy poured a large amount of chakra into his palm, and with great power, he launched a chopping palm at the attacking light ball, slashing out a transparent air force. Boom! Exclamation mark. A huge explosion sounded, and the collision of the chakra light ball and the transparent air force left a series of pits of varying depths on the ground, and the gray-yellow dust covered Might Guy's figure. Kuroshen Kushimaru discovered the movement in the dust and fog. Elite Mist Hidden Sect members like him have received special training. Not to mention this kind of dust and fog, even the high-concentration chakra fog created by the Mist Hidden Sect technique can move without obstacles. Kuroshen Kushimaru's brain reacted, but his body did not keep up with Might Guy's speed. Bang! Might Guy punched Kuroshen Kushimaru in the chest, sending him flying 10 meters backwards. Might Guy did not use any special skills in this punch, only plain strength. But it was this plain punch that made Kuroshen Kushimaru spit blood, and the severe pain from his body made his face twisted. King Taifeniu's face suddenly changed. He realized that Might Guy had become a little different. He didn't expect that Might Guy's strength would increase so much out of thin air. Not only could the void palm block his chakra light ball, but the speed of the full strength burst made Kuroshen Kushimaru unable to react. Zigashan Puffer Ghost saw that Might Guy suddenly became extremely brave, and his face darkened. It was really embarrassing. The 7 ninja swordsmen, who were feared by the ninja world, were forced to this point to deal with a few 10-year-old Konoha ninjas. If it were to get out, I'm afraid they would become the laughingstock of Karagakure, and Kakashi and others would step on their reputation to become famous in the ninja world. What's the situation with this green kid? He can hurt Kuroshen Kushimaru in a 1-on-3 situation. The sinister smile on Mori Shinpachi's face disappeared, and his expression became solemn. They are not ordinary mist-hidden ninja. but the 7 ninja swordsmen who are directly under the Mizukage. How can Might Guy have such strength? Go and help them quickly, and I will kill the kid here, Zigashan Puffer Ghost said in a deep voice. The Konoha ninjas on their side are basically injured and weak, and Zigashan Puffer Ghost is confident that he can send them all away alone. Mori Shinpachi nodded and rushed to Might Guy immediately without wasting time. Sure enough, Akai is a man you can always trust. Kakashi sighed in his heart. Whenever they are in desperate situations, Might Guy can always stand up and resist the pressure. But can Kai's current body withstand the power of the rock-breathing chakra mode and the 6th gate of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu? Kakashi was a little worried again. Although Kakashi has not practiced the 8 gates of the ninjutsu and rock-breathing, he has a certain understanding of these too. Some of them are information obtained from fighting with Might Guy, and some are learned from Muyu. After all, Muyu knows both the 8 gates and rock-breathing, so Kakashi would not hide it from Muyu. Each gate after the 3rd gate of the 8 gates will cause a certain degree of damage to the body. If the body is strong enough, the damage will be small or even close to 0. On the contrary, if the body is not strong enough, it will cause great damage to the body. Now Might Guy not only forced to open the 6th gate, but also entered the rock-breathing chakra mode to further enhance his strength. Kakashi is very worried about Might Guy's body. We have to find a way to end the battle quickly, Kakashi thought to himself while holding the short blade tightly. The longer the duration, the greater the damage to Might Guy. The earlier the battle ends, the less damage will be. Kakashi looked at Obito. At this time, Obito was not only injured, but also had little chakra. In order to maintain the flame-breathing chakra mode, he even cancelled the Sharingan. They are in a very bad state now. This is their disadvantage, but it is also an opportunity for them, because the enemy will despise them because of this. After meeting Kakashi's eyes, Obito understood Kakashi's thoughts and gathered the last part of his chakra. It must succeed. Kakashi exhaled. He was not worried about whether Obito could carry out his plan, but he was worried that he could not seize the opportunity created by Obito, because Kakashi's chakra was really not enough. He didn't know whether his only chakra could swing a knife that could kill or seriously injure the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon. But Kakashi had no choice. In their current state, they could no longer fight. Kakashi was the only one who had a chance to seriously injure the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon. They could only make a last-ditch effort. If he failed, then they could only pray that Might Guy could break through the encirclement and save them in time. Facing the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon who was holding a knife, Obito burned his last chakra and let his whole body burn with flames. Fire Style, Flame Clash. This was the most powerful of the fire style ninjutsu he mastered, and it was also the most powerful fire style he could use at present. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon wanted to chop the weak Obito to death with a knife, but Samada immediately expressed his resistance when he felt the extremely high temperature of the flames on Obito's body. Water Style, Water Whip. Zigashan Puffer Ghost hesitated for a moment and gave up using Samada to kill Obito, who suddenly turned into a little fireman. He gathered a lot of chakra in his palm and condensed a Water Whip. Just when Zigashan Puffer Ghost's Water Whip hit Obito, the flames on Obito's body suddenly burst and exploded. Boom! An explosion sounded, and Obito was blown away by the explosion and fell to the ground. Zigashan Puffer Ghost was also affected by the explosion. Zigashan Puffer Ghost looked extremely shocked. He didn't expect Obito to make such a suicidal attack. Even the Hidden Mist Village didn't train ninjas who specialized in suicide attacks, and Obito didn't look like a dead man. What made Zigashan Puffer Ghost feel fortunate was that the ninjas on his side had basically no combat power. And even if such an accident happened, it would only be a small setback. Thunderbolt Flash, Super Speed. When Kakashi once again operated his breathing to the extreme, he suddenly found that although there was very little chakra left, he actually managed to condense a powerful force. But Kakashi had no time to think about it, because this was the last chance that Obito could fight for him. He had no time to think about where the power came from, nor did he notice that his heart was beating abnormally fast at this moment. Swish! A flash of yellow lightning flashed, and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost felt dizzy for a moment. and then he saw a huge headless corpse lying on the ground. So fast, a word flashed through his mind, and the watermelon mountain puffer ghost lost consciousness forever. Who? After a knife, Kakashi half knelt on the ground, holding his heart uncomfortably and breathing heavily. Although his body was extremely uncomfortable at the moment, Kakashi was extremely happy in his heart. He succeeded, and he used his own power to protect his companions. Although he only killed one person, this result was of great significance to the entire battlefield, because Might Guy was at an advantage. He could not spare his hands to face the 2-7 ninja swordsmen of Might Guy, and the 4-7 ninja swordsmen of Might Guy were also too busy to take care of others. Next, Kakashi and his team only needed to seize the time to recover and they could become a force that broke the balance. But Kakashi found that he still underestimated the power of the 8 gates of ninjutsu and the rock-breathing chakra mode. Golden Skyline. Read the correct version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar published this novel for the first time. Might Guy extended his index and middle fingers, and once again used the strongest physical technique he had mastered. He swung his fingers in the posture of swinging a sword, and a dazzling golden line bloomed on the battlefield. The water wall was directly split in two in front of the golden line, and the steel wire of the Kuroshimaru broke directly. Biwajuzo held a beheading sword horizontally in front of him. Clang! In Biwajuzo's shocked eyes, the huge beheading sword shattered into a broken sword. Boom! The residual force hit Biwajuzo and knocked him away 17 meters away and smashed him hard on the ground. How is it possible? My beheading sword was actually broken by physical technique. Biwajuzo's eyes widened, and his worldview was greatly shocked. His beheading sword can easily block ninjutsu, but even with multiple protections, it was still interrupted by Might Guy's physical skills, which made Biwajuzo feel like his worldview collapsed. Mori Shinpachi, Aoki Sho, and Kuroshin Kushimaru were all shocked. If they were given a chance to start over, they would definitely not easily fight with Kakashi and his men. At least they would call 5 more mist ninjas to join forces to besiege. This is not good. Tonkasi narrowed his eyes and thought of retreating. Zigashan Pufferfish Ghost was killed. Biwajuzo was severely injured and lost his combat effectiveness, and Kuroshin Kushimaru was also seriously injured. At this moment, nearly half of their ninja swordsmen 7 were injured. If they continued to fight, they might all be killed here. Kurashiraga glanced at Tonkasi. His thoughts were similar to Tonkasi. They all wanted to run away. Might Guy's performance was too scary. Is he a genius? He is clearly a strong man who has grown up. There was no need for Kakashi and the others to attack. Might Guy and Might Day could wear them down. Konoha Dragon God. After a golden skyline move, Might Guy used his powerful force to kick out a thick blue dragon to severely injure Mori Shinpachi. This attack of the Konoha Dragon God completely destroyed the fighting desire of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The injured Biwajuzo had quietly retreated to the back after being knocked away. Aoki Sho fired a chakra light ball at Might Guy and retreated without looking back. Kuroshin Kushimaru used the instant body technique to move back and forth on the tree and began to retreat. Mori Shinpachi, who found that he was suddenly empty around him, cursed secretly, threw out a few detonating tags and began to run away. Kurashiraga and Tokuso joined forces to temporarily repel Might Day and quickly retreated. Putting aside the combat coordination, the 7 ninja swordsmen did have a tacit understanding in escaping. Might Guy only made a pursuit posture at the beginning and then hit a palm strike in the air without any more actions. Because his body was close to the limit, it was enough to successfully protect his companions, and there was no need to kill all the enemies. Kakashi's heart was relieved, and they once again broke the desperate situation with their efforts. However, Kakashi did not completely let down his guard. After all, they were on the battlefield. Before returning to the camp, they might encounter new enemies at any time. In their current state, even an ordinary Jonin team cannot be careless, because after Might Guy exits the 8 gates and the rock-breathing state, the only combat power in their team is Might Guy. At this moment, suddenly a blue-white ray hit the retreating Mori Jinpachi and froze him. Seeing this familiar ninjutsu, Muyu's disciples instantly showed joy on their faces. This is Muyu's ice escape ninjutsu. Kakashi completely relaxed. With Muyu here, even if strong men like Gojira Yagura come, it's okay. Obito, who was covered with black ash, also smiled. With Muyu here, all the crises are resolved. When the other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen saw that Kakashi and his men had reinforcements, they couldn't help but run as hard as they could. Biwajuzo's face darkened. Although he ran first, he was injured and ran slowly. Apart from Mori Shinpachi, he was the one who lagged behind the most. As Biwajuzo thought, the next blue-white ray shot towards him. Ice escape, ice wall. Just as Biwajuzo recalled his life, an ice wall rose next to Biwajuzo, blocking the cold air ray. "Thank you, sir." Biwajuzo immediately thanked Mizunotsuki-kan, who appeared in front of him. Mizunotsuki-kan nodded slightly, looking at the frozen Mori Shinpachi with an interested expression. "You have mastered ice escape. Interesting." The sudden appearance of Mizunotsuki-kan made the other 7 ninja swordsmen stop, and soon several more Karigakure ran to Mizunotsuki-kan from the direction where Mizunotsuki-kan came from. It's the Jonin whose chakra was absorbed. Biwajuzo recognized one of the Karigakure. The Karigakure Jonin was also surprised to see Biwajuzo and the others running away like dogs that had lost their homes. After his chakra was absorbed, he felt that it was a bit dangerous to stay on the battlefield, so he left the battlefield after refining some chakra. He happened to meet Mizunotsuki-kan, who was looking for Konoha ninjas nearby, and then brought Mizunotsuki-kan over. The Konoha ninjas they met this time were too talented. The Karigakure Jonin was worried that the 7 ninja swordsmen could not kill all the Konoha geniuses, and letting one of them run away would be a threat. But the current situation made the Karigakure Jonin very puzzled. When he left, the 7 ninja swordsmen had such a big advantage. But they were beaten like this in such a short time. The injured people retreat on their own, and those who want to fight can stay and help me solve the Konoha ninjas. Mizunotsuki-kan said lightly. The reason why the 7 ninja swordsmen were not forced to stay as a fighting force was, on the one hand, Mizunotsuki-kan had no right to order the 7 ninja swordsmen, and on the other hand, he was confident in his own strength. Mizunotsuki-kan is confident that he can defeat all ninjas except Orochimaru, including the combined forces of Inoshikachu. He has never heard of any ice escape masters in Konoha, so Mizunotsuki-kan doesn't care whether the 7 ninja swordsmen retreat or not. Tajugan Obito, Kurashiriga, and Aoki Sho stayed, while the injured Biwajuzo and Kurai Kashimaru chose to retreat. Tajugan Obito and the others can leave if they want, but they think this time is too embarrassing. If they don't fight back with Mizunotsuki-kan, they may really become the laughingstock of Karigakure. Of course, they are not the kind of people who will fight for life and death for face. The main reason is that Mizunotsuki-kan is strong enough. This is a famous strong man in Karigakure, and his strength is second only to Yagura Kuratachi in the entire Karigakure battlefield. Mizunotsuki-kan, together with several of their 7 ninja swordsmen and the Jonin and Chunin brought by Mizunotsuki-kan, they will not lose unless Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, comes. Mizunotsuki-kan accurately broke the ice of Mori Jinpachi to help him thaw, and then walked towards Kakashi and the others. After discovering that the Karigakure did not run away, Muyu did not attack again, but healed the disciples with his shadow clone. After all, he was just an ordinary Jonin with a little fame in Konoha, and those famous strong men in the ninja world would definitely take the initiative to cause trouble. "Mr. Muyu, it's a good thing to have you. You always come so timely." Obito patted the black ash on his body and said with a smile. Seeing Muyu, Obito felt relieved. With the almighty Muyu's yawn here, there is no crisis that cannot be solved. This is the confidence that Muyu's yawn gave him. You should thank yourself more. Thank yourself for your persistence and hard work, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to hold on until I arrived. Muyu gently touched Obito's forehead with her finger and shook her head. In fact, Muyu had arrived a long time ago. The disciples had such a heavyweight battle, and Muyu himself had already rushed to the battlefield through Flying Thunder God. Muyu was ready to take action several times. After all, he couldn't watch Might Dai open the 8 gates or the disciples die, but the disciples were very competitive, which made Muyu start to save people until the end of the battle. If my experience is written into a novel, I should be scolded for letting the disciples' lives wander on the edge of death. Muyu sighed in his heart. He thinks it's normal to be scolded. If Muyu himself has such a teacher, he thinks he should hate that teacher. Even if he can guarantee immortality, the pain in the body still exists. Obviously, he can directly solve the enemy. Why torture like this? Even if Muyu himself thinks that educating disciples in this way is a bit extreme, he really has no better way. If there is a good choice, he doesn't want his disciples to kill people on the battlefield. How old are they? This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. In the dark, there is also Uchiha Madara watching his disciples. Muyu can only help them become stronger as much as possible so that they will not fall into Uchiha Madara's conspiracy. In the final analysis, it is actually because Muyu's strength is not strong enough. If he has the combat power of the 6 paths level, then there is no need to go through so much trouble. No matter how hard you insist, you, Teacher Muyu, will be able to do it. Obito laughed. Might Guy raised his thumb to show his approval, and the other disciples also agreed. Thank you very much for your trust. Leave it to me next. Muyu smiled gently at the disciples and then turned to look at the Kirigakure who were coming. Chapter 429 Yellow Flash. Name, Mizunotsuki Kan. Chakra, 72,000. Skills, Ice Release. Mastery, 3,615,000. Water Chakra Nature Change. Mastery, 3,515,000. Wind Chakra Nature Change. Mastery, 2,715,000. Ice Release, Ice Dragon Kill. Mastery, Ice Release, Ice Meteor. Mastery, Mizunotsuki Kan is indeed worthy of being alerted. Just looking at the panel, among the Konoha ninjas in the East Coast battlefield, only Muyu and Orochimaru can suppress Mizunotsuki Kan. With more than 3,000 proficiency in Ice Release, coupled with a high proficiency in Feng Shui Nature Change and a series of mastery-level ninjutsu, Mizunotsuki Kan is also the strongest among the many ninjas that Muyu has met. Muyu unceremoniously used transformation to record Mizunotsuki Kan's information. The mastery-level Ice Release with more than 3,000 proficiency is worth copying. Muyu's own Ice Release is only at the proficiency level of just over 1,000, and is still a long way from the mastery level. He only uses Ice Release when he is bullying weak opponents, and it is difficult to use it when fighting against strong opponents. After copying Mizunotsuki Kan's information, the transformation information database is saturated. If you want to store other ninja information, you can only delete the existing information. Your Ice Release is quite interesting, but it's a pity that you met me. Mizunotsuki Kan did not take action directly but looked at Muyu for a few times. The existing Ice Shield ninjas in the ninja world are basically members of the Snow Clan. It is the first time that Mizunotsuki Kan has seen Ice Release on ninjas from other ninja villages. Mizunotsuki Kan can only say that Muyu is too unlucky to meet him. The patriarch of the Snow Clan, the strongest Ice Release ninja in the ninja world. No one in the current ninja world knows Ice Release better than him, and no one's Ice Release is stronger than him. Fighting him, Muyu's Ice Release can't play a single role. Is it time for the burst secret technique? Black Hori guessed as he looked at the weak Might Guy. Might Guy was so abnormally strong just now. It was obvious that he had used some kind of explosive secret technique to enhance his strength. This secret technique usually has a time limit and side effects. Thinking of this, Kurokiraga felt that it was right to come back. Mizunotsuki Kan plus the 4 of them, the 7 ninja swordsmen, had only one unknown ice ninja as their opponent. Although the battle had not yet begun, Kurokiraga felt that they had already won. It was impossible that Muyu was stronger than Mizunotsuki Kan, so strong that he could defeat Mizunotsuki Kan and the 4 of them at the same time. It turned out that he was the one who came. Kakashi showed a surprised expression after seeing Mizunotsuki Kan's face clearly. Kakashi collected the information of all the strong men in the mist-hidden mountain battlefield known to Konoha, and immediately recognized that this was the mist-hidden mountain ice master Mizunotsuki Kan. Kakashi was glad that Muyu came in time. If Muyu hadn't come, even if Might Guy was in the 6 gates plus rock-breathing chakra mode, he might not be able to defeat these enemies. Their luck was really bad. They could actually encounter such a situation when doing an A-level mission. Kakashi, do you know him? Obito asked curiously. Kakashi nodded and quickly told all the information he knew about Mizuno Tsukihan. He sounds very strong, but he definitely can't beat Miyu teacher. Obito said affirmatively, although there was a strong enemy in front of him, and his chakra and physical strength were running low. Obito was not panicked at all. With Miyu there would be no accidents. Really? It's good to be confident, but you need to have the strength to match it. Miyu adjusted her black-framed glasses and responded with a smile. Mizuno Tsukihan's strength is indeed good, but he picked the wrong opponent. There are only 2 people in the entire East Coast Konoha ninja force who can beat Mizuno Tsukihan in a single fight, but he happened to meet one of them. That's true, but I happen to have enough strength. Mizuno Tsukihan showed a confident smile. You don't have to make a move yet, let me deal with him alone. Mizuno Tsukihan looked at Kurokiruga and others and said, it's rare to meet an ice escape ninja from a hostile ninja village, and Mizuno Tsukihan wants to test the opponent's strength. Mori Shinpachi was speechless. He felt that Mizuno Tsukihan had a problem with his brain. The ninja actually wanted to play a one-on-one duel. This was a war. He should just kill the opponent by any means. However, Mizuno Tsukihan had just saved him once, so Mori Shinpachi could not say much. The other 7 ninja swordsmen had similar ideas and did not say anything. As for the ninjas brought by Mizuno Tsukihan, they still had a certain understanding of their superiors and were not surprised by this. Although they were not prepared to intervene in the battle between Miyu and Mizuno Tsukihan, the Kirigakure were not idle either. They silently blocked Miyu in their retreat, and gathered chakra to prepare to attack Kakashi and his men. Kakashi and his men's genius had been fully demonstrated in the battle. If they were not killed here, they would surely become a major concern for Kirigakure. You are really a person who is good at choosing the wrong option. Miyu shook her head. If Mizuno Tsukihan brought the 7 ninja swordsmen to beat Miyu together, she could live a little longer. Doing this would only make them die faster. Ice release, ice meteorite. Mizuno Tsukihan quickly formed a seal to condense a large amount of ice release chakra, and condensed 6 huge ice cones that were much thicker than a person above Miyu's head and smashed them towards Miyu. Miyu calmly took out 2 flying thunder god kunai from his ninja tool bag and threw them towards Kurokiruga and the others, and then used the body flash technique to rush towards Mizuno Tsukihan when the ice cones were about to touch his body. Boom! Exclamation mark. The thick ice cones fell to the ground and made a hole in the ground with a loud noise. What a fast speed! Mizuno Tsukihan was a little surprised, but immediately released the condensed chakra again. Ice release, ice blade. Mizuno Tsukihan condensed 2 huge ice blades in front of him and chopped towards Miyu who was rushing towards him. Miyu condensed chakra in his hands and transformed it into armed color chakra to protect his hands. Bang! Exclamation mark. Miyu's fist slammed into the ice blades and directly smashed Mizuno Tsukihan's ice blades. The Kirigakure who followed Mizuno Tsukihan to carry out the mission looked at this scene in shock. You should know that the ice created by Mizuno Tsukihan is harder than rock, and Miyu smashed it with just his bare hands. He is so strong. Could he be a ninja who specializes in physical skills? Mizuno Tsukihan saw this and immediately used the instant body technique to dodge and distance himself. Just as Mizuno Tsukihan launched the ice escape ninjutsu to attack Miyu again, he found that Miyu disappeared in front of him without any sign. Facing the weak Kakashi and his group, Kurokiruga drew out the thunder blade behind him without any guilt. When Kurokiruga noticed the kunai that broke through the air, he didn't care. It was too easy to dodge the kunai that was shot straight at him, and there was only one kunai shot at him, and the other was aimed at Mori Jinpachi. Kurokiruga dodged sideways and wanted to raise the thunder blade to release lightning at Kakashi and his group. Whoosh! Miyu used the flying thunder god technique to appear next to Kurokiruga. How could Kurokiruga not notice the sudden appearance of a living person beside him? He immediately wanted to change his moves to dodge, but how could he be faster than Miyu? Explosive fist. Miyu blasted his fist, which had condensed a lot of chakra, at Kurokiruga's back. Boom! Exclamation mark. The tremendous power exploded behind Kurokiruga, and the indescribable pain spread from his back to Kurokiruga's brain. causing Kurokirige to faint from the pain. Bang! Exclamation mark the moment Muyu's fist hit Kurokirige. Kurokirige flew out directly, smashed 8 large trees before stopping, and lay motionless on the ground. Muyu did not stop after completing all this, because the other kunai was close to the position of Mori Shinpachi. Whoosh! This sudden change was too sudden. Mori Shinpachi didn't even figure out how Muyu did it before Muyu used Flying Thunder God to appear in front of him. This time, Muyu did not use the explosive fist again. He directly poured chakra into the kunai and used the kunai to pierce the heart of Mori Shinpachi, killing him completely. Flying Thunder God technique. After the kunai in Muyu's hand pierced his body, Mori Shinpachi recited the ninjutsu used by Muyu without thinking. He knew it too late. When he thought that this was a famous ninjutsu with yellow flashes, his death was doomed. Of course, even if he knew the information about the Flying Thunder God technique in advance, he would not be able to react. Flying Thunder God is not a ninjutsu that can be easily dealt with just by knowing the information. Sure enough, it has to be teacher Muyu. Flying Thunder God is so cool. Seeing Muyu instantly kill 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Obito showed excitement. It was too hard for them to deal with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Obito and Kakashi fought to the death and only killed a watermelon mountain puffer demon, and that was under extraordinary performance. Muyu instantly killed 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the gap between fighting with Mizuno Tsukihan. I wonder when Muyu teacher will teach me Flying Thunder God. Obito couldn't help imagining the scene of himself using Flying Thunder God to kill people. Nohara Rin was in danger, and then he used Flying Thunder God to descend from the sky and said, "I'm not late to solve all the enemies at the critical moment." Obito felt so handsome just thinking about it. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Intelligence is too important, Kakashi thought to himself, as if he knew the reason why Muyu kept a low profile. Although Kurokirige and the others knew Muyu's intelligence and could not defeat Muyu, they would not be killed so easily like this. Yellow flash of Flying Thunder God technique. Tong Calibaran and King Taifeniu's faces changed drastically, and they reacted immediately. When Muyu appeared for the first time, they were confused and didn't react, but when Muyu used kunai to move to Mori Shinpachi for the second time, if they still couldn't react, then they would have done so many years of missions in vain. Yellow Flash is one of the top young ninjas in the current ninja world. The information about Flying Thunder God has long been collected by all the major ninja villages. Tongkasi Yaito and King Taifeniu retreated a distance and tacit understanding, and moved away from Kakashi and the others. Since Muyu is Kakashi's teacher, maybe Kakashi and the others also have Muyu's Flying Thunder God kunai. The painful lessons of Kurokirige and Mori Shinpachi are in front of them, so they can't be careless. 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed just like that. The mist ninjas brought by Mizuno Tsukihan all showed shocked expressions. The 7 ninja swordsmen are a big signboard of mist ninja, but 2 of them were killed by Muyu like chickens in front of them. This is not a Chunin Genin, but the 7 ninja swordsmen of their mist ninja that are famous in the ninja world. Flying Thunder God technique. Could it be that the appearance of Yellow Flash on the battlefield of Grass Country is a false news spread by Konoha, and the real Yellow Flash is disguised to deal with us Mist Ninja? Mizuno Tsukihan looked at Muyu's face and had a guess. If his guess is correct, then Mizuno Tsukihan can only say that Muyu must have done poorly in the camouflage class. Without the glasses, it seems that there is not much room for camouflage. Konoha really values us Kirigakure. In addition to Orochimaru, they even called in Yellow Flash. Mizuno Tsukihan's expression became solemn. If the enemy is Yellow Flash, then his previous order was too careless and disrespectful to Yellow Flash. To deal with an opponent like Yellow Flash who can tie the ab combination, of course, all available forces must be gathered. What's more, killing Yellow Flash and killing an unknown Konoha Jonin are not the same concept. The merits and reputations brought by the two are completely different levels. If I can kill Yellow Flash, I may not have no hope of becoming the 4th generation. Mizuno Tsukihan thought while condensing a large amount of chakra. He would not underestimate Yellow Flash, but he would not overestimate Yellow Flash. Mizuno Tsukihan believed that he and Yellow Flash would have no problem fighting evenly. If some Kirigakure Jonins were added, it would be a 40-60 split. At this moment, Mizuno Tsukihan did not even need to give orders himself. Kirigakure took action and prepared to deal with Muyu collectively. After all, Mizuno Tsukihan is more or less the head of the ninja clan, and he has to save face. He can't just say that he can deal with it alone for a minute and then say that everyone will attack together. Ice style, 1000 killings ice shooting. Mizuno Tsukihan converted a large amount of chakra into ice-style chakra to condense a dense ice 1000 bonds, and then the ice 1000 bonds shot towards Muyu like a volley of arrows. Mizuno Tsukihan released ninjutsu while memorizing the position of Muyu's Flying Thunder God Kunai, condensing chakra and ready to use an ice style at any time to attack Muyu, who used Flying Thunder God Transfer. Although the attack range of 1000 killings ice shooting is very large, it is definitely not enough to deal with ninjas who have mastered time and space ninjutsu. Mizuno Tsukihan only used 1000 killings ice shooting as a starting ninjutsu. The previous attack was a tentative attack, and now is the real battle. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A Kirigakure Jonin condensed chakra and spit out a water dragon to hit Muyu. Flatfish middle. Liberation. Kintai Fengliao raised his double swords, Flatfish, injected chakra into them, and released a chakra light ball towards Muyu. Tong Calibaran was better at close combat, so he did not attack, but held up his sword and quietly waited for an opportunity. Various ninjutsu attacks came towards Muyu. In response, Muyu just silently split a shadow clone. Fire style middle. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Wind style middle. Suppression. Muyu's main body condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat and quickly changed its nature, spitting out a large amount of flames to form a sea of fire in front, and then the shadow clone spit out a high-pressure wind ball. The moment the high-pressure wind ball touched the high-temperature flame, it turned into a terrifying hurricane. The wind helped the fire to instantly make the fire in the sea of fire extremely fierce, burning all the nearby trees into black ash. The incoming rain of arrows and various water styles were all melted and evaporated when they encountered this terrifying flame with a monstrous momentum. Boom! Exclamation mark. There were explosions, and finally the flames and the various ninjutsu that attacked all turned into nothingness. Only the trees that turned into ashes and the scorched earth on the ground proved the horror of the fire just now. Yellow Flash actually has such powerful fire and wind ninjutsu? Mizuno Tsuki looked at Muyu with a puzzled look. You know, the change of water chakra nature can restrain the change of fire chakra nature. So many of them used water ninjutsu? And Muyu didn't move even a centimeter on the spot and blocked the wind and fire ninjutsu. Yellow Flash has used other ninjutsu before, but it is different from the ninjutsu that Muyu just used. Could it be that Yellow Flash's strength has improved by leaps and bounds again? Mizuno Tsuki had a terrible guess in his heart. As a 20-year-old young man, Namikaze Minato is currently in a period of rapid growth and has unlimited possibilities. It can't be counted like this. It can only be said that he can deal with more situations. Mizuno Tsuki shook his head. Although the combined ninjutsu just now is very powerful, it is not compatible with Flying Thunder God. It is impossible for Flying Thunder God to go over and seal on the spot. Even the slowest person can't be hit by this attack. However, Mizuno Tsukihan still silently wrote down this information and prepared to go back and update the information of the Yellow Flash. Even Mizuno Tsukihan was surprised by the power of Muyu's ninjutsu, not to mention the other Kirigakure, who all looked as if they had seen a ghost. This is the level of ninjutsu of the strong in the ninja world. There must be something wrong with Sosuke. The onlookers in the dark thought to themselves, Muyu's combination ninjutsu is powerful but still within a reasonable range. I don't understand how Sosuke practiced his fire escape technique. I have been practicing the technique for so long and I have never seen anyone practice fire escape to this level of strength through his own efforts. After a simple defense, Muyu took out 3 more kunai from the ninja tool bag. Today's condition is a bit bad. I only wrote 4.6k. The battle on the protagonist's side should be over tomorrow. Chapter 430, Golden Thread Ice Dragon. Muyu's hand chakra burst out and threw 3 kunai at Kirigakure. These 3 kunai did not have any changes in nature, but they were just 3 ordinary kunai, which made all the Kirigakure show fear and use various means to block the kunai from moving forward. But at this moment, a kunai was shot out from the big tree on their side. Some people noticed the sound of the kunai breaking through the air, but the kunai was shot very fast, and because the distance was not far, it instantly approached the Kirigakure ninjas. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Muyu used the flying thunder god kunai thrown by the shadow clone to instantly move to the side of the Kirigakure ninjas and threw out a shuriken. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Under the effect of the ninjutsu, the shuriken thrown by Muyu kept splitting and covered the Kirigakure like an impenetrable rain of arrows. Ice release, ice rock hall. No. The first person to react was Mizuno Tsukihan, who immediately condensed the ice release chakra to create a thick ice wall around himself. Other Kirigakure who reacted also used their own methods to defend or dodge, but most of them did not have the ability to block the close-range shuriken net. Some Kirigakure waved their swords to block 3 shuriken but were stabbed to death by more shurikens. Some Kirigakure tried to dodge with the instant body technique but were pierced by the shuriken because of their lack of speed. Mizuno Tsukihan frowned slightly. 2/3 of the Kirigakure died directly under Muyu's shuriken shadow clones, and there were also injured among the surviving Kirigakure. They actually created a shadow clone in advance and hid it nearby. Mizuno Tsukihan believed that Muyu must be defeated as soon as possible, otherwise the 7 ninja swordsmen and his subordinates would all be killed by Muyu in a short time. Ice release, cold wave. Mizuno Tsukihan converted a large amount of chakra into ice release chakra and then burst it all out in one breath, and a terrifying cold air appeared around his body. Crack. The ground around Mizuno Tsukihan was rapidly frozen. The living mist hidden sect was not affected by the ice release chakra under Mizuno Tsukihan's deliberate control, but the dead mist hidden sect was not taken care of. They were all frozen one by one, and the ice surface soon spread to Muyu's feet. Muyu directly entered the flame-breathing chakra mode and released high-temperature flames to offset the low-temperature cold air. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Mizuno Tsukihan was a little surprised to see Muyu standing still and blocking his cold wave. However, Mizuno Tsukihan didn't care too much. He didn't expect this ninjutsu to freeze the strong, and the speed of the cold air was not enough. The purpose of releasing this ninjutsu was not to use this ninjutsu to solve Muyu, but to pave the way for the next ninjutsu. If I had known, I would have gone back with Biwajuzo and the others. Kintai Fenyu regretted following Mizuno Tsukihan. It was thought that with Mizuno Tsukihan's strength, he should not be able to meet an opponent, but a ninja with a suspected golden flash jumped out. Kintai Fenyu can only hope that the enemy will be careless and not use Flying Thunder God to leave the range of the cold wave, so that Mizuno Tsukihan may seize the opportunity to severely injure the opponent. Thinking of this, Kintai Fenyu fired a chakra light ball at Muyu, actively restraining Muyu, and the other surviving mist-hidden village also took action. We have to find a way to get close and cut him with a knife. Tong Calibaran did not act with the others. He stared at Muyu, who used fire release to block the attack casually, and wanted to wait for the moment when Muyu showed a flaw to cut Muyu with a knife. If a ninja is killed, he will die, no matter how strong Muyu is. Muyu's body is not made of iron. If he is cut by him, he will be disabled if not killed. Ice release, ice dragon kill. Mizuno Tsukihan opened his mouth and spit out a large amount of ice release chakra, quickly forming an ice dragon around him. Then, under Mizuno Tsukihan's control, the ice cubes on the ground flew towards the ice dragon to enhance the power of the ice dragon. The ice dragon instantly became huge, so big that people could feel their own insignificance when looking at it. The ice around Muyu did not fly towards the ice dragon but gathered together to form an ice spike to pierce Muyu. Fortunately, we are not in the snow country. It feels like the sky's strength would be increased by half in the snow country, Obito complained while looking at the huge ice dragon. However, Obito felt that the final result would not be different. Although the environment can affect the combat effectiveness of ninjas, it also depends on who is the enemy. Mizuno Tsukihan has no chance of winning against the almighty Muyu Zainran, whether it is in the glacier or the desert. No, This guy's target is us. Kakashi found that the ice dragon suddenly turned and rushed towards them. Mizuno Tsukihan raised the corner of his mouth. After all, he is a ninja. At first, he asked to fight Muyu alone because he was excited to meet the ice ninja from other countries for the first time. In a real battle, he would definitely win by any means. He is not stupid. Although the ice dragon has a large attack range, it is still too difficult to hit Muyu with Flying Thunder God. Instead of aiming at Muyu, it is better to hit Kakashi and others directly to force Muyu to take his ice dragon. The sixth gate of the 8 gates, the Jin Gate, open. Might Dai saw this and directly opened the sixth gate of the 8 gates. Uncle Dai, don't worry. Kakashi shook his head and persuaded. Mizuno Tsukihan's attack was obviously not simple. Might Dai, who only opened the sixth gate, would definitely not be able to block it. Of course, there was no need for Might Dai to block it, because Muyu was still there. If Muyu was not there, Kakashi would have asked everyone to disperse at the first time. Not to mention that they were exhausted. Even if they were in their prime, they might not be able to block such a terrifying attack. But Muyu was there, and there were multiple enemies at the scene, so Kakashi chose to trust Muyu's judgment. If Muyu had any arrangements, she would have said it directly a long time ago, and Muyu didn't say anything, which meant that everything was still under Muyu's control. Since Kakashi and the others had Muyu's Flying Thunder God kunai on them, Muyu directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to their side. Mizuno Tsukihan showed an expression that was as expected. You lose because you are not ruthless enough. Mizuno Tsukihan thought he won. At this point in the battle, Mizuno Tsukihan has already found that he is not as strong as Muyu in terms of single combat power. If he really fights alone, he will most likely lose, but there is no if. In fact, he has the help of 4 Ninja Sword 7, as well as his own Chunin and Jonin subordinates, while Muyu only has injured and exhausted subordinates. If Mizuno Tsukihan and Muyu swap positions, he will choose to retreat, not only for himself, but also for the overall situation. If a few Jonin died, they would be transferred from the village. Once a strong man like him dies, it will have a significant impact on the entire battlefield. Step back a little. There may be a lot of broken ice later. Muyu condensed chakra and smiled at his disciples. Kakashi and others nodded and stepped back a few meters. Then Muyu looked at the huge ice dragon that was about to attack, and switched from the breath of fire to the breath of rock to enhance his physical ability. Muyu used the breath of rock to the extreme to open the transparent world, and then Muyu put his left hand in front of him and his right hand behind his waist, extending his index and middle fingers. Seeing this posture, Might Guy's eyes lit up instantly, and he could tell that Muyu was about to use the golden skyline with extremely powerful attack power. Such a big ice dragon can also use this move. Might Guy showed an excited expression. He had no doubt about Muyu's ability, and was looking forward to what kind of light Muyu's golden skyline would release under such an opponent. Golden skyline. After opening the transparent world, Muyu could accurately use every bit of strength, and he burst his chakra to complete everything and sprinted forward. When the dragon and Muyu were about to meet, all the ninjas on the field stared at the figure rushing towards the dragon. In front of the huge dragon, Muyu looked very small, as if he was a mantis trying to stop the wheel without knowing his own strength. At the moment of meeting the dragon, Muyu used his fingers to slash in the posture of drawing a sword. A beautiful golden line flashed by. Bang! Exclamation mark! A huge explosion sounded. White ice chips and dust spread rapidly, and ice cubes of different sizes flew around at high speed. Boom! Exclamation mark! Read the correct version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus underscore. The huge impact force caused the ground to explode and blast out holes one after another. The scattered aftermath of the impact blew the surrounding leaves and blew the ninja's hair backwards. Mizuno Tsukihan looked at the center of the explosion with disbelief. The huge ice dragon had disappeared, leaving only broken ice on the ground. How is it possible? The ice dragon kill that I released with all my strength was actually broken head-on, and it was still a physical skill. Mizuno Tsukihan found it difficult to accept this fact. An ice dragon as big as him could actually be broken by a physical skill. How could a simple physical skill have such power? The same physical skill as that green kid, but the power is completely different. King Typheniu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Might Guy's golden skyline had already shocked them enough. The first time he almost killed the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, and the second time he tore the protective net and broke the beheading sword under the siege of many people, and he could also beat Biwajuzo to lose his combat effectiveness. But Might Guy's golden skyline is nothing compared to Muyu's. If it was Muyu's golden skyline, none of the 7 ninja swordsmen would have survived. Although surprised, Mizuno Tsukihon still had the qualities of a strong man. He immediately wanted to use the instant body technique to move to another position and then run away. However, Miyu had already anticipated his idea. Mizuno Tsukihon was forced back by the wind blade released by Muyu's shadow clone just as he was about to retreat. Mizuno Tsukihon, who failed to escape in the first time, completely lost the qualification to escape because Muyu had already arrived in front of him. Ice escape middle. Hyogondo no, Mizuno Tsukihon, who had no hope of escaping, made his last effort to create an ice wall in front of himself. Crack! Muyu's fingers pierced through the ice wall and pierced Mizuno Tsukihon's body to finish it off. It's not that no one wanted to stop Muyu, but Muyu, who burst into full speed, couldn't stop him at all. How could it be, Lord Han? Actually, Mizuno Tsukihon's subordinates couldn't help but be a little distracted when they saw this scene. Although Mizuno Tsukihon has many problems, his strength is indeed strong enough. They did not expect that Mizuno Tsukihon would be killed so easily by Muyu. You have to practice harder. This kind of power is the real golden skyline. Might Guy burned with the desire to practice. Compared with Muyu's golden skyline, his golden skyline is much less powerful. Both his body and the proficiency of the moves need to be strengthened. This move is really strong. It is probably the most powerful physical technique in the ninja world. I just don't know which one is more powerful than the third Raikage's strongest spear. Kakashi sighed in his heart. The third Raikage's physical technique belongs to the lightning release ninja physical technique. The third Raikage's hell stab enjoys the reputation of the strongest spear in the ninja world, but Kakashi thinks that the golden skyline may not be worse than the hell stab. Thinking of this, Kakashi had a headache. How can the next civil war be fought? If Might Guy's 6 gates and rock-breathing chakra mode are normalized, I'm afraid they will have to fight together to have a chance to win. Go to hell. At the last moment, the wild man finally made a move. He seized the opportunity when Muyu's arm pierced the ice wall and suddenly jumped up and chopped at Muyu's neck. Whoosh! Muyu's body disappeared on the spot. The wild man's big knife chopped the ice wall fiercely, stirring up a burst of ice chips. The next moment, Muyu suddenly appeared next to the wild man with a kunai in his hand and stabbed the kunai into the wild man's heart. The wild man looked at Muyu in confusion and finally fell down with doubts. He didn't understand why Muyu could move to his side instantly until he died. Even though there was no flying thunder god kunai here, sometimes dead people are quite useful. Muyu glanced at Mizuno Tsukihon, who was also dead. When he killed Mizuno Tsukihon, he left the Flying Thunder God spell on Mizuno Tsukihon. King Typheniu watched Muyu kill Mizuno Tsukihon and then killed the wild man like a chicken. He couldn't help but touch his back, and then he found that his clothes were actually wet with sweat. Without hesitation, King Typheniu turned and ran. At this moment, he had no desire to fight. King Typheniu thought he still had hope of survival. Although he could not outrun Muyu, he could outrun other Mist Ninjas. King Typheniu had a good idea, but unfortunately he ran into Muyu. When the Mist Ninjas found something wrong and wanted to retreat, 2 shadow clones blocked the position and killed the fleeing Mist Ninjas, while King Typheniu was caught up by Muyu's real body and hit by the Rasengan in the chest and died directly. After killing all the enemies, Muyu quickly cleaned up the battlefield and put the bodies of the ninja swords and Mizuno Tsukikan and others into the scroll. Muyu was not going to hide this battle as before. First, the 7 ninja swordsmen and Mizuno Tsukikan were both heavyweights in the East Coast battlefield, and Konoha would pay much attention to them. Second, Muyu's apparent strength was not low, and he did not need to restrain and hide like before, and he could let his achievements spread out to increase his reputation. A ninja who obviously has strong strength but keeps a low profile will make people care more. Muyu's hiding is not a mindless low-key pig. What he wants is a hiding that is consistent with his identity, strength and personality, so that he will not be discovered. After cleaning up, Muyu rushed back to the camp with his disciples. His current strength is not enough to ignore everything on the battlefield. After all, no matter how strong the skills are, they still need chakra to use. After returning to the camp, Muyu checked the panel and found that the life mission rewards of some disciples had been settled. Chapter 431, Disciples Explode Gold Coins. Name, Hatake Kakashi. Live mission, true strength lies in protection. Main goal, protect your companions and everything you care about. Mission progress, 100%. Number of triggers remaining, 4. To Muyu's surprise, Kakashi's live mission progress was directly maxed out, making him the first disciple to have full progress in his life mission. However, considering that Kakashi's life mission is only settled once at 50%, Muyu thinks it is reasonable. Disciple Hatake Kakashi successfully protects his companions in a desperate situation and obtains progress rewards. Medium sword training experience, lightning attribute chakra nature change, mastery level, sword-related skill extraction scroll, mastery level, sword-related skill extraction scroll. Sword-related skills will definitely appear. Disciple Hatake Kakashi successfully protects his companions in a desperate situation and obtains progress rewards. Item upgrade scroll, lightning attribute skill extraction scroll middle.s+, mastery level, item upgrade scroll, can be used to upgrade some of the physical rewards awarded by the system. It turns out that there are S+ level lottery scrolls. Looking at the reward of 100% progress, Muyu was a little surprised. It was the first time he got a scroll of this level. Since there is S+, will there be SS or SSS? Muyu thought curiously. Muyu thought it was still possible. After all, there are double S potentials. But even if there is, the difficulty of obtaining it must be extraordinary. Otherwise it would not take so long to get an S+ level extraction scroll. Since there is already a mastery level lightning attribute chakra property change, the mastery level property change of the progress reward has become 3000 proficiency points, which has given Muyu a lot of lightning escape practice experience. After receiving the reward, Kakashi's live mission progress was reset to 0. Next, Muyu did not rush to use the extraction scroll, but looked at the life missions of other disciples. This time, it was not only Kakashi's mission progress that changed. Name, Might Guy, live mission, towards the strongest physical skills. Main goal, to become a top ninja who is good at physical skills, whether in strength or fame, to let all ninjas know that they can become strong even if they are not good at ninjutsu. Mission progress, 28%. Might Guy's mission progress span is not as good as Kakashi's, but it has also increased significantly. Not only has it triggered a settlement reward, but it is also close to the next settlement. Disciple Might Guy's strength and reputation have increased. He has walked a short distance on the road to being the strongest in physical skills and obtained progress rewards. Moderate physical fitness improvement, fist and foot related skill extraction scrolls. Mastery level, Evening Elephant, mastery level. Might Guy's progress reward is also quite good. Although the improvement of the physical fitness by moderate physical fitness is not obvious, it is reasonable to compare with Obito's 20% reward, which is only 1,400 chakras. Moreover, it is more difficult to obtain physical rewards than chakras. The extraction scrolls of fist and foot related skills should be related to Might Guy's main physical skills, just like Kakashi's reward is the extraction scrolls related to swords. In addition to Kakashi and Might Guy, Obito's life mission progress has also changed a little, but the increase is not too obvious and has not reached the level of settlement progress rewards. Muyu estimates that this incident will increase a little more after it is spread out. After all, reputation can also increase the chance of becoming Hokage. Then Muyu clicked on the item upgrade scroll. He didn't get many physical rewards from the system, but there were some. The more common ones were consumables such as kunai shuriken and secret medicine for cultivation, and then black framed glasses and 6-path staff. After clicking OK, A list of optional upgrades appeared on the panel. There were only 3 options: kunai shuriken and black-framed glasses. Muyu thought about it for a while and used it on black-framed glasses. If he could choose the six-path staff, he would definitely choose the six-path staff. The six-path staff itself is hard enough and has the ability to destroy ninjutsu. It is the strongest weapon in his hand at present. But compared with strengthening kunai shuriken, it is obviously better to strengthen black-framed glasses. According to the improvement of skill strengthening will not directly change the quality, but will only become stronger on the current basis. Strengthening ordinary kunai shuriken may not be as good as asking the ninjutsu master to make kunai shuriken with good materials. Although black-framed glasses do not have the ability to attack, they are also special props with special effects, allowing Muyu to use the white eyes without scruples. Item enhancement scroll has been used. Black-framed glasses have been enhanced successfully. Black-framed glasses can hide major changes in the whole body, increase intellectual temperament to a certain extent, and will never fall off or be damaged unless you take them off. From the head to the whole body, it is much more convenient to use the transformation. Muyu looked at the introduction of the enhanced black-framed glasses and showed a thoughtful expression. For Muyu, the transformation skill is not actually a combat skill, because Muyu's advantage over other ninjas is the high-level powerful skills on his body, and his combat power lies here. Muyu has not seen anyone with perfect level skills so far. The only one who has a combination of ninjutsu close to the perfect level is Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Muyu himself already has 4 perfect level skills, namely, the nature change of fire attribute chakra, armed color domineering, thunder breathing, and water breathing. These skills of his are not only highly proficient, but also localized from powerful means of other worlds, and he is ahead in intelligence before the battle begins. Copying other people's skills cannot effectively increase Muyu's strength limit. After all, the transformation scan is still limited by one's own proficiency. A high proficiency ability scan is incomplete, and a ninja with strong strength and much information consumes extra chakra. There are too many disadvantages for using it in a real battle of the same level, and he is not specialized in the transformation skill. Muyu only uses the transformation as an auxiliary skill to enrich the means. For example, the secret technique of the pig deer butterfly. If Muyu wants to torture someone, he can transform into Yamanaka Inoichi, which is very convenient. There is also Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, which can greatly enhance Muyu's medical ability. After the black-framed glasses were strengthened, Muyu thought of a new use of the transformation skill, that is, to use the transformation battle to confuse his potential enemies. For example, his ice escape is not strong, and he is even at the proficient level, but if he transforms into Mizunotsuki Kan to fight, his ice escape strength will be different. People who know his previous ice escape level will think that he has become so strong because of his hard practice of ice escape, which will create the illusion that Muyu attaches great importance to ice escape, which is equivalent to giving a wrong information. In the case of the enemy in the dark and I in the light, Muyu believes that this new use of transformation has certain strategic significance. Although he still has a few tricks up his sleeve, his own information will inevitably be exposed to Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu because he has to teach his disciples. Transmitting wrong information can make Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu misunderstand him, and it is easy to make mistakes when carrying out plans against him. After using the item enhancement scroll, Muyu prepared to draw the lottery. Before starting, Muyu washed her hands as before. Although it may not be really useful, it will make her feel better. Muyu first used the fist and foot related skills to extract the scroll that exploded from Might Guy. After clicking to confirm, a huge turntable appeared in front of Muyu, and he even saw some martial arts from the martial arts novels in his previous life. The fist and foot related skills extraction scroll has been consumed, and the skill, 6 styles, mastery level, has been obtained. When the pointer is completely stable, a large number of various training experiences related to the 6 styles appeared in Muyu's mind, but they are not the original versions of One Piece, but are localized in the ninja world and require the use of chakra. Although the system classifies the 6 styles as one skill, it is actually 6 physical skills, namely shaving, iron block, paper painting, moon step, storm kick, and finger gun. Miyu had obtained the skilled level shaving before. Since she rarely used it in battle due to her skilled level, she upgraded it this time. However, in terms of the instant body technique, Miyu still thinks that the water instant body technique is stronger, and the property change is not added in vain. Read the correct version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. But for someone like Might Guy who has a very hard time learning ninjutsu, shaving is still a good choice, and with the blessing of rock breathing, Might Guy's physical skills are stronger than ordinary physical skills. For Miyu, the greatest significance of the 6 styles is that they can enhance the anti-air ability of the disciples. Although the moon step of the 6 styles cannot make people fly in the sky in the true sense, it can also make people walk in the air for a short time. The scrolls for extracting sword-related skills have been consumed, and the skill, Fire Thunder God, mastery level, is obtained. Fire Thunder God is a thunder-breathing move created by Agatsuma Zenitsu in Demon Slayer by combining other thunder-breathing sword types. It has both speed and power, and it is also very handsome. It is a pretty good move. Finally, Miyu looked at the S+ level lightning attribute skill extraction scroll, which was the highest level extraction scroll he had obtained so far. Without hesitating for too long, Miyu quickly clicked to extract. No matter how good the extraction scroll was, it would be useless if he didn't extract it. Thunder attribute skill extraction scroll S+ has been consumed, and the skill, Wuxiang sword, mastery level, has been obtained. The moment the extraction was completed, Miyu's mind appeared with a huge amount of training experience, including various sword training experience and lightning attribute property change experience. The content was so much that Miyu felt that he had been concentrating on practicing the lightning escape sword technique for hundreds of years. Not to mention the skills themselves, the byproducts brought by the skills alone have made Miyu very satisfied. Not only did he have all kinds of sword experience, but his lightning attribute chakra property change even increased his proficiency by another 1000 points. Now Miyu's lightning attribute chakra property change proficiency has reached 5000 points. Although it is a little worse than Feng Shui, which has benefited from the system's mastery level, it is already ahead of most ninjas in the ninja world. After a simple memory sorting, Miyu went to find Orochimaru. Orochimaru was the commander of the battlefield, the highest-ranking ninja on the battlefield. In addition to the relationship with the root, Miyu had to report this incident to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, just now my disciples' team had an encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen. With the help of Might Guy, they killed the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon from the 7 ninja swordsmen and repelled the rest of the members. Miyu said straight to the point. Orochimaru was surprised and then showed a thoughtful look. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that all the team Miyu's disciples in were Chunin, and they were all Chunin who had just been promoted not long ago, and there was no ninja over 10 years old. As for Might Guy, Orochimaru didn't know him directly, but based on his surname, he could judge that he was related to Might Guy. Because of the previous formation of a new team, Orochimaru had a little impression of their team. But Orochimaru really didn't expect that they had the strength to defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen were a team composed of 7 outstanding mist-hidden ninjas. It seems that a group of extraordinary geniuses have appeared in Konoha, Orochimaru praised. Although it was unreasonable for a team of 7 Chunins to defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen, Orochimaru still believed it because the person who reported it was Miyu. There was no reason for Miyu to make up such a lie to fool him, unless Miyu's brain was abnormal. But from Orochimaru's observation, Miyu was not only normal, but also a very smart person. When the 7 ninja swordsmen retreated, I rushed to the scene to stop them from retreating, but at this time, Mizunotsuki-kan also arrived at the scene with the Kirigakure team. The injured Biwajuzo and Kurizen Kushimaru retreated under their cover. Miyu continued to report. Since he was not going to hide it this time, he would tell the whole process. Mizunotsuki-kan, Orochimaru's eyes flickered. This was not a simple character. Together with the 7 ninja swordsmen, Muyu and his disciples were equivalent to fighting a small battle between the elites of Kirigakure, except for the retreating Biwajuzo and Kurizen Kushimaru. I killed all the other Kirigakure on the spot, and seized 5 ninja swords. At the end, Muyu told his total victory. Looking at Muyu with a calm face, Orochimaru was a little curious about Muyu's battle process. According to Muyu's report, the battle just happened, and Muyu had no scars on his body, which means that Muyu killed Mizuno Tsukihan, 4 members of the Ninja Sword 7, and multiple Kirigakure without any injuries. Such fighting power was somewhat beyond Orochimaru's expectations. His expectation for Muyu was just to win against Mizuno Tsukihan or Hazuki Zangetsu. Muyu, you really gave me a big surprise, Orochimaru said with a faint smile on his face. Although this sudden encounter will affect Orochimaru's layout of Kirigakure, in general, this is a great victory that is enough for Konoha News to publish a separate issue. Just add a sentence like under the leadership of Orochimaru and Orochimaru can get a lot of credit. I really want to discuss some specific details with you, Muyu-jun, but now we need to hold an emergency combat meeting. Orochimaru stood up. This encounter had a significant impact on the entire battlefield on the east coast of the Land of Fire. The loss of a strong man like Mizuno Tsukihan and 5 elite members of the 7 ninja swordsmen was a heavy loss. Under such circumstances, Orochimaru's strategy of luring the enemy was unlikely to work, so Orochimaru had to change the overall combat strategy and take the initiative to force the Kirigakure to fight. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432, 10,000-Year-Old Genin, Elite Jonin. This time, Orochimaru did not summon all the Jonin of Konoha, but only summoned several Jonin who held important positions on the current battlefield. Small matters are handled in big meetings, and big matters are handled in small meetings, since the decisions made at the meeting will affect the final direction of the entire battlefield. The content of the meeting itself is confidential. In addition to Muyu, Orochimaru only invited 5 Jonin of Konoha to attend this important confidential meeting. These 5 Jonin are Hinata Hisashi, who is the leader of the Perception Team, and all members of Inoshikachu. It is worth mentioning that Narushikaku is the deputy commander of the team, and the last Jonin is the leader of the medical team responsible for logistics and medical care. Just today, the team of Muyu-jun might die, and Muyu-jun's disciples had an encounter with Mizuno Tsukihan and the 7 ninja swordsmen. Mizuno Tsukihan, Muli Jinpachi, Tong Kalyanbai Ren, Kurashiriga, King Taitheniu, Zigashan Puffer Ghost and other mist-hidden ninjas were killed on the spot. Among them, Zigashan Puffer Ghost was killed by Muyu-jun's disciples, and the rest of the ninjas were killed by Muyu-jun. Orochimaru did not keep the secret and directly told the results of Muyu and his team. Orochimaru did not use any exaggerated descriptions or rhetoric to polish, but simply narrated the results of Muyu's battle. All the ninjas in the tent except Orochimaru and Muyu had their pupils contracted and their faces showed shock that was difficult to conceal. In other words, it was Orochimaru, the commander of the army, who said this. If it were any other ninja, they would probably doubt the authenticity of this statement. There was no other reason, the content was too horrifying. It is like being in a war and suddenly knowing that one side has wiped out the other side's elite troops. It is like a dreamlike happiness. This feeling is especially obvious for a smart man like Narushikaku, because he clearly did not make any combat arrangements, but Muyu created such a result. Fighting a war is not about being strong, otherwise each village would not have to send so many ninjas. Just send a few top strong men and it would be done. If you are strong, you have to find people. If you can't find people, you can't kill the opponent no matter how strong you are, which involves other things related to the war. It's really a battle that takes both strength and luck into account. Narushikaku sighed inwardly. It was Muyu's luck to directly encounter the 7 ninja swordsmen and Mizuno Tsukihan who didn't bring many ninjas, and it was Muyu's strength to defeat them. Both are indispensable. Without one, It would be impossible to create such a result, and it might even be a loss for Konoha. It seems that we have to re-evaluate Hanyu Muiu's strength. His strength is probably not much worse than that of Lord Orochimaru. Maybe he can hold back Yagura on the battlefield. Naruto subconsciously thought of the tactical arrangement. Although there is some information about Muiu, there is a lot of uncertainty among ninjas. At the beginning, Naruto didn't know whether Muiu could beat Mizuno Tsukihan or Kizuki, but judging from Muiu's latest record, Muiu's strength is definitely much stronger than Mizuno Tsukihan and others. Otherwise it would be impossible to fight Mizuno Tsukihan and take away 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen at the same time, so Naruto estimated Muiu's combat power as a strong man who is slightly inferior to top strong men like Orochimaru and Yagura. What a scary record. Yamanaka Inoichi looked at Muiu with some surprise. In terms of age, Muiu is his junior, but he is afraid that he will never be able to surpass Muiu's record in his lifetime. After all, the secret technique of their Yamanaka clan is more auxiliary, and basically there will be no ninjas who are very strong in single combat, let alone him. Yamanaka Inoichi thought that even if the Inoshikacho of their generation were combined, they might not be able to do it. Yamanaka Inoichi was still very confident about their strength. It would be okay for them to work together to temporarily hold back Mizuno Tsukikan or Kizuki Zangetsu, but if they wanted to win, that was too much. If a few more ninja swordsmen 7 were added, they would definitely die miserably. Of course, it would be difficult for Orochimaru to achieve such a level of results in an encounter. It's not that Orochimaru lacks strength, but it's difficult to encounter such a situation. Great. Akimichi Choza gave Muiu a thumbs up. He didn't associate the results of Muiu's encounter with the impact on the entire battlefield. He just felt that Muiu, who could defeat so many strong men, was very strong. Hisashi Hinata looked at Muiu with admiration. Although he had basically no impression of Muiu before today, this did not prevent Hisashi Hinata from admiring Muiu now. The ninja world has always been a place where the strong are respected. Muiu not only showed great strength, but also made great contributions to Konoha. It was difficult for Hisashi Hinata not to admire Muiu. If he had the strength of Muiu, perhaps the Hyuga family could have achieved some changes. Orochimaru was not surprised by the surprised expressions of the ninjas present. This was information that even he could not help but be surprised by. Before discussing the next battle plan, I would like to ask Muiu-kun how many of your disciples can still exert their full combat power, and to what extent Might Dai can fight again. Orochimaru looked at Muiu and asked. It was not only Muiu who performed amazingly in this encounter, but also Muiu's disciples and Might Dai. They were all Chunin, but they fought back the 7 ninja swordsmen head-on without a significant difference in numbers and even killed one of them. If Muiu's disciples were not injured, it means that Orochimaru has a team that can rival the 7 ninja swordsmen. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Naruto showed a thoughtful expression. Originally, he did not pay too much attention to Might Dai and the team of Muiu's disciples in Orochimaru's words. As the deputy commander of the team, Naruto had already memorized the teams with strong combat capabilities, and the team Kakashi and his team were obviously not among them. And if Naruto remembered correctly, Might Dai seemed to be a 10,000-year-old genin with a bad reputation in Konoha village. But according to Orochimaru's special question, perhaps Kakashi, Might Dai and the others made a lot of efforts in the battle, and they were not just pendants that were carried away. The other jonins looked at Orochimaru with some confusion, not quite understanding why Orochimaru mentioned Kakashi, Might Dai and the others. It was okay for those who didn't know Might Dai, but it was even more strange for those who knew Might Dai. After all, who would have known that a 10,000-year-old genin actually mastered the terrifying forbidden technique of the 8 gates? Although he was confused, no one interrupted him. Just listen honestly when you don't understand. Shisui, Obito, and Nohara Rin should be able to recover their combat effectiveness after about 10 days of recuperation. Kakashi's condition is more serious and he needs to recover for at least 3 weeks. Kai's condition is the most serious and he cannot participate in the battle for at least 1.5 months. I plan to send Kai back to Konoha for recuperation. Miyu thought for a while and replied. Although Obito, Nohara-rin, and Shisui looked miserable, they were basically just external injuries. With the help of medical ninjutsu, they recovered quickly. Kakashi was different, although he didn't look injured. When he used the Thunderbolt flash speed at the end, Kakashi squeezed his body's strength like the markings in the original Demon Slayer, which caused a lot of pressure on his body, so he needed to recuperate for a longer time. Not to mention Might Guy, the 8 gates of ninjutsu is a forbidden technique with powerful side effects. Might Guy also forcibly opened the 6 gates that he couldn't bear, and at the same time superimposed the rock-breathing chakra mode, which directly increased the pressure on his body. If it weren't for the good effect of rock breathing and Might Guy's hard work, a normal Chunin would definitely not be able to withstand such horrible pressure, and every punch would break bones. The fact that they were able to repel the 7 ninja swordsmen this time was actually an extraordinary burst, and they don't normally have such strength. Miyu explained briefly. This time it was mainly Might Guy who was in the C position, but Might Guy needs to practice for a while before he can transform the gains from this life-and-death battle. As for Senior Dai, he can block 2 7 ninja swordsmen at the same time with his full burst, but the burst time cannot be too long. If Might Guy opens the Death Gate, he can beat up the entire 7 ninja swordsmen by himself, but this extreme method of the Death Gate cannot be used as a normal combat force. After listening to Miyu's explanation, Narashikaku was shocked again. The development of this encounter was completely different from what he imagined. He thought that Miyu had not been assigned a combat mission and went out with the disciples, and then met Mizuno Tsukihan with the 7 ninja swordsmen. The two sides fought a battle. Miyu killed Mizuno Tsukihan and other mist hidden ninjas, and Miyu's disciples killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon who was injured by Miyu. Biwajuzo and Kurosha and Kushimaru took advantage of the chaos and ran away and were not caught. This is the most reasonable battle process that Narashikaku has based on the final battle results described by Orochimaru. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time, but according to what Miyu said just now, the correct process should be that Miyu's disciples team went on a mission, and they were unlucky and encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen who broke out in a battle. Miyu's disciples team plus Might Guy broke out and gained a certain advantage to kill the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon and repel the 7 ninja swordsmen. At this time, Miyu and Mizuno Tsukihan arrived together, and then there was the amazing result behind. After the reasoning, Narashikaku was really a little bit overwhelmed. He didn't even know that there were so many strong people on his side of the battlefield. This is the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Kirigakure. An ninja team that can fight him head-on is strong enough even with the factor of extraordinary burst. Might Guy. Narashikaku silently recited this name in his heart. He planned to take time to meet this ninja after the meeting. He really didn't expect that this legendary 10,000-year-old genin actually had the strength to rival 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The expressions of the other ninjas were also surprised and confused. Yamanaka Inoichi sighed in his heart that the young are formidable. Even Miyu's disciples have such strength. You know, Miyu himself is only 20 years old. How old can his disciples be? That 10,000-year-old genin actually has such strength. The squad leader of the medical class was very shocked. Although Might Guy has been promoted to Chunin for some time, because his previous deeds have been widely circulated, the ninjas who know Might Guy still have the first impression of him as a 10,000-year-old genin. However, the medical class leader believed that this situation would be changed after the encounter was spread. When talking about Might Guy in the future, everyone would first think of him as a Chunin who fought against 7 ninjas in the battle with the 7 ninja swordsmen. I see. Orochimaru nodded and gave up the idea of letting Kakashi and others form an elite assassination team. According to the intelligence given by Miyu, the main combat force of the team is Might Guy, followed by Kakashi, and then the others. Since the strongest Might Guy and Kakashi have to rest for such a long time, it will be difficult to use them in the next war. Orochimaru's initial battle plan was to use Konoha's previous weakness in the East Coast battlefield to disguise and actively expose the location of the camp to attract Kirigakure to launch a large-scale attack. But Kirigakure is not stupid. If they lose multiple elite ninjas in one breath, they will definitely not fall for Orochimaru's strategy of luring the enemy, because the premise of Orochimaru's plan is that Kirigakure thinks that Konoha's ninja power in the East Coast battlefield is very weak, and they can gather troops to eliminate a large number of Konoha's living forces in one breath to wear down Konoha's overall strength. Now Muyu not only killed the well-known strongman of the Snow Clan, Mizunotsuki Han, but also killed the assassination team of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Kirigakure into 2 ninja swordsmen. In this case, Kirigakure will not think that Konoha is weak. So Orochimaru's latest plan is to be extremely provocative, sending a large number of forces to hunt down Kirigakure ninjas as much as possible to find the base camp of Kirigakure ninjas, forcing Kirigakure and Konoha to fight. If there is a team that can match the 7 ninja swordsmen, Orochimaru will certainly send them to the battlefield to hunt down Kirigakure without hesitation. It is inevitable to get injured after such a big battle. I will report your contributions to the top. Orochimaru did not show regret but comforted Muyu. After all, it is not a desperate situation now. Orochimaru will not let the unrecovered ninjas go to the battlefield to fight. Since there is no way to use them, it is better to say a few good words to brush Muyu's favor. Although Orochimaru looks very cold and difficult to approach, it does not mean that Orochimaru does not know the so-called art of controlling people. However, in most cases, there are few ninjas who can match Orochimaru's skills in controlling people. Muyu is just the ninja that Orochimaru needs to think about. Not only is he strong enough to do things well, but he is also a root ninja. He is an ideal subordinate for Orochimaru. Orochimaru has been thinking about how to dig Muyu to his side. If he wants to become a Hokage, an excellent confidant is indispensable. Muyu is not his person yet. He can only be regarded as a helper temporarily lent to him by Shimura Danzo. Although he has in-depth cooperation with Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru is very clear about this. He does not want to be restricted too much by Shimura Danzo after becoming Hokage. Cooperation is fine, but if Shimura Danzo still wants to be on an equal footing with him after he becomes Hokage, he is really thinking too much. Orochimaru has great confidence in digging people. Shimura Danzo is too familiar with the tricks played by the root ninjas. After all, Orochimaru is also a high-level member of the root. Orochimaru thought that he only needed to help Muyu discover the true identity of Shimura Danzo, who is devoted to Konoha, and then show his personal charm, and Muyu would have a high chance to switch sides with him. Next, Orochimaru and Narashikaku formally discussed the specific plan of the battle, most of which was discussed by the two of them, and the rest of the people just added various details. Chapter 433 The Mysterious Powerful Man. After returning to the camp, Biwajuzo, who was more seriously injured, went directly to find a medical ninja for treatment, while Kaizen Kushimaru, who was less injured, reported the mission situation before Karuji Agura. When we were on the mission, we encountered a powerful Konoha team. The other side had one more person than us. We fought hard but were ultimately defeated. During the battle, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost was killed. Kaizen Kushimaru said in a deep voice. Kirigakure is a ninja village with cruel rules, so Kaizen Kushimaru had to try his best to use the art of language to reduce the impact of their mission failure. In a sense, Kaizen Kushimaru did not lie. Kakashi did have one more person than them, although not everyone in Kakashi's team played a big role. Zigashan Puffer Ghost did not sacrifice in vain. Several ninjas in the Konoha team were also seriously injured by us. However, since we suffered more casualties, in order not to affect the battle situation, we finally chose to retreat. But at this time a ninja who mastered ice escape came to stop us. Fortunately, Lord Han also came to support us. Because Biwajuzo and I were seriously injured, we retreated back to the camp in advance, and the rest of the ninja swordsmen worked with Lord Han to deal with the Konoha ninjas. Kaizen Kushimaru briefly recounted the whole process of the battle. Kaizen Kushimaru thought that this mission should not be a big problem. Although a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen was lost, the loss on the Konoha side was definitely greater. You know, that is a genius team that can defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen head-on. If they don't die, their future strength is visible to the naked eye. What ninjas are there in the powerful Konoha team? pig deer butterfly. Kujiagura thought for a while and asked. The 7 ninja swordsmen who were fully dispatched were a big card of Kirigakure. There were few Konoha teams that could defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen on the East Coast battlefield. Kujiagura thought that only Inoshikacho or Orochimaru could lead the team, but if Orochimaru led the team, the battle would not be a lose-lose situation. So Kujiagura asked Inoshikacho directly. Kurosaki Kashimaru's face under the mask was a little embarrassed, but he still honestly told the rankings of Kakashi and others. There are Kakashi Hitake, Might Guy, Akaya Obito and other Konoha super geniuses. Although Shisui's performance was also amazing, Kurosaki Kashimaru didn't know Shisui's name. Kujiagura's face flashed a look of surprise. This was not slightly different from what he imagined, but it was completely unrelated. As one of the top leaders of Kirigakure, Kujiagura was not unfamiliar with these 3 names. He had read the report of the Yuanchai leading the team to participate in the Chunin exam, and knew that these 3 people were geniuses who appeared in Konoha's Chunin exam, and even defeated several young geniuses that Kirigakure specially found. You mean you lost to a few Konoha ninjas who just became Chunin for less than 2 years? Yagura Kujitsu's eyes became sharp. Yagura Kujitsu knew that Kakashi and the others were geniuses, but this was not the reason for the failure of the 7 ninja swordsmen. You have to know that the 7 ninja swordsmen were already famous ninjas, and genius was only their last stage. Feeling the strong sense of oppression coming from Yagura Kujitsu, Kashimaru couldn't help sweating on his forehead. Unlike their debut as a group, Yagura Kujitsu was a real strong man who could shock the ninja world and had a great chance of becoming the 4th generation Mizukage. Lord Yagura, our intelligence is behind. Their current strength is much stronger than during the Chunin exam, especially Might Guy. Might Guy has mastered a powerful physical technique called Golden Skyline. He only used it twice in battle. The first time, he severely injured the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, and he recovered his combat effectiveness with Samada's treatment. The second time, he smashed the beheading sword and almost killed Biwajuzo. Kashimaru explained with a stiff face. Although he could get away with it with lies, the bodies had to be recovered after the battle. If he found out that the Zagashan Puffer Ghost's memory was different from what he said, he would really be in trouble. So Kaizen Kashimaru could only try his best to explain with facts. Not all of them are genius ninjas. There is also a middle-aged taijutsu ninja. If he hadn't blocked Tonkalia Baron and Kurashiriga, we would have been able to kill Might Guy and the others. Goji Yagura showed a thoughtful expression. Although the defeat of the 7 ninja swordsmen was infuriating, the information revealed in it was terrifying. Several 10-year-old genius ninjas actually had the ability to compete with the 7 ninja swordsmen. If they were like this at the age of 10, what would happen when they grow up? But if Mizunotsuki-kan is here, they shouldn't be able to leave. Thinking of this, Goji Yagura calmed down. No matter how promising the future is, it is still a matter of the future. As long as they are all killed before reaching the future and have no future, the problem will be solved. Although Mizunotsuki-kan is not good at doing things, Goji Yagura still recognizes Mizunotsuki-kan's strength. He was originally brainless. If he was not strong enough, how could he have stayed in Kirigakure for so long and become the patriarch of the ninja clan? After asking some details, Yagura Kujira sent Kaizen Kashimaru to be treated, and then sent Kirigakure to check the situation at the battle site. However, when the intelligence officer sent by Yagura Kujira came back, he got a piece of information that he had never expected. Lord Han is missing, and Zagashan Pufferfish and other 5 ninja swordsmen are missing. There are only corpses of village ninjas on the battlefield. The intelligence officer Kirigakure reported in a low voice. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at Yagura Kujira's face, because he knew Yagura Kujira would be very angry now. Mizunotsuki-han is missing? Yagura Kujira looked at the intelligence officer Kirigakure expressionlessly, and his tightly clenched fist showed that his heart was not as calm as he looked on the surface. The intelligence officer Kirigakure nodded. There are traces of Lord Han's ice escape on the battlefield, and there is a lot of broken ice on the ground. Yagura Kujira let the intelligence officer Kirigakure leave with a stern face. Mizunotsuki-kan, You are a useless person who is not good at anything but always makes trouble. Gotachi Yagura couldn't help cursing in his heart. Missing is just a nice way of saying it. There are only two possibilities for missing on the battlefield. The first possibility is that he has become a deserter and defected, and the second possibility is that he was killed or captured by the enemy. With Mizuno Tsuki-kan's identity, of course he would not defect. He is the patriarch of the ninja clan and one of the vested interests of the ninja village. Mizuno Tsuki-kan has no reason to defect. Since he did not defect, he was killed or captured. With Mizuno Tsuki-kan's strength, it should not be possible to capture him alive. So in Gotachi Yagura's mind, Mizuno Tsuki-kan is already dead. Gotachi Yagura is really hard to hold back, because it is not only Mizuno Tsuki-kan who died, but also 5 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If the 7 ninja swordsmen were to die with 5 remaining, it would basically be useless, and the remaining 2 could only be used as stronger jonin. The dead Mizuno Tsuki-kan plus the 7 ninja swordsmen, which existed in name only, meant that they, Kirigakure, had lost 2 big cards at once. This is not good for us. Who is the ninja who killed Mizuno Tsuki-han? Is there a strong man who can use ice escape in Konoha? Goji Yagura's expression became gloomy. He now wanted to revive Mizuno Tsuki-han and beat him up again, and he also wanted to send the remaining Biwajuzo and Kurizen Kushimaru away so that the 7 ninja swordsmen could go down together. Although it was just a simple encounter, it ruined all the advantages of their Kirigakure in the Land of Fire, and even put them in a considerable disadvantage. Mizuno Tsuki-han's death was not just as simple as losing a strong man. Mizuno Tsuki-han had many arrangements of Kirigakure in his mind, including the location of the camp, the supply route, and the combat plan. Because of Mizuno Tsuki-han's death, Goji Yagura must immediately change all the arrangements of Kirigakure in the East Coast battlefield. This is not a small project. Feeling the terrifying murderous aura in the tent, Kirigakure, who was guarding outside, couldn't help but sweat, and mourned for the people who provoked Goji Yagura for 0.1 second. Although Yagura Kujira really wanted to kill people to vent his anger, he knew that this was not the time to punish his subordinates. Yagura Kujira quickly ordered to adjust the strategy and summoned Biwajuzo and Kushimaru to ask for details. Yagura Kujira must first know who the ninja who killed Mizuno Tsuki-kan was. If it was Orochimaru or Ino Shikacho, it would be fine, but if it was not them, it meant that a new Konoha strongman had come to the battlefield. I didn't see what he looked like. I only saw the ice escape ninjutsu he released. Biwajuzo shook his head and said. Kushimaru also nodded. They left too early. Yagura Kujira's face darkened, and he struggled not to put his fist on their faces. Ace assassination team, waste team. Kushimaru looked at Yagura Kujira, who was so angry that he was very confused. He didn't understand who had offended this battlefield commander. He was fine not long ago. What happened? Kurokirya and the others haven't come back yet? Biwajuzo suddenly remembered something. It is rare for ninjas to have a day and night war. It has been a while since they left the battlefield, so the battle should have ended. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. They can't come back. If nothing unexpected happens, they will all be killed by Konoha ninjas. Kuji Yagura said coldly. You are lucky because you escaped death due to injuries. Kuji Yagura did not hide the sarcasm in his words. He was really angry. With such a loss of battle, he didn't even know who the opponent was. How could he fight? Just the information of ice escape could not locate any Konoha strongman, because there was no Konoha strongman known to use ice escape. Biwajuzo and Kurizen Kushimaru looked at each other, and saw shock in each other's eyes. They never thought that Mizuno Tsuki-han and the others were dead. What kind of strength could kill them all? Could it be that Orochimaru also came on the scene later? Are there any other geniuses worth noting in that genius team? Asked Yagura. Since Mizuno Tsuki-han died, those genius ninjas are likely to have survived. Yagura had to update their information and raise their priority. There is also an Uchiha ninja who is younger than Uchiha Obito and is also very talented. Kushimaru quickly drew a sketch of Shisui based on his memory and handed it to Yagura. After accepting the sketch, Yagura asked a few more questions. Seeing that he could not get much useful information from the two, he asked them to retreat and recuperate. Yagura quickly adjusted the layout of Kirigakure and reported the latest intelligence to Kirigakure. His side was not strong enough, and if he wanted to continue to succeed on the battlefield on the East Coast, he could only ask Kirigakure for support. Otherwise, the living space would be gradually compressed by the Konoha ninja troops until they were driven out of the Land of Fire. Yagura believed that Kirigakure had to send reinforcements to continue fighting Konoha, because this was really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Normally, if they encounter a defeat of this level, they can prepare to return to their homeland. But Kirigakure's opponent is Konoha, which is under siege. Konoha is now in a state of multi-front warfare. If Kirigakure retreats, Konoha will not be able to pursue, let alone invade the land of water on the sea. In other words, Kirigakure can go to war without any scruples, and even if it loses to Konoha, it does not have to worry about being asked for compensation. If Konoha really dares to ask Kirigakure to continue to consume with him, it will see if Konoha can consume 3 major ninja villages. Hokage Building, Conference Room. At this time, all the 4 top leaders of Konoha gathered in the conference room. This Hanyu Muayu actually killed 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen while fighting Mizunotsuki-kan. I'm afraid that even if Minato comes, he can't do better, Mito Kato-en exclaimed. They were discussing the latest battle report sent from the front line. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his goatee with a smile. Although he knew Muayu's strength, he did not expect Muayu to create such a dazzling result in a short time. Hiruzen, if you had sent Muyu to the battlefield as I said earlier, the war situation would definitely be much better than it is now. At this time, Danzo Shimura couldn't help but say something to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had long wanted Muyu to help Orochimaru make achievements, but was always rejected by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Muyu is an excellent root member I trained. I know very well where he can play a role, Danzo Shimura emphasized. Mito Kato-en and Uchiha Koharu looked at Danzo Shimura with some surprise. They didn't expect that Muyu was trained by Danzo Shimura. First of all, Muyu was not suitable for the battlefield at that time. Secondly, Muyu's current strength mainly depends on his own efforts, not your training. Did you teach him the combination ninjutsu, Danzo, or did you teach him the Flying Thunder God technique? Hiruzen Sarutobi retorted. He taught Muyu ninjutsu but didn't say that Muyu was trained by him. Danzo Shimura said that Muyu was trained by him just to flatter himself. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, Muyu is mainly talented enough and works hard enough, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also provides enough resources, which is why Muyu is what she is today. As for the root, it is purely restricting Muyu's development. Otherwise how could Muyu grow faster after leaving the root? Muyu has laid a solid foundation in the root, Shimura Danzo said stubbornly. Of course, he knew that Muyu's current strength had nothing to do with the root, and it was only after Sarutobi Hiruzen trained her that her strength soared. However, he must have a share of the credit for training Muyu. After all, Muyu is still a root ninja, although it was trained in violation of regulations. Seeing Shimura Danzo say this, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not refute it. After all, when Muyu just came out of the root, she was also an elite among the Jonin. After a simple quarrel, they continued the meeting to discuss whether to spread Muyu's deeds to increase morale or to conceal it temporarily and let Muyu be a surprise soldier. Chapter 434, War Merit Rewards. I think this battle can be publicized, just like the last time Minato Namikaze tied with the ab combination. Shimura Danzo was the first to express his thoughts. It can not only make the village's ninjas more confident about the future of the war, but also deter our hostile ninja villages. Muyu is a ninja from the root. Shimura Danzo believes that it is more beneficial for Muyu to gain a greater reputation and gain a higher status and more power in Konoha. After all, he is the leader of the root organization that Muyu respects the most. How can Muyu refuse the arrangement he ordered? It is true that it can increase morale, but can the increase in morale really compare to the role played by Hanyu Muyu as a surprise soldier? Uchiha Koharu expressed a different opinion. This time he killed 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen and also killed Mizunotsuki-kan. If there are a few more such results, Konoha will not worry about not being able to win the war. Uchiha Koharu believes that Konoha not only cannot help Muyu spread his achievements, but also has to let the ninjas below keep secrets and let Muyu be a killer hidden in the dark. Have you not been to the battlefield for too long? Such a result cannot be achieved by strength alone, Shimura Danzo said bluntly. Although they were both insulting people, Shimura Danzo's insults to Uchiha Koharu and to Sarutobi Hiruzen were somewhat different. The main reason why Shimura Danzo insulted Sarutobi Hiruzen was because he was unhappy about Sarutobi Hiruzen's suppression of him. He insulted Uchiha Koharu because Shimura Danzo knew this old classmate too well. Uchiha Koharu, like him, was a ninja who devoted herself to Konoha. As long as the starting point was towards Konoha or the final result was beneficial to Konoha, Uchiha Koharu would not care about the details. His more intense words made it easier for Uchiha Koharu to understand his sincerity to Konoha. After thinking about it carefully, Uchiha Koharu did not refute Shimura Danzo's words. She had indeed not been to the battlefield for quite a long time. After all, after Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, she was promoted to a high-level official in Konoha. A powerful ninja village like Konoha rarely needs high-level officials to go out. Seeing Uchiha Koharu's reaction, Shimura Danzo nodded silently in his heart. If he could deal with Uchiha Koharu, he would be able to deal with Mitokado-en. The two usually advance and retreat together. In fact, Shimura Danzo did not think highly of the two of them. Although they could all be regarded as disciples of the second Hokage, Shimura Danzo only had Sarutobi Hiruzen in his eyes, and he thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a ninja of the same level as him. The fact was just as he thought. After becoming the top leaders of Konoha, Mitokado-en and Uchiha Koharu rarely had their own opinions. If they just had no opinions, it would be fine. They were still Sarutobi Hiruzen's yes men, which made Shimura Danzo very unhappy, because this meant that he was isolated and helpless during the high-level meeting. However, Shimura Danzo knew that this was not because he was incompetent, but because Sarutobi Hiruzen was the third Hokage, and he was just the Hokage's assistant. If the identities were reversed, then Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado-en would be his yes men. Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who did not speak. With the personalities of Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado-en, even if they acquiesced at this moment, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a logical reason to oppose, they would immediately support Sarutobi Hiruzen. So Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion was very important. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak immediately after sensing Shimura Danzo's gaze, but took a deep breath from his pipe and exhaled wisps of white smoke. The question of whether to publicize the achievements was not worth Sarutobi Hiruzen's thinking for too long. He was thinking about other issues, one of which was the strength of the current Konoha Hokage candidates. The weakest one at the moment was Tsunade, who did not go to the front line to participate in the war, while Orochimaru and Jiraiya were currently evenly matched. Jiraiya's voice was ahead of all other candidates when he won a great victory in the battlefield of the Land of Grass, but as Orochimaru made contributions in the battlefield of the Land of Hot Water, he gradually caught up with Jiraiya. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the current Hokage, had the absolute right to choose the next Hokage, he could not ignore the voices within Konoha. Because the first Hokage was elected by all Konoha ninjas, if Sarutobi Hiruzen chose someone who no one recognized as the Hokage, it might cause some damage to the nobleness of the Hokage. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a person who does not know the importance of the matter. If he thinks that the person with a high voice is not suitable to be the Hokage, he will appoint the person who suits the Hokage in his mind, even if it will damage the nobleness of the Hokage. Jiraiya, why don't you want to be the Hokage? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart. If Jiraiya is willing to become the Hokage, he won't have to think so much. He has already arranged the way for Jiraiya. But Jiraiya is unwilling to go. From Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, it is difficult for him to understand Jiraiya's choice. This is the position of Konoha's Hokage, with supreme power. Although the Hokage is nominally one level lower than the daimyo of the Land of Fire, in fact, the two are on an equal footing, and the daimyo of the land of fire cannot order the Hokage to do something he doesn't want to do. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Muyu. If Muyu was born 5 or 6 years earlier, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not hesitate to accept Muyu as his apprentice and train Muyu in the direction of Hokage. Muyu is Sarutobi Hiruzen's ideal apprentice. Like him, she has a talent for ninjutsu that is far beyond ordinary people. She is gentle and humble, has a deep understanding of the will of fire, and even has unparalleled teaching ability. She is simply an enhanced version of him when he was young. Thinking about Muyu's personality, and then thinking about the personalities of his 3 disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that it was really annoying to compare people. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled white smoke and took off the pipe. Even if we conceal the information, such a record is difficult to replicate. Moreover, 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen have escaped. The Kirigakure will soon know about this. In this case, it is meaningless to conceal it deliberately. Let's mobilize our forces to publicize this victory. Muyu's achievements on the battlefield have far exceeded Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations. When he fought with the Sand Village hero Ikang before, he asked Muyu to conceal it once because he took into account the face of the Sand Village. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not going to wrong Muyu again. Muyu's current fame is too inconsistent with his strength. After Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kato also agreed, and Shimura Danzo showed a satisfied smile on his face. How should this Might Dai be rewarded? Let him be promoted to a jonin? But he doesn't seem to know ninjutsu. It seems a bit against the rules to let someone who doesn't know ninjutsu become a jonin, Mito Kato said after taking a look at the information in his hand. Konoha is very strict in selecting jonin. In peacetime, jonin not only have to have achievements that meet the requirements for promotion, but also have to pass various tests to complete the promotion. Those who fail to pass the test must continue to study until they pass the test before they can be promoted. Although it is not so strict during the war, Might Dai is not partial to one subject, but only knows one subject. This is unprecedented in Konoha, so Mito Kato said it is against the rules. Then let him be a special jonin. Anyway, he is only good at physical skills, and it has not been long since he was promoted to chunin. This is already considered a special promotion. Koharu Uchiha looked at Might Dai's information and said, it must be that his contribution this time is really not small, otherwise Koharu Uchiha would not want to promote Might Dai. He obviously mastered such a powerful forbidden technique, but he has not used it for a long time to disguise himself as a 10,000-year-old genin. She can see that he is a ninja without the will of fire. Shimura Danzo closed his mouth and did not speak. It was none of his business what Might Dai was promoted to. Rules are dead. Konoha has changed the rules from the beginning to now. Whether it is ninjutsu, taijutsu or genjutsu, they are all part of the ninja's strength. Might Dai is able to fight 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. This strength is enough to become a jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed the opposite opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Might Dai and had a brief fight with him once, so Sarutobi Hiruzen roughly knew what kind of person Might Dai was. He thought that with the character shown by Might Dai, it would be no problem for him to become a jonin of Konoha. Moreover, Might Dai did make a great contribution this time. If it were not for Might Dai's timely support, Kakashi and his team would not have been able to repel the 7 ninja swordsmen, nor would they have been able to hold on until Muyu arrived, and there would have been no great victory this time. Hiruzen, you make sense. Sometimes you really can't follow the rules rigidly. Mito Kato showed an expression of agreement. Then promote to jonin. Uchiha Koharu also changed his words. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but flash a look of disdain in his eyes. If it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who refuted his opinion, he would have to argue with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since Might Dai is promoted to jonin, what should we do with Hotai Kakashi and Might Dai? Mito Kato spoke again. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. Among the few people, except Hotai Kakashi, most of them were promoted to chunin in the past 2 years. Among them, Shiranui Genma, Ebisu and Uchiha Shisui were promoted to chunin this year. If Kakashi and others were also promoted to jonin, it would be a bit scary. Konoha would have several young jonins. Shisui was even only 8 years old this year. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a thoughtful expression and then said, "Take Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Might Guy will go back to the village to conduct jonin inspections. After passing, they can be promoted to jonin. Nohara-rin will be promoted directly to special jonin. The rest will remain unchanged for the time being." It is very simple that Ebisu and Shire and Uegenma are not on the promotion list. Although they have worked hard, they are basically just plain soy sauce in the battle and do not have the strength to be promoted to jonin. It is a terrible thing that a ninja's strength does not match his ninja level. It will not only affect the reputation of the ninja village, but also make it easier for the ninja to die in the mission. Although Uchiha Shisui is strong enough, his achievements are not good. He has done too few missions to meet the requirements of a jonin. Treating Nohara-rin differently from Obito is also a matter of strength. Nohara-rin's current strength is not enough to serve as a jonin, but her outstanding medical ability and achievements are enough to directly promote her to a special jonin. Mito Kato-en and Utate Koharu both showed an expression of approval. Sarutobi Hiruzen has taken all aspects into consideration. After the meeting, Muyu visited the injured disciples. This time, every disciple was injured. It was just a matter of severity. Teacher Muyu. After seeing Muyu, Obito waved happily. Shisui was not as passionate as Obito and sat up to greet Muyu. Kakashi sat up slightly and greeted Muyu softly. Might Guy was too seriously injured to raise his head slightly to find Muyu's position and then greeted Muyu with a weak voice. "Are you alright?" Muyu smiled warmly, then walked to the disciples and checked their bodies again. This time, Muyu used the transformation to become Tsunade to check on the disciples, and then treated the disciples again. Because she was wearing black-framed glasses, none of the disciples noticed the changes in Muyu, and they only felt that their bodies had recovered a little under Muyu's treatment. Teacher Muyu's medical ninjutsu has improved a lot. Kakashi, who was receiving treatment, was a little surprised. As the disciples became stronger and stronger, it was inevitable that they would get injured during practice and combat. Most of the time, it was Muyu who treated them, and Nohara-rin was only responsible for assisting, so Kakashi was also clear about Muyu's level of medical ninjutsu. At a certain time, Muyu's medical ninjutsu made great progress. According to Muyu herself, it was the result of learning from Tsunade. This time, Muyu's progress was obvious, and even Kakashi, a ninja who didn't know medical ninjutsu, could notice it. Teacher Muyu is indeed a genius who developed the armed color and breathing method. Kakashi attributed the progress to Muyu's talent and hard work. He did not deny that Tsunade had contributed to this, but he thought that it was mainly because Muyu was good enough. Otherwise, if Tsunade opened a medical ninja training class, wouldn't she be able to train a bunch of medical ninjas at the level of Tsunade? Teacher Muyu, when can we recover? Obito couldn't help asking. Although he showed his ability against the 7 ninja swordsmen, it happened to be the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon that he killed in cooperation with Kakashi. Obito wanted to suppress Kakashi, so he wanted to recover as soon as possible and continue to fight. Shisui and Zealan can recover in 10 days. Kakashi will need 3 weeks, and Kai will need 1.5 months. Muyu thought for a while and replied, although Tsunade's medical ability is very strong, in order to prevent the students' health from being exposed, Muyu is still prepared to let them rest for a while. It takes so long. Might Guy's eyes widened. You can do rehabilitation exercises after half a month of rest. Just don't be too radical. Muyu added. Might Guy breathed a sigh of relief. It would be too uncomfortable for him if he couldn't practice for such a long time. It would be even more uncomfortable if Kakashi and others took the opportunity to surpass him. The battle on the battlefield will become more intense. I plan to send you back to Konoha. Who of you wants to go back with you? Muyu looked at the other disciples. After all, Kirigakure has invaded the land of Fire Country. As long as Kirigakure doesn't retreat, Orochimaru will definitely fight Kirigakure with his ninja troops. Muyu created such a good opportunity for Orochimaru, and Orochimaru will definitely not miss this opportunity. The intensity of the war on the East Coast battlefield will continue to increase. Chapter 435 Promotion. Several disciples looked at each other, trying to read each other's thoughts from their expressions. "I'll go back too," Kakashi said after a moment of silence. He needs too long to recover. If there's a sudden change on the battlefield and he is not fully recovered at that time, he may become a burden. Kakashi thinks it is better to go back to Konoha to recuperate than to stay on the tense battlefield. A good environment can recover faster, and when he is fully recovered, he can continue to perform tasks on the battlefield. "Ah, Kakashi, you want to go back too?" Obito scratched his hair with both hands. He wanted to stay on the battlefield, but if Kakashi went back to Konoha, it would be meaningless for him to stay on the battlefield, because he wanted to compete with Kakashi on the battlefield and beat Kakashi in performance. If Kakashi left, who would he compete with? At that time, even if he performed well, Kakashi could say that he could do better. "I need to rest for 3 weeks. It would be more comfortable to go back to Konoha. Resting on the battlefield will even limit my movements." Kakashi replied indifferently. "If there is a choice, it is definitely better to go back to Konoha. War is not a joke." "Teacher Muyu, is Shaolin going back?" Obito thought for a while and asked Muyu. Since Kakashi is not going to stay on the battlefield, Obito has lost most of his interest in the battlefield. After all, with his current strength, he cannot end the war. It doesn't make much difference whether he is there or not. Obito is going to decide whether to stay or go based on Nohara Rin's choice. If Nohara Rin decides to stay, he will also stay on the battlefield to protect Nohara Rin. If Nohara Rin returns to Konoha, then Obito will also choose to return to Konoha. "I'll ask her later," Muyu replied. Because of her gender, Nohara Rin is not recuperating in the same tent with Obito and others. Since there are more disciples here, Muyu will ask Obito and others first. "If Shaolin goes back, I will go back." Obito nodded and said, "If Nohara Rin also leaves, it will be meaningless for him to stay on this battlefield." Kakashi glanced at Obito and was a little speechless. "This is too indecisive. I want to stay on the battlefield." Shisui expressed his thoughts after a period of deep thought. He used to be the leader among the disciples for a long time, but with the rapid progress of Obito and others in various practical combats after the internship, Shisui was surpassed silently. Shisui was very unwilling. He didn't want to fail in the civil war among the disciples. He wanted to regain the title of Muyu's strongest disciple. Therefore, Shisui wanted to hone himself through this war and make up for the lack of practical combat. After the 10-day recuperation period, Shisui will take the initiative to ask Muyu to go out to perform tasks. In addition to honing himself, Shisui has another idea, which is to complete more war missions to increase his qualifications. Now he is only a chunin, and a genius chunin is only a chunin. Chunin can't make waves in Uchiha. If he wants to make his words more important after the clan meeting, he has to improve his ninja level, and the battlefield is a good place to make achievements. "No problem," Muyu nodded and agreed. Except for Might Guy, who was forced to return to Konoha, Muyu would not stop others from staying on the battlefield. As for Might Guy, Muyu was mainly worried that something might happen that forced him to fight, which would cause Might Guy to force his injured body to fight, leaving him with incurable sequelae. Although the 8 gates of the ninjutsu is very powerful, it is also very dangerous, and Might Guy can also use the breath of rock in a superimposed manner. The breathing method will not harm the body under normal circumstances, but it is also very dangerous to overdraw strength in extreme cases. Then Muyu went to Nohara Rin and asked the same question. "Are Kakashi and the others going back?" Nohara Rin did not answer Muyu's question immediately, but asked about Kakashi and the others' situation first. After Muyu told him the truth, Nohara Rin thought for a while and gave the answer. "I want to go back to Konoha." Nohara Rin's idea was simple. Kakashi must have been seriously injured if he needed so much time to recover. If she went back with him, she might be able to use her treatment to help Kakashi recover better. At the same time, she could also use this time to sort out her recent gains and learn new knowledge from Tsunade. After asking all the disciples, Muyu did not arrange for them to go back immediately. She planned to let them rest for a few days before arranging the shadow clone to send them back. After all, they had just come down from the battlefield and were too seriously injured. If they set out now, they could only arrange for people to carry them all the way back, at least to let them recover some mobility. Miyu didn't stay busy with his disciples for too long, and soon he went to complete the task assigned to him by Orochimaru. Yamanaka Inoichi checked the memories of the dead Mizuno Tsukihan and the 5 ninja swordsmen of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The layout of Kirigakure was basically exposed. Even if Kirigakure reacted quickly, it would not be possible to complete all the adjustments in an instant. Miyu and his team's task was to compete with Kirigakure in speed and overturn all the places where Kirigakure didn't have time to adjust. However, in this battle, Miyu didn't use the means he was really good at, but transformed into Mizuno Tsukihan and used Ice Escape. Ice Escape middle. Violent pheasant mouth. Miyu waved his hand and created a huge ice bird that flew out. The ice bird rushed towards Miyu at a high speed and froze all the Kirigakure on the path. The ice escape he used now was not his own ice escape with a proficiency of 1000 points at the proficiency level, but Mizuno Tsukihan's ice escape with a proficiency of 3600 points at the mastery level. The gap between the two is much greater than the proficiency from entry to mastery. Ice release, quick freezing beam. Miyu added another quick freezing beam to freeze the person who dodged the ice bird's attack. Although he transformed into Mizuno Tsukihan, Miyu tried not to use the opponent's ice release ninjutsu. He didn't have the Sharingan, and it was a bit beyond common sense to copy ninjutsu with pure talent. Such a strong ice release, how could there be such a strong ice release ninjutsu among the Konoha ninjas? The Kirigakure ninjas who were attacked were dumbfounded. The bloodline limit is not unique to each ninja village. For example, the magnetic release ninjas of Sand Village and Cloud Village have them, but they have never heard of ice release ninjas outside of Kirigakure, and their strength is so strong. A Kirigakure ninja swallowed his saliva as he looked at his companions who were frozen at high speed. Why do I feel that this person's ice release is stronger than Lord Han? In a sense, what he said was not wrong, because Miyu's chakra is more than Mizuno Tsukihan. Even if the nature change of the same proficiency is used by Miyu, it will be stronger. Ice Escape is really good at bullying weaklings. Miyu quickly froze all the Kirigakure that he was in charge of. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. When Miyu went to the next location, he failed to catch Kirigakure, and Kirigakure shrank rapidly. Kurotachi Yagura, he is a good opponent. After coordinating the results of everyone's battle, Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Although Kurotachi Yagura reacted quickly, it was still a successful action, which effectively hit the Kirigakure's power on the east coast of the Land of Fire. If there is no external influence, Kurotachi Yagura will lose, and it is only a matter of time for Orochimaru to win. The other Jonin in the meeting room also showed excitement. Winning the battle will also benefit them a lot. From now on, Miyu will serve as the deputy commander of the army. At the end of the meeting, Orochimaru announced Miyu's new position in the army. This is the decision made by the Konoha high-level officials after replying. However, this does not mean that Narashikaku's deputy commander will be withdrawn, but that they will all serve as deputy commanders. This is a common thing in Konoha, with one main position and multiple deputy positions. Miyu, congratulations, Jonin. A Jonin who knew Miyu congratulated Miyu. Although the commander of the ninja unit is a temporary position during the war, it has an extraordinary status, which shows that Miyu is valued by the top leaders of Konoha. Miyu responded modestly with a smile, without any fluctuations in his heart. In his opinion, this is not an important matter, but only represents a signal that he can't go back to Konoha recently. At least he has to withdraw the troops from Kirigakure before he can return to Konoha with the ninja unit. Before serving as deputy commander, Miyu actually did not have any position. There are many reasons why he was able to attend the small meeting held by Orochimaru. Unlike other people who hold important positions in the ninja unit, Miyu believes that there are 2 reasons for the change in position. One is that he has made great contributions, and the other is the change in Sarutobi Hiruzen's thinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen may have initially planned to recall him to Konoha when the situation on the battlefield improved, but now Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectation for him is to solve the Kirigakure problem. Orochimaru called Miyu as before and strolled around the camp with Miyu. However, Orochimaru did not talk about personal matters with Miyu this time, but informed Miyu of the rewards from the Konoha high level for this encounter. If your 3 disciples pass the assessment, they can become the youngest Jonin in Konoha's history. Orochimaru looked at Miyu and said with a faint smile, Konoha's requirements for Jonin are too strict. No matter how talented they are, no one can be promoted to Jonin at the age of 10. Some people have enough strength but insufficient achievements, and a very small number of people meet both conditions but are still lacking in other aspects. Miyu's eyes flickered, curious about whether the disciples would get rewards when they become Jonin. Jonin and Chunin have them, so it stands to reason that Jonin should also have them. Based on my understanding of the assessment, it should not be difficult for your 3 disciples to pass the assessment. Miyu. Orochimaru thought that Miyu was worried that his disciples would not be able to pass the assessment, so he spoke. Obito and Kakashi both have the strength to block one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and Might Guy can even fight 3 with 1 when he bursts out. It is basically a foregone conclusion that they will pass the assessment. Orochimaru, you overestimate them. Only one of them should be able to pass the assessment. Miyu smiled and shook her head. There is no need to worry about Obito and his friend's strength, but the promotion to Jonin is not just about strength. When it comes to other aspects, Obito and Might Guy may not be as good as experienced Jonin. The only person who can pass the Jonin test is Kakashi. Kakashi is a true hexagonal warrior who can do everything, but he is not durable enough in battle. P.S. There will be another chapter later, but it will be late, maybe 2:30 to 3 o'clock. It is recommended to read it tomorrow. Staying up late is not good. Chapter 436, Thunderblade Technique not inferior to the Golden Skyline. When Miyu brought the reward news, the expressions of the disciples were different. At this time, the disciples had recovered under Miyu's full treatment. Even Might Guy, who was the most seriously injured, could get out of bed and move around. They were walking together to digest their food. He's going to become a Jonin. Obito couldn't help but jump up excitedly. Apart from the Hokage, the Jonin is already the highest ninja level in Konoha. In a sense, he is only one step away from the Hokage. You have to know that the teachers in the ninja school are also Chunins. If he becomes a Jonin, it means that Obito's achievements in ninja have surpassed them. Obito imagined the reactions of the ninja school teachers who looked down on him after he became a Jonin. They must have surprised him with their jaws dropping. Obito has been enjoying the respectful eyes of others during his last time in the ninja school, but more often he was despised. He has never forgotten that time when he was the last one in the Uchiha. However, Obito does not want to take revenge on the students and teachers who looked down on him before. He will only cherish the present more and be grateful to Miyu who brought him changes. Kakashi looked calm, and didn't take the reward too seriously. For Kakashi, ninja levels were not important. The only use of this thing was that he could taunt Obito after passing it. And this was also within Kakashi's expectations. He became a Chunin at the age of 6. And there was nothing wrong with him becoming a Jonin with his current mission record. Jonin, it's a solid step towards the goal. Might Guy showed a passionate expression. Might Guy's initial expectation for him was to become an excellent ninja. Excellence is produced through comparison and is relative. Due to Konoha's higher requirements for Jonin, every Konoha Jonin can be called excellent. When Shisui heard that Kakashi and the other 3 had the opportunity to become Jonin, he became more determined to stay on the battlefield and make merit. If he wanted to be promoted, he had to earn more merits. Time flies so fast. Now it seems like graduation was just yesterday, but now everyone has the hope of becoming a Jonin, and is getting further and further away from becoming a ninja who can stand on their own. Nohara Rin said with a smile. She was the only one who became a special Jonin directly, but Nohara Rin had no objection to this arrangement, but was very satisfied, because she knew her own strength very well. And her strength was not enough to be a formal Jonin. Even if she was given the opportunity to participate in the examination, she would definitely not pass. She was much stronger than ordinary Chunin, but a little weaker than a real Jonin. However, her medical ninjutsu under Tsunade's training could be on par with real medical Jonin. This is because we didn't graduate for long. Obito complained. They graduated at the age of 9. and now it has been less than 2 years. It also proves that we are really excellent. I have never heard of any ninja who can become a Jonin within 2 years of graduation. Obito couldn't help showing a proud look. Obito thought of something and immediately changed his words and asked Muyu, "Mr. Muyu, why did Jolin become a special Jonin directly instead of participating in the formal Jonin examination with us?" He was worried that what he said just now might cause Nohara-rin to misunderstand. After all, Nohara-rin's arrangement was different from theirs. "This is an arrangement based on your performance in battle and your resume," Muyu explained briefly. He thought there was nothing wrong with this arrangement, and it was considered to take care of Nohara-rin. "Is that so?" Obito scratched his head and didn't quite understand. Kakashi glanced at Obito and said, "Don't think that Zealand's reward is worse than yours. You may not be able to pass the examination. By then, Zealand's ninja level will be higher than yours." In fact, Kakashi had already been lenient with his words. In his opinion, Obito was not necessarily, but definitely impossible to pass the Jonin examination. Although Kakashi had never participated in the Jonin examination, he had heard from others that the Jonin examination was an all-round examination, and strength was only one of the examinations. With Obito's theoretical level, Kakashi had no doubt that Obito would fail in the theoretical examination. Only Muyu could save Obito, but Muyu didn't have time to help Obito with his studies now. Muyu had to fight on the battlefield. "How is that possible, Kakashi? Don't think that you can keep winning the Chunin exam after winning once." "I will definitely pass the examination and become a Jonin," Obito said disapprovingly. He didn't think he would fail in the examination. The ninja school graduation examination was considered a Jonin examination, and he took first place. He entered the semi-finals of the Chunin examination, but he fell to the despicable Kakashi, who was a Chunin but took the Chunin examination. Otherwise, he would have had a chance of getting first place. So Obito didn't think he would fail the Jonin examination. He even thought he could get a good score, set a small goal, perform better than Kakashi in the Jonin examination this time, Obito thought confidently. Kakashi smiled but didn't tell Obito the cruel truth. Obito didn't have many moments to be happy. Kakashi could already see Obito's face with reluctance, but he had to obey him because of his ninja level. After telling the good news, Muyu simply arranged the training plan for several people. "Kakashi, when you return to Konoha, put other training aside and concentrate on practicing the nature change of lightning attribute chakra and swordsmanship," Muyu advised. Wuxiang's sword seems to be just a simple swing, but in fact it contains very complex lightning chakra nature change skills and a high level of swordsmanship. The ultimate level of lightning swordsmanship is not enough to describe this sword. It is the ultimate of the ultimate. Now Muyu wants to teach Kakashi but he can't. Even if he is taught and enlightened at the same time, Kakashi can't learn it. So Muyu hopes that Kakashi will strengthen these two aspects as soon as possible, and then start learning Wuxiang's sword. Although Kakashi's chakra is mostly enough for one sword, this sword is enough to create miracles in many cases. Wuxiang's sword has a very high upper limit, which Muyu deeply feels. With his lightning nature change of more than 5,000 proficiency, Wuxiang's sword feels far from the end. Muyu thinks that when his lightning chakra nature change reaches the perfect level, his sword experience will be as rich as his current physical skills, and then the power of Wuxiang's sword will be very terrifying. Not only Kakashi had to practice, Muyu also had to practice swordsmanship, because he basically got system rewards in this aspect, and rewards in this aspect were only given by Kakashi's life mission. So his level was average. Due to his insufficient realm, even if Muyu had the idea of developing the next step of Wuxiang Yidao, he couldn't put it into action. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. This is not because Muyu has extraordinary talent and swordsmanship, but the world where this skill comes from has given the direction for the future. From Wuxiang Yidao without thoughts to the dream of abandoning Wuxiang and carrying dreams. Kakashi's eyes flashed with a light. Generally, when Muyu made such a special request, it was to teach something new, and it would be a very strong and special new ability. After all, if it is not strong, there is no need for special requirements. When you meet the learning requirements, I will teach you a lightning escape sword technique that is not worse than the golden skyline. Miyu made a teaching preview to mobilize Kakashi's motivation for practice. Kakashi's eyes fixed. The lightning sword technique was no less than the golden skyline. He had to work hard now. Although the thunderbolt flash was very strong, Kakashi felt that it was still a little bit worse than Might Guy's golden skyline. Now Miyu was finally going to teach him a stronger ability. How many ninjutsu and taijutsu has teacher Miyu developed? Kakashi sighed again in his heart at Miyu's terrifying talent. He, a genius who had been praised since childhood, was nothing compared to Miyu. Miyu developed a bunch of super high-level ninjutsu and taijutsu at the age of only 20, including the breath method, which was a heaven-defying secret method. Even the second-generation Hokage Senjutsu Byairama, who developed a large number of forbidden ninjutsu, was not so exaggerated. It was not a matter of the number of ninjutsu, but a matter of age. At Miyu's age, he should have accumulated knowledge. Is there a fire-style ninjutsu that is not worse than the golden skyline? Obito couldn't sit still after hearing this. He had suffered enough from the golden skyline. What if there was another lightning sword technique version of the golden skyline? No. Miyu shook his head and replied, Fire escape ninjutsu is a system that has never existed in the ninja world. Miyu was able to develop a few moves thanks to his own physical skills and rich knowledge of fire escape. It would be difficult for Miyu to develop a fire escape similar to the golden skyline, unless he did not study anything else but only studied fire escape ninjutsu. Miyu felt that this level of hope was not as good as Obito's burst of stronger Kusanagi-ryu ancient martial arts. Things like teaching and returning are uncontrollable, but the rewards for life tasks are basically related to the disciples. Obito's face was full of uncontrollable disappointment. Shisui also had an inexplicable taste in his heart. Although the fire escape taught by Miyu was also very strong, it was not as amazing as the golden skyline's fire escape ninjutsu. The breathing method is qualified, but everyone is practicing the breathing method, which is a condition shared by everyone. The golden skyline is only suitable for Might Guy to practice. My dear friend, I am looking forward to the day when you succeed in your practice. Might Guy laughed excitedly. He was looking forward to the moment when the lightning escape sword technique that was not inferior to the golden skyline collided with his golden skyline. This was simply too youthful. We have to keep working hard to catch up. Noharlin encouraged herself in her heart. In terms of training, Noharlin was basically the last one. She had no chance to master various super high-level ninjutsu. It was because her ninja quality was not good enough. For example, Miyu's self-improved super high-level water escape technique, super explosive water shockwave. Miyu once used this move to easily kill dozens of snow ninjas in seconds. But to learn super explosive water shockwave, one must have a water-breathing proficiency of at least 1,500 and a mastery level of water attribute chakra nature change, and a lot of chakra. Noharlin did not meet any of the requirements, so it was obvious that she could not learn it. Chapter 437 Fame. We are finally here. Although the distance is shorter than the previous overseas mission, we spent more time on the road. Obito complained as he looked at the tall gate of Konoha in front of him. In the past, they always traveled on the road in an exercise posture. This time, due to the serious injury, they could not travel at full speed as usual, and the speed was much slower. Kakashi looked at the gate of Konoha and felt relieved instantly. He may not have contributed the most on the battlefield, but he was definitely the one who consumed the most energy. He believed that as the vice-captain, he had the responsibility to bring all the team members back safely. He carefully thought about every action and consumed a lot of energy. Okay, do you want to go home first, or go directly to the hospital with me? After entering Konoha, Kakashi looked at Might Guy and asked. Although Miyu used a shadow clone to escort them, the shadow clone had limited chakra. If it was used to use medical ninjutsu on Might Guy, it would not be able to maintain itself, so Might Guy still had to go to the Konoha hospital to recuperate. The same was true for Kakashi, but he only needed to be hospitalized for a week. Let's go to the hospital directly. My father is still on the battlefield. There is no one at home now. Might Guy answered quickly. Kakashi nodded and prepared to go to Konoha Hospital with Might Guy. Let's go together. We can get a physical checkup without hospitalization, Nohara Rin said. Obito, what do you think? After saying that, Nohara Rin looked at Obito. Looking at Nohara Rin's eyes full of tenderness, Obito nodded subconsciously. Nohara Rin clapped her hands lightly and smiled brightly. That's great. Everyone thought of the same thing. Obito realized it late and remembered that he was going to go home directly to report to his grandmother. But Obito finally closed his mouth when he saw the bright smile on Nohara Rin's face. It wouldn't take long to go to the hospital together. Then the four of them went to Konoha Hospital together. Hey, are you Hotake Kakashi? The Konoha Little White Fang, the ninja who handled Kakashi's hospitalization procedures, looked at Kakashi's face and then looked at the newspaper next to him with a surprised expression. Kakashi had a weird expression on his face. What the hell is Konoha Little White Fang? It sounds too stupid. It's so funny. What kind of weird title is Konoha Little White Fang? Is it because you are not tall enough, Kakashi? Obito laughed loudly. I am indeed Hotake Kakashi, but not Konoha Little White Fang. Kakashi ignored Obito and answered the question of the hospital ninja calmly. Because of Obito's voice, the hospital ninja found that Takeya, Obito, Might Guy and Nohara Rin in the report were all here. You just came back from the front line, right? Now your deeds on the battlefield have been published in the Konoha newspaper and spread all over Konoha. Everyone says that Kakashi can become the next Konoha White Fang, the hospital ninja said with a smile. If the protagonist of the latest issue of Konoha newspaper is Miyu, then Kakashi is an important supporting role. In addition, Kakashi's father's identity makes him more discussed than Might Guy, second only to Miyu. Although Konoha White Fang eventually committed suicide due to a failed mission, leaving a huge stain, he was a strong man who made a name for himself after all. Little Konoha White Fang did not contain any sarcasm, but was purely optimistic about Kakashi's future. After all, Kakashi had killed the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost at the age of 10, and even if he was not killed alone, it was an achievement that was enough to be proud of. You have a bad taste in giving titles, Kakashi said bluntly. He could hear that the words of the hospital ninja were not sarcastic, but Kakashi still felt that this was not a good title. After experiencing a series of things, Kakashi now actually let go of a lot, and let go of his past self and his deceased father. But this does not mean that Kakashi would like to be called Little White Fang. He does not need to become anyone. If he insists on saying that his goal is to surpass Konoha White Fang as Hotake Kakashi, rather than becoming the next Konoha White Fang. Indeed, Master White Fang didn't have such a record when he was 10 years old. It's really inappropriate to use Konoha Little White Fang as a title. The hospital ninja didn't feel embarrassed, but continued to speak along with Kakashi's words. After all, this title was not given by him, so Kakashi was not scolding him. By the way, since you're back, is Master Miyu also back? The hospital ninja couldn't help asking. As soon as the latest issue of Konoha News was released, Miyu instantly became the most discussed ninja in Konoha and even the Land of Fire, suppressing Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Although Miyu is not a nobody in Konoha, he is not as strong as the Yellow Flash in the public's impression. This record caused a great shock. No, please complete the procedures as soon as possible, Kakashi reminded. There is a limit to slacking off. It is a bit inappropriate to chat openly during work hours. The hospital ninja then remembered that he was still at work. He looked around with a guilty conscience and quickly helped Might Guy and Kakashi complete the hospitalization procedures. Please give me the newspaper as compensation for my work mistakes. After completing the formalities, Kakashi held out his hand. Please don't report it. The hospital ninja handed the newspaper to Kakashi very honestly. He had already finished reading it, so it didn't matter if he gave it to him. A newspaper was not worth much. Let me see. Let me see. As soon as Kakashi got the newspaper, Obito couldn't help but put his head close to it, wanting to see the content. My fire escape is so handsome. The title must be very domineering. Words such as Flame Demon, God of Fire, and Konoha's Fire Tiger appeared in Obito's mind. What are you thinking about? How could the village's official newspaper staff give you a title? Kakashi pushed his head away speechlessly. Let alone giving you a title, Titles generally don't appear in Konoha newspapers unless the title is highly recognized. His title of Konoha Little White Fang could never have been given by Konoha newspapers. It should be the result of idle people chatting. Then how do you have a title, even though it doesn't sound very good? Obito asked, puzzled. First of all, I didn't admit that this is my title. Secondly, having a title doesn't mean that it was given by the village. Kakashi explained. After arriving at the ward, Kakashi sat on the bed and opened the newspaper. Obito and others looked at the newspaper curiously. Might Guy and Nohara Rin were also curious about how their thrilling battle would be described. Defending the homeland, the East Coast battlefield achieved an unprecedented victory, and the Kirigakure ninja force suffered heavy losses. Kakashi saw the conspicuous large words on the headline at first glance. Obviously, the content of this newspaper was about the battle on their battlefield. The brutal and vicious Kirigakure ninjas took advantage of the lack of strength on the East Coast defense line to invade the east coast of the Land of Fire. At first, our ninjas were forced to fall into a disadvantage due to various reasons, but under the leadership of the commander of the army, Orochimaru, the situation on the East Coast battlefield improved and gradually turned from disadvantage to advantage. In this process, the outstanding ninja of Konoha, Hanyu Muayu, played an indispensable role. He killed many powerful Kirigakure warriors like a sharp knife and obtained important intelligence for us. The front page basically did not have the figures of Kakashi and his men. They were all about Muayu and Orochimaru, or photos on the battlefield. Kakashi, who often read the Konoha newspaper, was not surprised. The Konoha newspaper has always been like this. The good pages are about important figures and well-known strong men, and only at the end will there be other figures in the incident. Why don't we see our names? Muayu teacher is fine, but why are there so many Orochimaru? Obito couldn't help but complain. Obviously, Orochimaru didn't participate in this encounter, and he didn't understand why Orochimaru's name appeared. What's more, under the leadership of Orochimaru, he had never spoken to Orochimaru. Kakashi glanced outside, then used his eyes to signal Might Guy, who was closer to the door, to close the door. There were only 2 beds in this ward, and the only thing to worry about was whether it would be heard by people outside. Lord Orochimaru is one of the legendary 3 ninjas, and the commander of the ninja troops in the East Coast battlefield. Don't say such things next time. Kakashi shook his head and said. Kakashi certainly knew the reason. After all, Orochimaru was the commander of the battlefield. No matter what kind of merits they made, they couldn't get around him. But Kakashi knew that if he said it, Obito would probably not understand, so he just told him not to say it. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time, with Obito's identity and status. Discussing Orochimaru in this way was quite disrespectful to his predecessors. If Orochimaru's subordinates heard it, they would beat Obito up. Obito was not right. Isn't Uncle Toad one of the 3 ninjas? He doesn't have so many things to do. Obito didn't understand. He once complained about Jiraiya to his face on the Kusagakure battlefield. Kakashi hesitated to speak. Obito did offend Jiraiya, but Jiraiya obviously didn't take it to heart, so there was no problem. However, people are different. Even if he didn't know Orochimaru, Kakashi felt that Jiraiya and Orochimaru were very different just by looking at their faces and auras. If I tell you not to say it, then don't say it. Just treat it as an order from the vice captain. Kakashi thought for a while and said, you are not on the battlefield or on a mission now, so your position as vice captain is useless. Obito thought Kakashi was using chicken feathers as a command. If you don't want to be assigned to do odd jobs in the next mission, you'd better listen to me more. Kakashi threatened without disguising. Kakashi, you will regret it. Obito's face darkened. He had no doubt that Kakashi would really do this. After all, the combat power of their team was overflowing in most cases. I am the vice captain. Kakashi said that he had the right to do whatever he wanted. This time Obito was honest and continued to read the newspaper quietly. It was not until they read the second half that they saw the report about them in a relatively marginal position. In the newspaper, Kakashi and his team were described as genius ninjas with a firm will of fire despite their young age. Even when they encountered powerful enemies like the 7 ninja swordsmen, they did not abandon their companions and fought bloody battles to protect the village. When Miyu did not arrive, they joined forces with Might Guy to repel the 7 ninja swordsmen, and even killed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon among the 7 ninja swordsmen on the spot. Although Kakashi and his entire team were included in the Konoha newspaper, there was a slight difference in the length of the description. Among them, Might Guy had the most, followed by Obito and Kakashi, who joined forces to kill the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon. Then Shisui, and Nohara Rin was mentioned less. As for Ebisu and Shiranui Genma, they were only mentioned by name, without any personal description. No one should dare to look down on my father now. Might Guy felt a sense of pride as he looked at the description of his father. Might Guy's description was only slightly less than his. Too little. It feels like the mission process is very brief. Obito looked at the praise for himself in his newspaper and felt a little unsatisfied. If you were the one who killed Mizunotsuki-kan and 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, you would have more space. Kakashi said lightly, there is only so much space on a newspaper, and it is a miracle for them to get so much space with their current status. One day I will let the best position of Konoha newspaper describe my deeds, Obito said excitedly. He didn't believe that he couldn't make the headlines of Konoha newspaper after becoming Hokage and ending the war. I hope your plan is not to become a writer for Konoha newspaper and secretly replace the content. Kakashi put the newspaper away. Nohara Rin covered her mouth and chuckled. Kakashi, don't underestimate Obito too much. Even he can't do such a thing. Although Nohara Rin was speaking for him, Obito felt weird. That's right. He probably wanted to become Hokage and be on the newspaper, Kakashi said as he lay on the bed. Obito was shocked. Could there be a ninjutsu that can see through the heart? As if he could see through Obito's inner thoughts, Kakashi said bluntly, you are so easy to understand. Obito scratched his hair. Kakashi could guess what Obito was thinking, because Obito's inner thoughts were all written on his face, and it was hard for Kakashi not to know. In the end, Obito fled from the hospital. It would be great if there was a ninjutsu that could see through people's hearts. On the way home, Obito couldn't help thinking, people's minds are really unpredictable, especially girls. Obito often can't figure out what Nohara Rin is thinking. If there is a ninjutsu that can see through people's inner thoughts, he can make Nohara Rin happy every day. Grandma, I'm back, Obito shouted with full energy after returning home. Grandma heard this familiar voice and walked slowly to the entrance. When she saw Obito's face, she smiled with relief. Are you hungry? Grandma will make you something to eat. After carefully looking at Obito, Grandma walked to the kitchen. Hee, it's true. Obito smiled and accepted Grandma's kindness. Although Miyu's cooking is delicious, he will miss Grandma's cooking if he doesn't eat it for a while. Our Obito has made great progress. Yesterday, the clan leader came to your house and gave you some gifts as a reward. He said you are an excellent Uchiha. Grandma's words were full of pride. Obito was raised by her alone. Although she didn't read the newspaper and didn't know what Obito had done, it must be a good thing. Also, the clan leader said that if you come back, you can go find him. Chapter 438 Well-known strongman. What did the chief of the Fugaku clan want to see me for? Obito asked casually while stretching himself on the chair. Obito was not familiar with Uchiha Fugaku. Compared with Uchiha Fugaku, he had more exchanges with Uchiha Yashiro. Of course, compared with Uchiha Yashiro, Obito did not have a good impression of Uchiha Yashiro and kept persuading him to join the police department. It's not a bad thing anyway. It seems that there is a reward for you, Grandma replied. Then I'll go over after dinner. Hearing that there was a reward, Obito became a little interested. It was impossible to join the police force, but he could go to claim the reward of Uchiha. After all, Uchiha still had many advanced fire escapes. Is this enough to eat? Grandma put the food on the table and looked at Obito with a loving look and asked, Enough, enough, I may not be able to eat all this. Obito nodded quickly for fear that Grandma would bring out more food. There is a kind of love that makes Grandma think you are not full. If Obito had not practiced the breathing method to become stronger, he might not be able to eat so much. After finishing the meal, Obito took the initiative to wash the dishes and then went to Uchiha Fugaku's house. However, Obito forgot one thing. When he was not on a mission, he had nothing to do and could move around. Uchiha Fugaku, as the captain of the police force, had to go to work. So Obito, who went early, did not see Uchiha Fugaku, but saw Uchiha Ichi and Uchiha Mikoto. "Obito, are you here to play with Ichi?" Uchiha Mikoto did not know the purpose of Obito's visit. Obito shook his head. "My grandma said that the chief of the Fugaku clan wanted to see me for something. He should still be working in the police department now. And it will take about half an hour to come back. How about you sit and wait for a while, Obito? I'll make you tea." Uchiha Mikoto looked at the time and replied, "Half an hour, then I'll wait here for a while, but there's no need to make tea. I'm not thirsty now." Obito thought about it and said that Obito was willing to wait for half an hour. After all, this was a reward. Since he had nothing to do, Obito decided to use this half an hour to guide Uchiha Ichi. "Ichi, you must become a good person in the future, not a bad person." Obito walked to the side of Uchiha Ichi, who was in a daze in the yard, and suddenly said. Uchiha Ichi looked at Obito with a puzzled look. What kind of person can be called a good person? What kind of person can be called a bad person? Why must you be a good person? Uchiha Ichi's eyes were full of confusion. Obito scratched his scalp, feeling a little overwhelmed. A good person is someone who often helps others, and a bad person is someone who often bullies others. Because bad people will be hated by everyone, so you have to be a good person. Obito tried to explain. That means that the person who helps the old lady cross the road is a good person, and the person who steals the old lady's lollipop is a bad person. Uchiha Ichi showed a thoughtful expression. "You can say that." Obito nodded in agreement. He was undoubtedly a real good person who often helped the elderly. "Then if you help the old lady cross the road and then steal her lollipop, is that a good person or a bad person?" Uchiha Ichi combined the two in his mind and got a new question. This. Obito scratched his hair with both hands, and was speechless for a while. He was a good man, but he stole something. He was a bad man, but he helped the old lady over. Ahem. This question doesn't count. Most people wouldn't do that. Obito coughed twice and tried to fool around with reality. He really didn't know how to answer. Uchiha Ichi looked at Obito quietly, as if he really wanted to hear Obito's answer to this question. If there was a chance, Obito wouldn't mind becoming a knowledgeable person in the eyes of his fellow juniors, but he really couldn't say it, and the scene was a little awkward for a while. Uchiha Fugaku, who finally came back early, broke the silence. "Obito, did you just come back from the battlefield today?" Uchiha Fugaku smiled and greeted Obito. Obito looked at Uchiha Fugaku with gratitude as if he had been pardoned. "Well, everyone was injured in the last mission, so Muyu teacher asked us to go back to Konoha to recuperate for a while. After all, it was such a fierce battle. If you are injured, you should rest well. Health is the most important thing," Uchiha Fugaku said with concern. This time, Obito and Shisui earned enough face for the Uchiha clan, and the reputation of their genius spread throughout Konoha. "I'm fine. It's mainly because the other teammates were injured more seriously," Obito answered honestly. "That's good." Uchiha Fugaku nodded and took Obito to the living room. "Misaki, help me get the red scroll in the bedroom." Uchiha Fugaku instructed Uchiha Misaki, who came over with tea. "Obito, you have excellent talent in fire escape, but in addition to your own efforts, it is also a good choice to learn from the experience of predecessors. I have some fire escape training techniques of the Uchiha clan leaders of all generations. Take them back and take a look." Uchiha Fugaku turned his head and looked at Obito and said with a smile, "It's training techniques." Obito was a little disappointed. He thought it would be advanced fire escape ninjutsu. He felt that training techniques were not as good as advanced fire escape, because he was the worst at reading books and materials, and it would be difficult for him to get results if he studied these things alone. "Obito, do you have any fire ninjutsu you want to learn?" Uchiha Fugaku asked. With Obito's current performance, Uchiha Fugaku will try his best to meet Obito's growth needs. Because Uchiha Fugaku really saw the hope of Uchiha's revival in Uchiha Obito, it is very difficult for an Uchiha to become a Hokage. First of all, the indispensable strength. Although the Uchiha clan's Sharingan gives them a considerable advantage over ordinary ninjas, this degree of advantage is nothing among those Hokage candidates, because every ninja who has the opportunity to become a Hokage is a true genius. After the talent and strength pass the test, the identity is the next. If there is an identity related to the Hokage, such as the Hokage disciple, the Hokage apprentice, or the Hokage guard, then the chance of becoming a Hokage is greater. The last is fame. The Hokage will not be an unknown ninja to serve, and greater fame can also increase the chance of becoming a Hokage. In terms of strength, with Obito's talent, it is not surprising that he will become a strong man like the three ninjas. There is no problem in this regard. Then, after Obito graduated, his teacher was Minato Namikaze, a disciple of Jiraiya, a pure Hokage. Obito's other teacher, Mizuki Hanyu, was the vice principal of the ninja school and a strong Hokage. There was no problem with his identity. As a young Chunin, Obito was famous in Konoha, and he had already exceeded the accumulation required for his current age. At the age of 10, Obito had already walked a long way in the three elements of becoming a Hokage. It was no wonder that Uchiha Fugaku was optimistic about Obito. "I want to learn all the advanced fire escape ninjutsu," Obito replied with a smile. Obito never had too many ninjutsu. It was the same if he didn't learn it or didn't have it. "Then come again tomorrow night. I'll look for it tomorrow to see if there is any fire escape ninjutsu suitable for you in the clan now." Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment. He was not reluctant to give up the ninjutsu, but worried that Obito would not be able to chew too much. Then I'll trouble you, Clan Leader Fugaku. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6=9 plus book_bar published this novel for the first time. Obito scratched his head and smiled to thank Uchiha Fugaku. "This is the meaning of the family. Just keep working hard to grow," Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile while handing Obito the scroll brought by Uchiha Mikoto. Although he was not very interested, it was something free after all, so Obito still accepted it happily. After achieving his goal, Obito did not stay for long. He was worried that Uchiha Ichi would ask the question that would make his brain freeze again. "Ichi, you should learn more from Obito." Looking at Obito's leaving back, Uchiha Fugaku touched Uchiha Ichi's head and said with an expectant tone, "In addition to Obito, Shisui's performance is also very good. If his son Uchiha Ichi can be like Obito and the others, then this will really be a great era of revival for Uchiha." Learn from Obito. Uchiha Ichi recalled the conversation with Obito just now and fell into deep thought. If he had a choice, he still wanted to learn from Shisui. Obito didn't look very smart. Iwagakure Village, Tsuchikage Office. First, there was the Yellow Flash who could tie the ab combination, and now there is a Hanyu Matsuki who defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen and killed Mizunotsuki-kan. The number of geniuses in Konoha is really enviable. Inoki put down the information in his hand and his expression became more and more solemn. Iwagakure has done a good job of recuperation, and the ninja power in the village has been greatly developed. Now Iwagakure can easily form a ninja force of more than 10,000 people. On the surface, Iwagakure village is thriving, but only Inoki, the third generation of Iwagakure, knows that Iwagakure has a big hidden danger. That is, the top powerhouses of Iwagakure are in short supply. Among the tens of thousands of Iwagakure troops, only Huangta can barely satisfy Inoki. The others have no potential to become top powerhouses. This makes Inoki a little worried. The reason why the 5 major ninja villages are the 5 major ninja villages is because they have both top powerhouses who suppress the ninja world and many middle and lower ninjas, which can crush small ninja villages in all directions. There are still some old guys like him in Iwagakure now, but if Iwagakure is still like this in more than 20 years, then the top combat power of Iwagakure will suffer a great loss. Inoki really envied Konoha. Since the ninja village era, Konoha has produced so many geniuses. Even though Konoha has fewer ninjas than Iwagakure, we still have to find a way to weaken Konoha first. Even if there is a chance, we have to let Kumagakure go. Inoki thought Konoha was too strong. If they didn't weaken Konoha first, they would be in trouble. If they continued to stalemate, Konoha would always be the strongest. Master Sosuke, Since their ideal is peace, if they can find a way to cause a conflict between Konoha and the Land of Rain, maybe they can let the ninja sect fight against Konoha. Inoki saw the report submitted by Huang Tu and thought of a plan to make enemies for Konoha. Although the ninja sect is not very powerful, the strong men in the ninja sect should not be underestimated. Master Sosuke, who can defeat Hanzo, is naturally a top-level strong man. His single-person combat ability may be second only to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kakazu, who has been in the black market for decades, should not be underestimated. Even if he can't beat the three ninjas, he won't be much worse. Although Nagato is not well known in the ninja world, according to Huang Tu's report, Nagato is not an ordinary ninja. His strength may not be inferior to Kakazu, and his methods are very strange. With these three strong men, Inoki feels that the ninja clan will definitely give Konoha a big setback. Sand Village. After completing the mission, Yi Kang looked through the latest Ninja World War situation. Konoha won a big victory. Hanyu Muayu killed Mizunotsuki Han, Kurashiriga. Seeing this familiar name, Yi Kang's mind quickly condensed a golden figure. It's normal if it's him. Yi Kang sighed after recalling the battle a few months ago. Although there was a lack of information, Muayu did defeat her in just a few moves. If Muayu had the intention to kill at that time, she could even kill her directly. At that time, Yi Kang had a premonition that she would soon hear about Muayu at some point, and such a strong man could not remain unknown. As she expected, a few months later, Muayu was indeed famous in the ninja world on the battlefield and became a rising star in the ninja world. The Kirigakure has suffered so much from Konoha, they probably won't dare to trouble the Sand Village in the short term. Yi Kang thought. Kirigakure had shown great interest in the chaotic Sand Village before, and Yi Kang was very defensive against Kirigakure. The current situation of the Sand Village is really not good. Because of the disappearance of the third Kazekage, it has experienced a wave of internal strife and consumed a wave of manpower in the village. Later, the news was leaked and the Cloud Village took advantage of the fire. Even Yi Kang, the hero of the Sand Village, felt that the Sand Village was currently the weakest among the 5 major ninja villages. If there had not been a civil war caused by the position of Kazekage, the Sand Village would not have fallen to this point. Yi Kang hated those who let the Sand Village fall into internal consumption for power. Cloud Village. After seeing Muyu's achievements and the results of the battlefield on the east coast of the fire country of Konoha, the Third Raikage convened a think tank for a meeting. Not only the big ninja villages in the quagmire of war, this encounter with extraordinary results quickly spread throughout the ninja world. All the small ninja villages and ninja forces in the ninja world knew that a new young strong man named Hanyu Muyu appeared in Konoha. The morale of the ninjas in various battlefields of Konoha was greatly boosted, and they believed that they were destined to win. The hostile ninja villages of Konoha took great pains to investigate Muyu's intelligence. Although Konoha promoted Muyu's achievements, most ninjas only knew that Muyu was very strong, and did not know what Muyu's abilities were. Only the Kirigakure who were fighting with Muyu knew a considerable part of Muyu's intelligence. From the battle process with Muyu, they knew that Muyu was good at ice escape, fire and wind combination ninjutsu, and Flying Thunder God. Only those who knew Muyu's intelligence understood how difficult Muyu was. She could bomb with combination ninjutsu from a distance, and could kill instantly with Flying Thunder God at a close distance. Due to the hostile relationship, Kirigakure was very happy to sell multiple copies of Muyu's intelligence directly. P.S. It has been warm and cold recently, which is really a bit difficult to bear. Everyone should keep warm. Xiaju is already sick. It feels like a knife cutting when she swallows when she gets up. Fortunately, the dizziness is not very serious. It is not a problem to code 4,000 words, but it will take more time. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439 War Ninjutsu. The Land of Water. The Hidden Mist Village. The meeting room of the Mizukage building. The usual smile of the third Mizukage disappeared. replaced by a slightly cold solemnity. 5 ninja swordsmen of the 7+ Mizunotsuki Kan lost so much strength, but in the end they couldn't even kill a Konoha genius. Am I too lenient with Yagura? Such a big operational mistake actually happened. The 3rd Mizukage threw the information sent to him on the conference table with a bang and said with a cold face. There was silence in the conference room, no one answered, and no one made a sound. The Hidden Mist Army on the East Coast suffered a lot of losses this time, and no one wanted to speak for Yagura at this time under the anger of the 3rd Mizukage. About a minute and a half later, the 3rd Mizukage swept his eyes over all the top leaders of the Hidden Mist. At this time, the master who was sitting on the right side of the 3rd Mizukage spoke up. Yagura did make a mistake, but the defeat on the battlefield this time cannot be entirely attributed to Yagura. After all, no one expected that Konoha actually had a strong man who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Both Konoha and Hanyu Muayu himself hit it too deeply. The master sighed. It stands to reason that ninjas with bloodline limits are the most difficult to hide. After all, ninjas with bloodline limits are extremely rare in the ninja world. If they are slightly stronger, they can basically make a name for themselves. This is the outrageous point of Muayu. He has both the Ice Escape bloodline limit and the rare space-time secret technique of Flying Thunder God, but he has never been well known. According to the level shown by Muayu, any one of these two abilities is enough to make Muayu a noteworthy object. However, the result was that Kirigakure spent a lot of effort to get the information about Muyu Fleishen, and the battle that killed Mizunotsuki Han was not even exposed, because Muyu not only took away the bodies of important people, but also destroyed the bodies of other ninjas, making it impossible for Kirigakure to investigate at the beginning. In fact, Yagura has tried his best to remedy the situation. If it weren't for Yagura's timely adjustment, I'm afraid our troops would have suffered greater losses. After saying this, Muyu's insidious master pointed out Yagura's efforts. It's not that Kirigakure ninjas are not good, but that Konoha ninjas are too cunning. This is what he should do as a troop commander. The 3rd Mizukage's face eased a little but still with a cold look. Seeing this, the master nodded in his heart, and the play of reprimanding Yagura was temporarily finished with the 3rd Mizukage. Although the 3rd Mizukage looked very angry, the master knew in his heart that the 3rd Mizukage was just pretending. After all, Kirigakure really suffered a lot of losses this time. If the 3rd Mizukage didn't scold, it would be the turn of other senior officials to discuss how to punish Yagura. Now that the 3rd Mizukage has finished scolding, and seems to have calmed down for the time being, other senior officials should not talk more about the mistakes of Yagura Kiratachi. If the 3rd Mizukage is really disappointed with Yagura Kiratachi, then it is not as simple as scolding Yagura Kiratachi. It is precisely because of this that the master stood up to speak for Yagura Kiratachi. The master is optimistic about Yagura Kiratachi, but it is impossible for him to conflict with the 3rd Mizukage for Yagura Kiratachi. It is not that the master is afraid of the 3rd Mizukage. With his status, he would not be like this. Before the 3rd Mizukage became Mizukage, the master was the elder of the Hidden Mist village. The master is worried that this will give the 3rd Mizukage a wrong signal, and he will interfere with the selection of the 4th Mizukage. If this kind of thing leads to civil strife in the Hidden Mist, it is a situation that the master does not want to see. Now Yagura wants the village to reinforce and continue to wrestle with the Konoha troops. What do you think about this? The 3rd Mizukage looked at the senior officials of the Hidden Mist and said. The 3rd Mizukage was inclined to the idea of Yagura Kujitachi, and continued to wear down Konoha's strength and fight with Konoha. But now that Yagura Kujitachi had suffered a defeat, he couldn't make a direct decision, as this would make him appear arbitrary. I think it's feasible. The stronger Konoha is, the more other ninja villages will be afraid of Konoha. With such a powerful Konoha, other ninja villages will be more cautious even if they go to war with each other, and be careful of the powerful Konoha. The leader of the Kirigakure Senior Ninja Squad thought for a while and said, the 3 major ninja villages were not wholeheartedly beating up Konoha, such as Kumagakure. At this time, Kumagakure, Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sandagakure were all at war. Therefore, The overall plan of Yagura Kujitachi was approved by the leader of the Kirigakure Senior Ninja Squad, who believed that this was a good opportunity for Kirigakure to become famous. Defeating Konoha would allow Kirigakure to reach an unprecedented peak and gain huge fame and fortune. It's okay to continue the battle, but in the current situation, I'm afraid that only by sending the Jinchuriki to the battlefield as a trump card can we defeat the Konoha ninja troops. The Kirigakure senior executive with a bandage on the lower half of his face said in a deep voice, "In fact, it would be better to let the third Mizukage go to the battlefield, but as the leader of the ninja village, the third Mizukage cannot go to the battlefield casually." Moreover, the consultant's initiative to suggest that the Mizukage go to the battlefield is somewhat contrary to the heavens. Jinchuriki. The third Mizukage fell into thought. There are two-tailed beasts in their Kirigakure. One is the three-tailed beast and the other is the six-tailed beast. At present, the two human pillars are not in a very good state, especially the three-tailed Jinchuriki. Disciple Uchiha Obito's strength is improved, his reputation is increased, his qualifications are increased, and the probability of becoming a Hokage is slightly increased. Progress rewards are obtained, Chakra plus 1500, Fire Attribute Skill Extraction Scroll S, Mastery Level, Fire Attribute Ninjutsu Mastery Scroll, Fire Attribute Ninjutsu Mastery Scroll, can upgrade any mastered Fire Escape Ninjutsu to Mastery Level. If the ninjutsu is already at Mastery Level, the effect is converted to an increase of 3000 points of proficiency. After a period of fermentation, Obito's life mission progress has increased slightly again, and the progress reward has been successfully refreshed again. Miyu opened the panel and took a look at Obito's total progress. Name: Uchiha Obito. Live mission: it is not the people who become Hokage who are recognized by everyone, but the people who are recognized by everyone who become Hokage. Main goal: become the Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village. Mission progress: 31%, except for the special life mission of Kakashi. After this encounter, Obito's life mission progress is still the first, 2 percentage points higher than the second Might Guy, and he is currently the only disciple who has triggered the life mission progress reward 3 times. After watching Obito, Miyu looked at Shisui again. Shisui is the disciple who has not triggered a life mission reward so far. Name: Uchiha Shisui. Live mission: Uchiha and Konoha. Main goal: eliminate the contradictions between Uchiha and Konoha and let Uchiha integrate into Konoha. Mission progress: 3%. Miyu knows what caused this. Obito and others' life missions basically do not require them to do anything special, and normal growth can produce progress. For example, Obito's life mission to become Hokage. As a Hokage, the more talented he is, the more missions he completes on the battlefield, and his life mission will continue to increase. However, training and executing missions are what every ninja should do. Even Obito can win this mission without doing anything. If Minato Namikaze becomes the 4th Hokage as in the original work, Miyu estimates that Obito's life mission can increase by more than 8 percentage points in one go. There is still a difference between the Hokage's apprentice and the Hokage's disciple, not to mention the superposition of the two. Shisui's life mission is different. Shisui must interfere with the decisions of the Uchiha clan to make more progress, but Shisui, a child under 10 years old, obviously cannot do this, so the progress has been slow. It should be better after Shisui makes a name for himself on the battlefield. Miyu thought to himself, after all, Naruto is a world with extraordinary power, where the strong are respected, although there is also a saying that the younger generations should respect the older generation. It is not necessary to do so if the strength is sufficient. If Shisui made a name for himself on the battlefield, then even if he was young, those Uchiha Jonin would not look down on Shisui. The Uchiha clan paid more attention to ninja strength than ordinary ninjas. After closing Shisui's life mission panel, Miyu began to check the rewards and chakras of Obito's progress settlement. There was nothing to say about this. It was really never too much. The extraction of scrolls was more targeted than the 20 progress settlements. It became a fire attribute skill extraction, and you would definitely be able to draw skills related to the fire attribute. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book bar. First published this novel, The Mastery Level Fire Escape Ninjutsu became a ninjutsu mastery scroll limited to Fire Escape, which was more flexible to use. Miyu liked this very much. If you get more, you can get a perfect level skill. Since there was no Fire Escape ninjutsu that she wanted to improve, Miyu skipped the Fire Attribute Ninjutsu Mastery Scroll and washed her hands to prepare for the exciting lottery. Fire Attribute Skill Extraction Scroll S has been consumed, and the skill, Sunny Day, has been obtained. As the extraction was completed, a large number of related training memories poured into Miyu's mind, and he instantly became extremely proficient in the Fire Escape ninjutsu called Sunny Day. It's actually a weather skill of Pokemon. Miyu quickly remembered the relevant introduction of this skill in the Pokemon game. After using Sunny Day, the weather on the field can be changed to Sunny Day, which lasts for 5 rounds. Sunny Day can make fire skills cause 1.5 times the damage, while water skills can only cause 0.5 times the damage. Miyu used Flying Thunder God to leave the Konoha camp and go to an uninhabited place to test his skills. Fire Escape, Great Fireball Technique. Miyu first condensed chakra in his throat and spit out a large amount of flames. The blazing flames formed a huge fireball and smashed it into the ground in front of Miyu, creating a black charred pit. Sunny Day. Miyu then gathered chakra on his palm, and a very dazzling ball of light gradually appeared on his palm. When Miyu threw the ball of light into the sky, the sunlight around him became stronger in an instant within 50 meters. After using Sunny Day, Miyu could clearly feel the surroundings getting hotter. He gathered chakra in his throat again, and accurately gathered the same chakra as the last fireball and spit out a huge fireball again. Boom! Exclamation mark! The huge fireball hit the ground, creating a charred hole that was larger than the previous hole. Then Miyu used the body flash technique to move out of the range of Sunny Day, and found that the area did not change because of his departure, and it still remained in the state of Sunny Day. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Miyu formed a seal outside of Sunny Day and used the Water Escape Technique. A large amount of water flowed around Miyu and finally formed a water dragon that continuously broke many trees. When Miyu entered the range of Sunny Day and used Water Style, before he used it, he could feel that he needed to use more chakra to ensure the power of Water Style in the range of Sunny Day. The basic effect of ninjutsu is similar to the effect of game skills, but the effect is not as rigid as that of game skills. Miyu concluded after testing each of the water and fire ninjutsu. In the game, no matter what level or what Pokemon uses Sunny Day, the final effect of Sunny Day will not change. It is still 1.5 for fire and 0.5 for water, even if Groudon comes. But real ninjutsu will definitely not be as rigid as in the game, otherwise there is no point in practicing. The effect of Sunny Day, which is localized into ninjutsu in the ninja world, will be determined by the proficiency of ninjutsu and the amount of chakra used. The higher the proficiency, the more chakra is used, and the larger the range of Sunny Day, the stronger the amplification effect on fire style and the stronger the weakening effect on water style. Miyu tried to walk further away and use more chakra to release Sunny Day. After comparison, she found that the ratio of chakra consumption to the increase in the power of fire style was not as good as that of the Breath of Flame chakra mode. If it is a one-on-one battle, if the enemy is not a water style ninja, it is the best choice to directly use the Breath of Flame to enhance the fire style. If the enemy is a water style ninja, it will be better to use Sunny Day. Miyu calculated the cost-effectiveness of the two. In general, the Breath of Flame chakra mode is more versatile and can deal with various situations, but Sunny Day is more targeted. However, children only do multiple choice questions, while adults choose to have both. The two are not contradictory at all. Miyu can use Sunny Day first, then enter the Breath of Flame chakra mode, and then use fire style. Of course, Miyu would not do this under normal circumstances, because it really consumes chakra. Both Sunny Day and the Breath of Flame chakra mode are big consumers of chakra. Just now, Miyu consumed 40,000 chakra points and only used Sunny Day that covered a range of 200 meters, and it only lasted for 5 minutes. But it's really appropriate to use this skill now. Miyu quickly thought that this skill is more suitable for use in war. If only one ninja can get the bonus, it would be a bit unworthy to waste so much chakra. If all 100 fire ninjas get the bonus of Sunny Day, the combined improvement of all people can explode a flame-breathing chakra mode. Muyu can only say that it is too coincidental. It happens to be the battlefield of Mist Village, and most of the enemies are using water ninjutsu. If he has a Sunny Day on the battlefield to cover the battlefield, it may turn the evenly matched situation into a one-sided one. Muyu once again realized the value of the S-level extraction scroll. There is really no garbage skill. If the effect of Sunny Day is spread out, the Mist Village may send ninjas to hunt him down like crazy, and Konoha may form a fire ninja unit specifically for him. After all, this is a direct group buff. Chapter 440, The Inhuman Uchiha. After Shisui recovered from his injury, Muyu arranged Shisui to a new team because Obito and the others had returned to Konoha. Shisui had no objection to this. With his current strength, he was indeed not enough to walk alone on the battlefield. You are Uchiha Shisui who is going to join our team. My name is Takagi Shinji. I am the captain of this team. My ninja level is a special Jonin, and I am mainly good at fire escape. Takagi Shinji took the initiative to introduce himself after seeing Shisui coming. Even if Shisui only joined temporarily, self-introduction is an indispensable part. This is not for the sense of ceremony, but it is more convenient for them to fight on the battlefield if they have a basic understanding of each other. Even if they cannot cooperate perfectly, they cannot cause negative effects on each other. Hearing that it was Uchiha Shisui, several disciples of Takagi Shinji looked at Shisui with curiosity. This name has been well known to them recently. The Konoha ninjas in the rear knew the results of Kakashi and his disciples. Takagi Shinji's disciples were in the battlefield where the encounter was, so they naturally knew more. The Konoha ninjas on the entire battlefield knew the strength of Muyu and the genius of Kakashi and his disciples. So young, really 8 years old, how can one be so strong as to fight against the 7 ninja swordsmen at the age of 8? Could it be that the 7 ninja swordsmen are not as strong as the legend says? This Uchiha Shisui doesn't look very strong either. Takagi Shinji's disciples couldn't help but murmur in their hearts when they saw Shisui, because Shisui didn't look very special. He gave people the impression that this child was quite quiet. I'm Uchiha Shisui, a ninja level of Chunin, good at fire escape and illusion. After Takagi Shinji finished his self-introduction, Shisui immediately introduced himself and briefly revealed the ninjutsu he was good at. Takagi Shinji nodded, then looked at his 3 disciples. I'm Kobayashi Kenji, a ninja level of Chunin, able to use wind escape ninjutsu. My name is Asugi Taru, a ninja level of Chunin, good at fire escape ninjutsu. I'm Mashita Yuki, a ninja level of Chunin, able to use some basic medical ninjutsu. Takagi Shinji's disciples responded one after another. In order to better arrange tactics when executing the mission, I need to use a practice battle to understand your ability, but we still have to execute the mission later, so let's stop here. Takagi Shinji thought for a while and said, under normal circumstances, Takagi Shinji would definitely let his disciples go up for the test, but after all, he was the Uchiha genius who had recently become famous, so Takagi Shinji chose to respect him and go up himself. Don't say it. Takagi Shinji really didn't have the confidence to beat Shisui. After all, even if there were 8 of him who met the 7 ninja swordsmen, he would only be able to run away. But Shisui and his team won. Please teach me. Shisui nodded and agreed, which was also his idea. Teacher Shinji, let me do it. If you watch from the side, you can observe more carefully. Asugi Taru volunteered to stand up. He was usually the best one in the team, and wanted to fight with Shisui to see the gap between himself and the real genius. Even if he started training at the age of 3, he has been training for 5 years at most. I have been a ninja for more than 5 years, so I shouldn't lose too badly, Asugi Taru thought to himself. Asugi Taru didn't have the confidence to win, but he thought he could deal with it. Are you sure? Takagi Shinji disagreed. Takagi Shinji knew very well what level Taru Asugi was. He was quite good among the Chunins, but that was all. He was not in the same world as a super genius like Shisui. Well, it's rare to meet a genius like Shisui, so I want to test my level, Taru Asugi explained. Then you come. Takagi Shinji thought about it and agreed to Taru Asugi's request. He wanted to use Shisui's hand to knock down this disciple who was a little bit arrogant. If he still had this mentality when performing a mission, he would easily die in the mission. The battle begins. With Takagi Shinji's order, Shisui and Taru Asugi both moved. Swish swish! Exclamation mark! Taru Asugi took out a shuriken from his ninja tool bag while running and shot it at Shisui. Shisui's expression did not change at all, and he also threw out a shuriken. Ding ding! The shurikens of the two collided and fell to the ground together. Even the basic skills are far beyond ordinary people. Takagi Shinji, who was watching, nodded in his heart. On the surface, the exchange of shuriken between the two sides seemed to be a draw, but Shisui waited for Asugami Taru to finish throwing his shuriken before throwing his shuriken. In this case, Shisui still perfectly intercepted all of Asugami Taru's shuriken, which shows his shuriken throwing level. Whoosh! When he was only 5 meters away from Shisui, Asugami Taru suddenly burst out his chakra and used the instant body technique to appear on Shisui's side and punched. Shisui seemed to have expected this, and he turned his body slightly to avoid the attacking fist. The attack missed. Asugami Taru immediately took a step back and kicked Shisui with his legs, but Shisui also took a step back, and Asugami Taru's attack missed again. Asugami Taru stimulated his body to the limit and continued to attack, but he still couldn't touch the corner of Shisui's clothes. Fire style, great fireball style. Asugami Taru saw that he had no physical skills, so he pulled away and formed a seal to use fire style. Mr. Muyu's ninjutsu. Shisui was a little surprised. When Muyu's characteristic teaching nature changed, he developed 5D level ninjutsu, and later developed corresponding upgraded C level ninjutsu, and the great fireball style was one of them. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shisui also used fire style, but in order to prevent hurting his teammates, Shisui deliberately reduced the use of chakra to weaken the power of the great fireball. It turns out that there is still such a big gap between me and the real genius. After seeing the might of the great fireball released by Shisui, Asugami Taru sighed inwardly. He has practiced fire style for a long time, and even before the fireballs collided, he could see that Shisui's fireball was much stronger than his. Boom! Exclamation mark! The two fireballs collided with each other, and Shisui's great fireball swallowed Asugami Taru's big fireball without exception. Although the fighting spirit in his heart had been exhausted, the qualities of a ninja still urged Asugami Taru to dodge. Whoosh! At this moment, Shisui, who had not taken the initiative to attack, took action, holding a kunai and rushing up using the instant body technique. When Asugami Taru reacted, the cold kunai had already been pressed against his neck. So fast, Asugami Taru's pupils dilated and his face was full of surprise. He thought he could hold on for a while longer, but he didn't expect Shisui's instant body technique to be so fast. Shisui silently put away his kunai. This was a practice match that was just enough. In fact, if Shisui really used all his strength, he could have instantly defeated Asugami Taru at the beginning. But in order to understand the strength of his teammates and give face to his new teammates, Shisui only started to fight seriously after a few moves. Tetsu, you are a little overconfident. Kobayashi Kenji couldn't help but complain. On the surface, the two seemed to have fought back and forth for a few waves, but in fact, as soon as Shisui took the initiative to attack, Asugami Taru was instantly defeated. This strength is really well deserved. Mashita Yuki was surprised at the strength shown by Shisui. There is still a certain gap between hearing and seeing with one's own eyes. The scene of an 8-year-old child beating a 16-year-old chunin is very shocking. At this moment, Asugami Taru did not respond to his teammates' complaints. He only had one thought in his mind. This is 8 years old. He admitted that Shisui's fire escape was better than his. After all, he was a genius. Ninjutsu really depends on talent, but Shisui's taijutsu is a bit beyond common sense. How can an 8-year-old body have such physical strength? Did he start practicing in his mother's womb? Asugami Taru couldn't help but think in his heart. Takagi Shinji's hand interrupted Asugami Taru's thoughts. Now you know the strength of a true genius. You are still far away. Takagi Shinji patted the disciple who was a little floating and said, read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar released this novel for the first time. After saying that, Takagi Shinji looked at Shisui without waiting for Asugitaru's reply. Shisui, do you want to rest before fighting or start now? This guy's level is too poor. I'm afraid you have been holding back your strength to prevent him from hurting him. Asugitaru fell too quickly, and Takagi Shinji had to take action himself to understand Shisui's ability. Then let's start now. Shisui agreed. Shisui didn't spend much effort to fight Asugitaru just now, so naturally he didn't need to rest before fighting again. Asugitaru touched his back and side, then walked to the side to watch the fight. After a fight, the only painful part was that the teacher slapped him at the end of the fight. It was really unbelievable. The teacher is a jonin after all, he shouldn't be like me. Asugitaru speculated on the outcome of the fight. Especially jonin is also a jonin. There is a big gap between him and chunin. He thought that Takagi Shinji could make Shisui use his true strength, but something unexpected happened to Asugitaru. The overall rhythm of Shisui and Takagi Shinji's fight was almost the same as the previous fight. In terms of physical skills, Takagi Shinji still couldn't take any advantage of Shisui, and was even beaten back. In terms of fire escape, Takagi Shinji was still suppressed by Shisui, and the two used fire escape at the same time, and finally Takagi Shinji's fire escape was swallowed by Shisui's fire escape. Takagi Shinji's 3 disciples looked at this scene in shock. The same nature of ninjutsu can easily compare the strengths of both sides, because there is no restraint relationship. The strong will win the weak. There is no surprise. If Takagi Shinji lost the ninjutsu duel, it would prove that he was not as good as Shisui in the practice of fire escape. Teacher Shinji actually. Kobayashi Kenji stared at Takagi Shinji whose back was wet with sweat. As their instructor, Takagi Shinji was the jonin they had the most contact with. Seeing his teacher being beaten by an 8-year-old child and sweating profusely, the impact was simply too great. Fortunately, Shisui remembered the rule of stopping at a certain point, and stopped when he felt that he had understood it, which saved the little face that Takagi Shinji had left. I don't know if it was because of excessive exercise or Shisui's fire escape temperature was too high. Takagi Shinji's face turned slightly red. He is really as powerful as a monster. Takagi Shinji exhaled in thought. Although he thought Shisui would be very strong, after the actual fight, Takagi Shinji was still surprised by Shisui's strength. He was like facing a real jonin with good strength. Takagi Shinji, who had rich combat experience, could sense that Shisui had stopped because he would hurt him if he went all out. It's a good thing to have such a strong teammate. Takagi Shinji comforted himself in his heart. This time it was indeed a bit embarrassing. He just taught his disciples a lesson, but he was beaten up after he went up. In this way, Shisui joined Takagi Shinji's team and started a new mission career. Although they were all teammates, Shisui could clearly feel that he did not fit in with the atmosphere of the team. The 3 team members had a vague sense of alienation towards him. Shisui had not experienced this feeling for a long time. He only had this feeling when he went out with the elders of the Uchiha clan. After attending the ninja school, he spent most of his time practicing with Muyu. He basically stayed with Muyu and Muyu's disciples, so naturally this kind of thing would not happen. This feeling made Shisui a little uncomfortable. After all, he didn't do anything that was detrimental to everyone. Shisui probably guessed what the reason was, but he couldn't be 100% sure. Then Shisui did not isolate the whole team because of the vague sense of alienation. He was still being himself. In a slightly dangerous mission, Shisui used the Sharingan to deal with the sneak attack of the enemy, saving Kenji Kobayashi and Yuki Mashita from injury. After this mission, the looming sense of alienation disappeared. Shisui, thank you so much. If you hadn't acted quickly, we would have had to stay in bed for a while, Kenji Kobayashi said gratefully. It seems that not all Uchiha are unkind. Yuki Mashita smiled and elbowed Kenji Kobayashi, who had low emotional intelligence, and said to Shisui with an apologetic look, sorry, Kenji is not very good at talking. Shisui, don't take it to heart. Through getting along with each other, We can know that Shisui is not a cold-blooded person, but according to Yuki Mashita, Uchiha ninjas have a strong sense of family identity, and she is worried that Shisui will be unhappy about it. I don't care, Shisui shook his head and said. If someone really said bad things about the Uchiha clan, Shisui would indeed be unhappy about it, but whether Kenji Kobayashi really said it, it is not certain. Based on Shisui's understanding of his clan members, there are indeed some people who don't care about people other than Uchiha. Obviously Shisui guessed correctly. The reason why the team members didn't accept him at the first time was not because he defeated Taru Asugi and Shinji Takagi, but because of his surname, Uchiha. Because he was an Uchiha ninja who joined the team temporarily, the three team members felt a little alienated from him at the beginning. Even Shisui thought that the captain Shinji Takagi might have felt the same way, but Shinji Takagi was older so he could hide it well. The image of the Uchiha clan must be changed among the public in Konoha. After deep thinking, Shisui realized the importance of a good reputation. Not all Uchiha can prove their true character through actions like Shisui to improve relationships. Many Uchiha clan members have the arrogance of the strongest and richest family. If outsiders show alienation from the beginning, they will respond with a stronger sense of alienation. Even if they realize that the other party has misunderstood, they will be too proud to explain. Chapter 441, The Transparent World and the White Eyes. When Obito recovered from his injury, he began to practice with all his strength. Every day, he would practice except eating and sleeping. He was a little stimulated by Might Guy. When Might Guy forcibly opened the sixth gate and entered the rock-breathing chakra mode, Obito could tell from Might Guy's aura that the gap between them was even bigger. Although this was a method that Might Guy was forced to use when he was pushed to the extreme, Obito knew that with Might Guy's diligence, he would soon transform this extreme burst method into his normal strength, which would generally take only a few months. Obito felt that even if he made another breakthrough in the next few months, he would probably not be able to reach the strength of Might Guy's 6 gates plus the rock-breathing chakra mode. Opening the 6 gates of the 8 gates can increase a lot of strength, and coupled with the rock-breathing chakra mode that can also greatly improve the body, the superposition of the two makes Might Guy's body as terrifying as a non-human. So Obito worked harder. He didn't want to be left too far behind. At least he had to defeat Kakashi in the Civil War. As for Might Guy, Obito first gave him the title of the strongest disciple for 1 year. It was uncertain who would be stronger and who would be weaker after 1 year. Obito's spontaneous hellish training was soon forced to stop, because Kakashi's injury was also fully recovered, and they had to accept the Jonin examination together. This caught Obito off guard. He thought that they would have to wait until Might Guy recovered and the three of them would accept the examination together. After being taken to the designated training ground by the examiners, Obito glanced around and found that there were 2 other ninjas accepting the examination besides him and Kakashi. Obito didn't know either of them, but through the white eyes of one of the ninjas, Obito knew that he was a ninja from the Hyuga clan. Not only the ninjas accepting the examination, Obito also found that there was a ninja from the Hyuga clan among the examiners. Every official Konoha Jonin has both strength and wisdom. There are 2 major examination points for the Jonin examination. One is the level of ninjutsu and the other is theoretical knowledge. In the morning, the ninjutsu will be examined, and in the afternoon, the theoretical knowledge will be examined. Hinata Hayashi said the general arrangement of the examination in a calm voice. He is the actual combat examiner of this Jonin examination, responsible for examining the use of Chunin taken in actual combat by the Chunin. However, Hyuga Hayashi only has the right to give scores and evaluations, and cannot decide who will become a Jonin in the end. In name, there is only one person in Konoha who is qualified to be a Jonin, and that is the Hokage. Even a special Jonin must be signed and stamped by the Hokage before he can be promoted. What? To become a Jonin, you actually have to take a theory test. Don't you want to take a test paper? Obito's expression became very ugly. He thought that to become a Jonin, you just need to be strong enough, but he didn't expect that you would have to take a test on theoretical knowledge. Yes, it will be tested in the form of a written test at that time. Hyuga Hayashi nodded. Although he is responsible for the practical part, he still knows that the theoretical part is to take a test paper. Obito's heart sank completely. He couldn't help but look at the several ninjas next to him, but found that they were all very calm and did not have any emotions because of this. Even if the questions are a little difficult and I can't do it, I can use the Sharingan to copy it. Obito was infected by their calmness and became calm. After all, if he can't do it, can he not copy it? At that time, he can directly use the Sharingan to copy other people's actions. The examination of ninjutsu and Tengen will be conducted in the form of simulated actual combat. You can use any means you can to attack the examiner. Try to use ninjutsu and Tengen as much as possible without affecting your own combat effectiveness. This will give you a higher final evaluation. Hyuga Hayashi explained the rules for the examination and scoring. Konoha attaches great importance to the comprehensive strength of its own jonin. Mastering multiple chakra nature changes is a big plus in the examination of jonin, and balanced development of ninjutsu and Tengen is also a big plus. On the contrary, if you are too biased, you may not be able to become a jonin even if you perform well in the battle with the examiners. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. For example, ninjas from a family with special bloodline limits, such as the Hyuga family, can ignore most of the above rules. They only need to perform well in actual combat to pass the actual combat part. After all, it would be difficult for the Hyuga family to develop ninjutsu and Tengen in an all-round way. They would practice ninjutsu instead of practicing the physical skills that have been passed down for thousands of years and are matched with bloodline limits. Next, those whose names I read will come forward to be examined. The total combat time is 15 minutes. If you lose your combat ability before the combat time is up, a certain number of points will be deducted. The jonin who was acting as a referee next to him said, "Hinata Oba." After hearing his name, Hinata Oba quickly walked to the designated battle location and greeted Hinata Hayashi with a respectful face. Master Clan Leader. Hinata Hayashi nodded slightly. He was not unfamiliar with Hinata Oba. This was a ninja from the Hyuga branch family with excellent talent, and the purity of the Byakugan was very high. The battle begins. Hinata Oba immediately stimulated the chakra in his eyes to open his Byakugan. Under the effect of the chakra, the blue veins next to his eyes suddenly bulged. Then Hinata Oba gathered chakra in his feet and fists and rushed towards Hinata Hayashi. At this time, Hinata Hayashi had already opened his Byakugan and had a soft fist contest with the attacking Hinata Oba. The soft fist is really an insidious physical technique. Obito, who was watching the battle, complained in his heart. Although the collision between Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Oba did not seem to be fierce, as if there was not much power, Obito knew that being hit by a soft fist was no better than being hit by Might Guy's fist. In the first semester of the 4th grade, Hyuga Kamen's soft fists made Obito suffer a lot, so he would not underestimate the soft fist of the Hyuga clan. Because it was an inspection, Hyuga Hayashi did not use his real strength to fight, but only used his understanding of soft fist to conduct the inspection and test the soft fist level of Hyuga Oba. After 15 minutes, the inspection jonin announced the end of the battle. However, Hyuga Oba did not leave, but prepared to watch the fight of others. Although they did not need to fight each other during the inspection of the jonin, Hyuga Oba was very interested in the strength of Kakashi and Obito, and wanted to see how these two geniuses who had recently become famous in Konoha would perform. Sakata Genji. The inspection jonin continued to read the name of the next ninja who needed to be inspected. When Sakata Genji walked up, a Konoha jonin in the examiner team stepped forward and replaced Hyuga Hayashi. It turns out that not one examiner examines everyone. Obito showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. He was still wondering why there was no intermission. Otherwise, if the examiner encountered a chunin like Might Guy, wouldn't the next person to be examined by Might Guy be able to win easily? I don't think he's very strong. After watching Sakata Genji's battle for a while, Obito had such a thought in his mind. He was not referring to Sakata Genji who was being examined, but felt that the examiner and the examinee were both average. Obito was not familiar with the gentle fist and could not understand it very well, but he was very familiar with the fire style used by the examiner, and the examiner's fire style was not as good as his. The battle is over, and we will rest for 20 minutes. 15 minutes later, the examiner shouted on time. Due to the war, There were not many jonins in Konoha village, and most of them had their own defense tasks, so there were only 3 jonins in this examination. The referees were special jonins, who were not qualified to be actual combat examiners, so the examiners could only take turns to fight. Kakashi, do you also think that the examiner is not very strong? Bored Obito whispered to Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at Obito calmly. Which examiner are you referring to, the Hyuga clan leader or the Mimura Jonin? Obito was surprised. It sounded like Kakashi knew both of them. How did you know them? Obito couldn't help asking. He was curious about where Kakashi got the information. Those well-known strong ones in the past were fine. Hyuga Hayashi and Mimura Himaki were not as strong as Yakura and Mizuno Tsuki-kan. I'm also curious why you don't know. The Byakugan is a bloodline limit as famous as the Sharingan, and Mimura Himaki is also a well-known jonin in Konoha, and was once on the Konoha newspaper. Kakashi replied speechlessly. He is not the intelligence Kakashi, but Obito is really Kenji. Read the correct version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. For the jonin of other villages, Kakashi generally only knows the famous ones, such as the Sand Village hero Yakura and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village. Kakashi knows more about the jonin of the village. After all, there are not many jonin in a ninja village, and even fewer if the scope is set to formal jonin. Obito smiled awkwardly. If no one related to him was in the newspaper, he would hardly be interested in reading the newspaper. It was too boring. I'm talking about that Mimura Hamaguri. I feel that his fire escape is not as strong as mine. Obito continued the previous topic. Although Obito didn't know anyone, there were only 2 actual combat examiners, one of whom had a white eye. Obito could use the process of elimination to know that the jonin who used fire escape was the Mimura jonin mentioned by Kakashi. 2 reasons. First, Mimura jonin was fighting for the purpose of inspection and did not use his full strength. Kakashi explained. Second, you don't think your fire escape is weak, do you? Although Obito often lost miserably in civil wars, it did not mean that Obito's fire escape was weak, but that others were more powerful overall. Kakashi believed that if the blessing of the flame-breathing chakra mode was taken into account, there were very few people in Konoha who could surpass Obito in fire escape. Of course, this only calculates the power of fire style when used at full power, not actual combat ability, and does not mean that Obito has become a strong fire style master in Konoha village, because Obito in the flame-breathing chakra mode will soon be exhausted after using fire style at full power. Hehe, do you mean that my fire style is also considered strong and excellent among the jonin? Obito smiled proudly. It is not easy to get a compliment from Kakashi. Obito can't remember the scene where Kakashi praised him. This made Obito a little flattered. Even Kakashi praised him, which means that his fire style is really strong. It's just that Muyu teacher taught well. If it weren't for Muyu teacher's flame breathing, how could your fire style have that kind of power? Kakashi saw that Obito was a little swollen and immediately added, of course I know this, so I am very grateful to Muyu teacher. Obito admitted it generously. Before Muyu appeared, he was the last one in Uchiha. After becoming Muyu's disciple, he gradually became the Uchiha genius today. Also, your fire escape technique is strong, but your brain hinders it. Otherwise, your overall strength should be stronger and you wouldn't lose so many times. Kakashi felt that it was not enough and added another slash. Kakashi knew Obito too well. He just smiled when Kakashi said that Obito's ninja talent was not good, but he was really angry when Kakashi said that Obito's brain was not good. Obito's face froze, and his cheeks gradually became rosy, as if a warning was echoing in the void. Damn Kakashi, Obito roared in his heart. If he was not in the Jonin examination, he would have wanted to gather chakra and give Kakashi a flaming fist in the face. Kakashi's words just now were too cruel. Not only did they mock his IQ, but they also reminded Obito of the memory of losing the civil war and taking the test paper. It was a pain on top of pain. The break is over. Take Kakashi, prepare for the battle. The referee Jonin read out Kakashi's name. Kakashi quickly walked forward to the battle site, and Hyuga Hayashi from the examiner team also walked forward. I wonder how the transparent world compares to the Byakugan. Kakashi thought to himself as he looked at Hyuga Hayashi's pure white eyes. The Byakugan can see through things, and the transparent world can see through things, but both have other special effects, so it can only be said that some of their abilities are similar. Hyuga Oba and Sakata Genji quickly turned their eyes to the battlefield, curious about how Kakashi, the little white fang, would perform. The battle begins. After hearing the referee's shout, Kakashi immediately concentrated his breathing and entered the state of the transparent world. In fact, the rules of the Jonin examination are somewhat disadvantageous to Kakashi and his friends, because they are better at fast-paced battles and using powerful bursts to unexpectedly solve opponents. 15 minutes is a bit long for them, but Kakashi knows very well that this is a simulated actual combat. He doesn't need to think about the fastest and most labor-saving way to kill the opponent. What he has to do is to show all his excellence. Kakashi's consumption is different from Obito's consumption. Obito's consumption is because the flame-breathing chakra mode consumes chakra too quickly, while Kakashi's consumption is because the lightning attribute chakra activates the body and requires a lot of chakra, not because the transparent world consumes a lot of chakra. If Kakashi uses the ultimate thunderbolt flash speed, his chakra is actually enough, because the opponent is not a ninja from the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi did not open his Byakugan immediately, but after exchanging 2 moves with Kakashi, Hyuga Hayashi's face changed slightly, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. In the past, he always saw through the enemy's attack, made the enemy's attack miss, and seized the opportunity to hit the enemy. But just now the opposite happened. The palm strike he swung at Kakashi missed, while Kakashi's fist hit him firmly. It can't be that Kakashi, a 10-year-old boy, has more experience in physical skills than him. Hyuga Hayashi, who didn't believe in evil, did not open his Byakugan and tried again. Konoha Whirlwind. Kakashi used the whirlwind kick to kick Hyuga Hayashi back 3 meters. At this moment, the scene was extremely quiet, and Hyuga Oba stared at the scene in amazement. Chapter 442, Jonin Inspection. What's going on? The clan leader actually, Hinata Kina, was a little bit unbelievable. The Hyuga clan's strength is greatly affected by not opening the Byakugan, but Kakashi didn't use any special moves. In such a basic physical skill collision, Hinata Hayashi shouldn't lose, as expected of a genius who has fought against the 7 ninja swordsmen on the battlefield. Hayashi is too arrogant this time, Mimura Yejun thought as he looked at the battlefield. The dignified Hyuga clan leader was suppressed by a 10-year-old chunin in physical skills. No one would believe this news. It sounds too fake. Use soft fists and hit Kakashi's face hard. Obito silently cheered for Hinata Hayashi in his heart. He hoped that the Hyuga clan leader could show the powerful strength of the clan leader to beat Kakashi. As if hearing Obito's voice, Hinata Hayashi gathered chakra in his eyes. After opening the Byakugan, the veins around his eyes suddenly popped up, and his momentum changed. One time may be accidental, but several fights made Hyuga Hayashi understand that Kakashi is not simple. If he does not open the Byakugan, it will not be the examinee who may lose the ability to fight in advance, but he, the examiner. However, what surprised Hyuga Hayashi was that after he opened the Byakugan, ordinary physical skills still could not do anything to Kakashi. Kakashi was like an old ninja who had experienced thousands of battles and accurately predicted all of Hyuga Hayashi's attacks. Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan also saw through Kakashi's movements, and the two of them were deadlocked for a while. In fact, at this time, Hyuga Hayashi had already given Kakashi a full score for physical skills in his heart, because Kakashi's performance was even better than that of Hyuga Oba with Byakugan, which was really rare. Soft fist technique middle. 8 trigrams 64 palms. After a little thought, Hyuga Hayashi gathered chakra and took a stance to prepare to use the secret technique of the Hyuga clan. His colleagues and family members were watching, and he had to get back the face he had just lost. Gentle fist is a secret physical technique passed down by the Hyuga family for thousands of years. It is a physical technique that all Hyuga clan ninjas must learn. But in fact, the branch family only learns the most basic part of the gentle fist. Above that, there are advanced moves that can only be learned by the main family, and the A diagram 64 palms is one of them. Flash. Kakashi, who realized that Hyuga Hayashi was ready to take real action, did not hesitate. He immediately converted all the chakra condensed in his legs into lightning chakra to activate cells and strengthen his body. At the moment when Hyuga Hayashi swung his palm, he turned into a flash of lightning and left the attack range of the A diagram 64 palms, making Hyuga Hayashi's attack hit the air. What a fast lightning body! Hyuga Hayashi suppressed the unexpected burst of chakra in his heart and chased after him. Just as the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, Kakashi, who was running, suddenly braked, suddenly pulled out the white fang short blade and turned back to swing at Hyuga Hayashi, who was chasing him. Hyuga Hayashi's expression did not change at all. He braked and got stuck in a place where Kakashi could not swing. He had already seen through Kakashi's attack based on the changes in Kakashi's body muscles. Zizizizi! Exclamation mark! A large amount of lightning attribute chakra flowed from Kakashi's palm into the white fang short blade, gradually extending a lightning blade. 8 trigrams palm. Return to heaven. Feeling the crisis, Hyuga Hayashi immediately used the absolute defense of the Hyuga clan, transforming into a constantly rotating chakra ball to block the incoming blade. Kakashi was not disappointed when his attack was blocked again. After all, his opponent was the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and it would be abnormal if he could easily succeed. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Kakashi retreated violently, condensed chakra in his mouth, and spit out a lightning spear towards Hyuga Hayashi. Pseudo-darkness requires a lot of chakra, and Kakashi rarely uses it in real combat because it is not as cost-effective as lightning release sword technique. But this is a simulated combat, and the purpose of the battle is not to win, but to pass the exam. So Kakashi uses pseudo-darkness, a high-level lightning release, to show his level of lightning release ninjutsu. 8 trigrams empty wall palm. Facing the menacing lightning spear, Hyuga Hayashi immediately burst out chakra and used his most powerful physical technique. The 8 trigrams empty wall palm is actually a combined physical technique. When two people release the 8 trigrams empty wall palm at the same time, it becomes the 8 trigrams empty wall palm. However, Hyuga Hayashi has already practiced the 8 trigrams empty wall palm very skillfully. With the powerful chakra in his body, Hyuga Hayashi can perform the 8 trigrams empty wall palm alone. Whoosh! Exclamation mark! Boom! Exclamation mark! A terrifying shockwave was generated, and the trees around Hyuga Hayashi were overwhelmed by this terrifying impact. The strong wind caused by the powerful impact made the trees in the training ground rustle. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Kakashi immediately used the instant body technique to move his position. The next moment, the shockwave defeated the lightning spear and hit the ground where Kakashi just stood, creating a hole. Now I think it's still a bit difficult to defeat this level of Jonin alone. Kai should have a chance, Kakashi thought as he looked at the damage caused by Hyuga Hayashi's physical technique. For Kakashi, Hyuga Hayashi is a very difficult opponent. With the high purity and high proficiency of the Byakugan and the soft fist that can attack and defend, Hyuga Hayashi seems to have no flaws. Kakashi completely gave up the idea of defeating the examiner to end the battle, and took the test in the same way as ordinary candidates, trying to show his abilities in all aspects. Taijutsu, lightning release ninjutsu, lightning release sword technique, earth release ninjutsu, genjutsu. Kakashi used all the abilities he had mastered in these 15 minutes. If it were him, he might be better than Lord White Fang. Mimura Yejuin admired in his heart. He is an old senior Jonin who became a Jonin during the Second Ninja World War. Mimura Yejuin once saw the scene of White Fang harvesting enemies on the battlefield. Because the shock was too great, he still can't forget it to this day. When Mimura Yejuin saw White Fang holding a short blade and slaughtering the enemy ninja troops like cutting melons and vegetables, he knew what a true genius was. Mimura Yejuin has also been praised as a genius, but since then he believes that he can only be regarded as a talent at best, far less than a genius. But even the White Fang who gave Mimura Yejuin a great shock is still not as good as the current Kakashi. At least Mimura Yejuin has never heard that White Fang can fight back and forth with Konoha's excellent Jonin at the age of 10. Uchiha Obito, The referee Jonin read out the name of the last candidate. Mimura Yejun put away the thoughts in his mind and walked into the battlefield to prepare for the battle inspection. Hinata Hayashi gave him a reminder that he should never be careless in the face of these extraordinary geniuses, otherwise he might lose face. Finally, it's my turn. Obito stretched his body and walked into the field. At this time, Obito was a little anxious. He wanted to finish early and go back to read. It's not difficult for him to cheat with the Sharingan, but Obito will still try his best to work hard first. Cheating is the last resort. Although it may seem a little late to read books at this time, Obito feels that he has accumulated some experience in doing test papers, and reading some books temporarily may just pass. If the examinee loses the ability to fight before 15 minutes, he will lose points. If the examinee defeats the examiner before 15 minutes, will the battle be considered ended normally or what? Obito asked directly. According to common sense, it is a plus point for the examinee to defeat the examiner. Just in case, Obito asked a question. If the examinee fails in actual combat instead of in theory, Obito will be really angry. It will be a high score. Mimura Yejun replied with a faint smile. So far, there has been no case of an examinee defeating an examiner in the Jonin examination. After all, the Jonins who are qualified to become Jonin examination examiners are not ordinary Jonins. If they have the strength to defeat them, they should have become Jonins long ago. Then you have to be careful, uncle. My flame is very strong. Obito felt that Mimura Yejun had a good attitude, so he kindly reminded him. After all, you are a genius. Mimura Yejun did not disapprove, but wrote it down. The battle begins. The referee Jonin shouted, "Flame breathing, concentrate." Obito quickly concentrated his breathing, and then retreated while condensing chakra in his throat to release fire ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. A large amount of high-temperature flames spewed out of Obito's mouth and quickly formed a huge fireball 5 meters high, smashing towards Mimura Yejun. Swish, swish, swish! Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar first published this novel. Then Obito opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and quickly threw out Shuriken to block Mimura Yejun's dodge position, forcing Mimura Yejun to take his great fireball. Mimura Yejun was an experienced old Jonin after all. He held a kunai to block part of the Shuriken and used the trees next to him to block part of it. After a few moves, he dodged Obito's attack net. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Mimura Yejun jumped onto the tree with his toes, jumped back and forth on different trees, and spit out a large number of fist-sized fireballs towards Obito. Because it was a high-level attack, the fireballs formed a fire net from different angles, and even Obito with the Sharingan could not completely dodge. After receiving this information, Obito gave up dodging. He was better at attacking than defending and dodging. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. A large amount of chakra was converted into fire attribute chakra in one breath at Obito's throat and then turned into high-temperature flames and spit out by Obito. The flames that were spit out continuously soon formed a small sea of fire. Under Obito's control, the sea of fire was divided into 3 fire dragons that rose up like a wall of fire in front of him to block all the fireballs that attacked. The control of this fire style is indeed quite good. Mimura Yejun nodded in his heart. It was not easy to control a high-level attack fire style like this, and the power is not ordinary. When the fire dragon attacked, Mimura Yejun found that Obito's flame temperature was very high, but this alone is not enough to defeat me. Mimura Yejun released a large amount of chakra that had been condensed. Earth style, Earth flow wall. A huge and thick earth wall suddenly rose in front of Mimura Yejun, blocking all the incoming flames. Although the surface became charred, it still stood firm. In addition to fire style, Mimura Yejun is also good at earth style. When fighting, Mimura Yejun usually likes to use fire style to attack and earth style to defend. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire style. Mimura Yejun jumped onto the earth flow wall and formed a seal to spit out a fire dragon at Obito. Obito was also familiar with this ninjutsu. This was the first fire style ninjutsu he and Ryu learned. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire style. Obito finally chose to use the same ninjutsu to test Mimura Yejuan's fire style. The same nature changes and the same ninjutsu are used against each other. If you lose, there is no excuse, it's just that your strength is not good enough. Boom! Exclamation mark. The two fire dragons collided with each other and caused a violent explosion. The dazzling red light bloomed, and finally the two fire dragons disappeared at the same time, leaving only a charred ground. These two people are worthy of being the geniuses who worked together to kill the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon. They are too strong. Sakata Genji couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. The result of this ninjutsu competition almost proved that Obito's fire style is not worse than Mimura Yejuan. Although Mimura Yejuan is not a jonin known for his strength, he is still an experienced old jonin. Sakata Genji feels that Obito has passed the actual combat assessment so far. He must have a high score for his performance. Uncle's fire escape is not weak, but I still have one last trick. Obito was delighted when he saw the fire dragon die together. Mimura Yejuan's fire escape level is about the same as his full concentration state, so it must be inferior to his fire escape in the flame-breathing chakra mode. Obito silently operated the flame breathing to the limit and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. The chakra in his body was constantly consumed and transformed into power to strengthen his body. After entering the flame-breathing chakra mode, Obito rushed directly to Mimura Yejuan without any defense. Mimura Yejuan looked at Obito, who was full of flaws, and felt that something was wrong. Based on Obito's performance just now, he should not do such an irrational thing. Fire escape, Fengxian fire jutsu. Obito did not make a seal, but just a thought. The chakra in his throat instantly turned into flames and was spit out by Obito. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. At the same time, Obito's hands were not idle, and he threw out shuriken at an extremely tricky angle. No seal release, using ninjutsu while throwing shuriken. Mimura Yejuan was shocked. He had never seen such a show in his 20-year ninja career. Not only did he not need to make a seal, but he could actually use shuriken while using ninjutsu. You know, using ninjutsu requires the mind to control the chakra in the body. Mimura Yejuan really doesn't understand how Obito can complete this operation, and he can be distracted by conceiving shuriken throwing while using ninjutsu. Obito's shuriken throwing is not an ordinary one, and it only takes a hand. Obito used the Uchiha special shuriken throwing technique, which requires brains. Mimura Yejuan was caught off guard and was beaten by Obito for a while. Fortunately, Mimura Yejuan had enough experience and adjusted in time and only suffered a little skin injury. Use the flame-breathing chakra mode. Kakashi saw Obito's current state at a glance. If Kakashi mastered the lightning-breathing chakra mode, he would not use it in the Jonin examination, because once used, there are only two possibilities. Either he loses his ability to fight 15 minutes ago, or he defeats the examiner. Ordinary performance can pass the examination more steadily. However, their opponents are different. Kakashi thinks Obito has a good chance. Mimura Habaki is older than Hyuga Hayashi, but not as strong as Hyuga Hayashi. Chapter 443. You are the challenger. Obito, who entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, gave Mimura Yejuan a very unusual feeling. Before entering the flame-breathing chakra mode, Obito's performance was still genius, but it was still within Mimura Yejuan's tolerance. After Obito turned on the flame-breathing chakra mode, Mimura Yejuan had an illusion that he was the candidate and Obito was the examiner. It was no wonder that Mimura Yejuan had such an outrageous idea, because Obito's means were beyond his cognition. While releasing the Phoenix Fire without a seal, he still had the energy to use shuriken to block his dodge space. Obito could even attach the flame to his body and use the fire escape ninjutsu that Mimura Yejuan had never seen before. Fire escape, flame fist. In the puzzled eyes of Mimura Yejuan, Obito rushed up with a lot of flames on his fist, and then broke the big tree next to Mimura Yejuan with one punch. At this time, Mimura Yejuan was completely unable to use fire escape to offset Obito's fire escape. The two released a fireball together, and Obito's fireball swallowed up Mimura Yejuan with great force. The fireball continued to hit Mimura Yejuan, and Mimura Yejuan, who failed in the fight, could only dodge in a panic. What's going on? Didn't he use his full strength before? Mimura Yejuan was very confused. Obviously, their fire escape was still evenly matched just now, but Obito's fire escape suddenly became stronger. There is not much chakra left, and I have to use my full strength next time. Obito saw that Mimura Yejuen could still resist stubbornly and decided to use his own extreme power of fire escape. After all, Mimura Yejuen is not an ordinary jonin. If he continues to consume, he will really lose his combat effectiveness due to insufficient chakra. Uncle, be careful next time. I'm going to use my ultimate move, Obito kindly reminded before making a move. He is not very skilled in this move, and he can't control it like the fire dragon flame bomb. Mimura Yejuen's face suddenly changed. He is so strong and still not at full strength. Who is the Chunin and who is the examinee? Fire style, Great Flame Ring, Anti. Obito burst out all his chakra and raised his hands. Circles of flames appeared under his feet and quickly formed a spiral sea of fire. Then the flames of the sea of fire on the ground quickly rushed to Obito's hands to form a fireball. The fireball continued to expand and eventually became a super fireball with a height of over 10 meters, which looked extremely terrifying. Obito would like to call the Great Flame Ring, Anti the Super Fireball and the Fireball Max. This fire style has nothing else to do, but the firepower is strong enough. The dazzling flames emitted by the huge fireball illuminated the examination area and made everything turn red. Mimura Yeju and the audience ninjas looked at the terrifying fireball with a look of shock. How can I practice to change the nature to such a level in such a short time? Junji Sakata felt an extremely strong sense of frustration. Compared with Obito, his ninjutsu that he had practiced for more than 10 years seemed like a joke. What a powerful fire ninjutsu! If it were me, I would probably be burned to death. Hinata Kinu imagined himself fighting with Obito and found that he had no chance of winning. It can only be said that there are differences between candidates. Some candidates are examined by the examiners, while some candidates examine the examiners. It all depends on this ninjutsu. Kakashi stared at the battlefield. After releasing the Entei, Obito's chakra was basically consumed. If he failed to defeat Mimura Yejuin, then Obito would end the battle in the same way as he lost his fighting ability 15 minutes ago. No wonder he told me to be careful. Looking at the exaggerated super large fireball, Mimura Yejuin's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The scorching heat waves that came like waves seemed to silently tell that this fireball was not just a larger fireball. Earth style, Earth flow wall. Mimura Yejuin first gathered a large amount of chakra to change the nature of the earth attribute to control the ground, creating a tall and thick earth wall. Then Miyakun Yejuin retreated quickly again. He had no confidence in his earth flow wall and did not think that he could block this huge and terrifying fireball with just one earth flow wall. Although Miyakun Yejuin tried his best to overestimate the power of Yendi, when the huge fireball came, Miyakun Yejuin found that he had underestimated it a little. Boom! Exclamation mark. The moment the fireball touched the earth flow wall, it exploded violently and flames appeared, followed by a roar, and mud and stones flew and dust filled the air. Miyakun Yejuin never thought that an earth flow wall could block the attack, but he did not expect that the earth flow wall he exerted with all his strength would break at the touch, just like a piece of tofu that would become shattered when it was squeezed. Miyakun Yejuin's face became very ugly, and the fireball that broke through the earth flow wall continued to hit him. With the size of Yendi, Miyakun Yejuin knew that he would never escape Yendi's attack range without careful calculation. Hayashi Jonin, it's our turn to take action, otherwise Yejuin may be seriously injured, the referee Jonin said to Hyuga Hayashi while concentrating chakra. There are not many Jonins in Konoha at the moment. If a Jonin is seriously injured because of an exam, it will be a disaster. Hinata Hayashi nodded, and he stretched out his hands to perform the 8 trigrams void wall palm. Water style, water array wall. The referee Jonin formed a seal and spit out a stream of water to weaken the terrifying fire of Entei. Earth style, earth flow wall. Seeing this, Kakashi also helped to condense chakra and raise an earth wall to help resist the fireball. With the combined efforts of the three, Mimura Yejuin successfully escaped from danger and avoided being seriously injured by Entei. After releasing Entei, Obito was panting heavily. At present, his chakra was only enough to release Entei once, and with the chakra consumed before, he was basically drained. Uncle, What should we do now? We won't have to continue fighting for 15 minutes, right? Obito adjusted his breathing and asked Mimura Yejuin. Obito is really in trouble now. If he fights again, he can only lie down in front of Mimura Yejuin. The battle ended early. You win. Mimura Yejuin sighed and said with a melancholy face. Even other examiners and referees intervened in the battle. How could they continue to fight? Mimura Yejuin was not so shameless. As an examiner, he was defeated by a 10-year-old Chunin candidate. Mimura Yejuin was in a very complicated mood at the moment. Fortunately, the Jonin examination was not like the Chunin examination, where there were a lot of people watching. Otherwise he would be a bit ashamed to stay in the ninja circle. Great. Can we go back now? Obito excitedly punched. The battle was a great success, and his Jonin road took a big step forward. Well, you can all go back. You can come back to take the written test at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Mimura Yejuin nodded. Hearing Mimura Yejuin's affirmative answer, Obito rushed home and started his own review. It's too late to start worrying now. Kakashi looked at Obito running at full speed and was a little speechless. Although he had never participated in the Jonin examination, Kakashi knew without thinking that the difficulty was definitely not comparable to the written test of the Chunin exam. The answer is very simple, because Jonin and Chunin are completely different concepts, and the distance between Chunin and Jonin is several times greater than that between ninja school students and Chunin. Normal ninja school students can basically be promoted to Chunin within 8 years after graduation, but most Chunin cannot become Jonin in 18 years, even if they are special Jonin. Even if I fail to pass the examination, it's not a loss. I have seen the strength of a true genius. Sakata Genji thought. Obito and Kakashi are so talented that he can't catch up with them. He is almost a generation older than them, but the gap in strength is so big. How can he catch up? It would be great if I could learn Kaden and Bagua Kongzang. Hinata Kini recalled the battle between Kakashi and Hinata Hayashi with a hint of desire in his eyes. Although the effect of soft fist cutting off chakra is strong, it is a disadvantage to have no long-range attack means in battle, and because the branch family has a caged bird, thereby Akagan actually has a very small blind spot, and the absolute defense Kaden can largely make up for this shortcoming. After returning home, Obito locked himself in the room and immersed himself in reading. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_bar first published this novel. Of course, it was impossible for Obito to really immerse himself in it. He was just forcing himself to read and remember. Reading books was not a good thing for him. It was a boring process that required great patience to endure. The only books that Obito could immerse himself in were ninja novels. He especially liked those ninja novels in which the protagonist was an ordinary person or a ninja without ninja talent who fought back to become the savior of the ninja world. There were many classic plots in those novels. For example, you would find ancient secrets that others could not find in the library, and the worn-out ninja tools found in the ninja tool shop were the ninja tools of the legendary Six Paths Sage. In the end, it was essential to defeat the villain and save the princess. But saving the princess is usually in the middle stage, and the next step is to save the world. I have saved the princess before. When will it be my turn to save the world? It feels like the world is like a huge ninja novel. Obito thought of ninja novels while reading. No, I'm reviewing the book. Obito, who came to his senses, scratched his hair with both hands. Obito was a little confused about himself. How could his mind wander to ninja novels when he was reading ninja tactics? Obito shook his head as if he wanted to shake all the distracting thoughts out of his head and then concentrate on reviewing. When the alarm clock that Obito set rang, Obito stood up with a confident look on his face. After several hours of study, he was now extremely confident. Obito, do your best in the exam. Grandma smiled and said to Obito, who was about to go out, you will pass. Obito patted his chest and answered confidently. With the Sharingan, he continued to review. He was so stable. After the exam, you can play with Zealand more often. You should also practice and study moderately. Your health is getting worse and worse. I don't know if I can see you have your own child before I die. After saying that, Grandma sighed. Obito's face instantly became ruddy. If you want to have a child, you have to do that kind of thing with Zealand. It's really too desirable. Oh no, It's really too unhealthy, Grandma. You think too much. I'm only 10 years old. Besides, you will definitely live 100 years. Obito replied with a red face. Grandma, let's not talk about it for now. I'm going to take the exam. Obito was afraid that his grandma would say something that would make him blush again, so he ran away. The location of the written test was also in the training ground in the morning, but it was not outdoors, but in a wooden house that looked very ordinary. The person whose name is called next will follow his examiner. The written test part is separate. Each of you will take the test in a different private room, the examiner said after Obito and his friends entered the wooden house. Huh? After hearing the rules, Obito was dumbfounded. Everyone had a private room. Wouldn't his Sharingan be useless? In the past, Obito believed that the Sharingan was far superior to the Byakugan, but now Obito really hopes that he can have a pair of Byakugan because the Byakugan can see through. Obito, do you have any questions? The examiner asked when he saw Obito's puzzled face. No, I'm just a little surprised. One person in one room is a bit too wasteful of space. Obito thought for a while and said, well, take Kakashi step out. The examiner looked at his manual list and said, hearing his name, Kakashi followed the examiner to his own examination room. Donata Oba. Obito. The other examiners also read out the students they needed to examine and took them to the corresponding examination rooms. Fortunately, I went home to review. If I only relied on the Sharingan, I would definitely not pass this time. Obito was glad that he had worked hard today. When Obito saw the test paper in his hand, he couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. The difficulty was a bit high. You are a Jonin, leading a team to carry out a confidential S-level mission. Although you have successfully obtained the confidential documents required for the mission, you are trapped in the enemy's encirclement. Please plan the best route of action and breakthrough tactics based on the map of Figure 1 and explain the reasons. Obito glanced at the example and pondered for a while, but he didn't write anything. This map is a bit complicated and he can't understand it very well. Forget it. Muyu teacher said that we should skip the ones we don't know how to do first, so as not to waste time. Obito recalled Muyu's words and gave up the first question and jumped to the second question. There are two tasks, A and B, which are now completed by the two ninja teams A and B respectively. On sunny days, it takes 12 days for Ninja Team A to complete the task, and 15 days for Ninja Team B to complete the task. On rainy days, the work efficiency of Ninja Team A drops by 50%, and the work efficiency of Ninja Team B drops by 25%. Finally, the two ninja teams start working at the same time and complete the two projects. How many sunny days are there in the days when the task is completed? When Obito saw the second question, his eyes blurred. This is exactly what he is not good at, mathematics. If he is anxious, he may be the Jonin, but he can't do mathematics no matter how anxious he is. Obito jumped to the next question decisively, and was numb in an instant. Compared with the others, the second question was actually the easiest math question. When Obito jumped 5 questions in a row and saw the 6th question, which was a history question, Obito showed an excited expression. He knew this too well. Obito has never felt that history questions can be so cute. He wished that the whole test paper would become history questions. Happy times are always short. After finishing the history questions, Obito looked at the questions behind and his heart sank. This exam is not easy. Master Muyu, please grant me the supreme wisdom to answer the questions. Obito closed his eyes and put his hands together to pray devoutly. Examinees, please do not make strange movements and take the exam seriously. The examiner knocked on the table to interrupt the prayer. Chapter 444 Kakashi's Jonin Reward. Senior, can I hand in my paper early if I'm done? Kakashi asked the examiner after checking his paper thoroughly. Although he would have to wait for Obito to finish after leaving, he wanted to be free after all, so Kakashi decided to hand in his paper early. So soon? No need to check it again? The examiner was a little surprised and walked to Kakashi's side and looked at Kakashi's paper. The examiner was even more surprised after seeing this. Kakashi answered several familiar questions to the point and answered them well. As an experienced examiner, he knew very well that the biggest obstacle for a young genius to become a Jonin was never strength, but the written test. Because strong strength does not necessarily mean good theoretical learning. If Konoha did not have a mechanism for promotion to Jonin outside of the Jonin examination, he believed that Konoha would have 1/3 fewer Jonins now, or even more. Your Jonin examination is over. You can leave directly or wait outside for the end of the examination. The examiner put away Kakashi's paper and said. Kakashi nodded and walked out of the examination room to wait outside. Based on Kakashi's understanding of Obito, he should wait until the end of the examination. Although Obito didn't know much, he would not give up. Even if he couldn't do it, he would try until the time was up. The final result was as Kakashi expected. He didn't see Obito walking out of the examination room until the exam time was up. However, Hinata Oba and Sakata Genji handed in their papers last, and Kakashi, who handed in his paper early, became an outlier. Obito walked out of the examination room with his head down, looking unhappy. It's over. If I don't pass the exam, won't Zealand's ninja level be higher than mine? Obito suddenly thought. In the notice issued, Nohara Rin didn't need to take the exam, and was directly promoted to a special Jonin. If Obito passed the exam and became a formal Jonin, then he would be 1 level higher than Nohara Rin. If he didn't pass, then his ninja level would be lower than Nohara Rin in the future. Obito thought about it more deeply and found something more terrifying. If Kakashi passed the exam, then he would be the only Chunin in the Muayu class or the Minato class. Obito could already imagine what Kakashi's face would be at that time. There is a loser in the team who didn't become a Jonin. I won't tell you who that loser is, Kakashi said with a gloomy face. Born evil, Hatake brat, when I become stronger, I will definitely kill you. Obito's blood pressure rose just by imagining it, and his Sharingan felt like it was about to pop out. Kakashi frowned slightly as he looked at Obito, who was walking towards him in a daze, with an expression that was sometimes indignant and sometimes ecstatic. He had a feeling that Obito was thinking about something bad. The exam is over. Are you still thinking about those questions? Kakashi interrupted Obito's thoughts. Obito showed a regretful expression. In his imagination, he had fast-forwarded to the point where he had practiced the breath of fire to the extreme and surpassed Muyu. He was interrupted just as he was about to beat Kakashi. How did you do in the exam? Do you think you can pass it? Obito thought for a while and asked. Although Kakashi in his memory had never failed a written exam, this time it was a Jonin exam, involving a wide range of knowledge and difficult questions. Maybe Kakashi might fail. It's not bad. I should be able to pass it. Kakashi nodded calmly and replied. During the time Kakashi was in the hospital, he basically read all kinds of books. In addition, he already had a good amount of knowledge, so he could handle the Jonin exam more than enough. Haha, Kakashi, you really don't know how to be humble. Hearing Kakashi's confidence, Obito felt a little jealous. After all, the difficulty of the test paper is average, and there shouldn't be anyone who can't pass it, Kakashi said with a hint of meaning. Obito's fist hardened. Although Kakashi's words did not contain any of his name, Obito felt that Kakashi was almost referring to him by name. You're so impressive. Then tell me how you did the test paper. Obito suppressed the idea of punching Kakashi's face and asked. He was angry, but he had to check the answers first. Although he thought Kakashi was too arrogant, Obito still recognized Kakashi's ability in the written test, and he was sure that he got more correct answers than him. For the first question, this is how it is, and then, Kakashi did not hide anything and told all his answers and ideas for answering the questions. It would have been fine if the answers were not correct, but after getting the answers right, Obito felt even more worried, because he and Kakashi had different answers to many questions. There were 3 possible answers in total. The first one was that Kakashi was right and he was wrong, the second one was that he was wrong and Kakashi was wrong, and the third one was that they were both wrong. Obito hoped for the second answer, but his brain, which was still able to think, told him that the first answer was more likely. After the examinees left, the examiner immediately began to mark the papers. Today's geniuses really can't be underestimated. They are both good at literature and martial arts. The examiner who was supervising Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. It was hard for him to imagine how a 10-year-old child could balance training and learning theory. Not entirely. Obito probably won't be able to be promoted. He was a complete mess on questions other than history, the examiner who was supervising Obito said with a smile. The examiner who had finished grading Kakashi stretched his head and took a look with some curiosity. If the written test is only this level, it seems that he may be promoted to a jonin by virtue of his military achievements before completing the supplementary exam. In peacetime, it is difficult to become a jonin without passing the jonin examination, but it is different in wartime. In wartime, special circumstances are handled specially, and if the military achievements are sufficient, one can be promoted directly to a jonin. After the written test papers were graded, the examiners sent all the information to the Hokage's office in the Hokage building, and Sarutobi Hiruzen personally decided the test results. Seeing Kakashi's information, Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his goatee and smiled with relief. He had seen Kakashi's potential before, so when Kakashi was confused and depressed, he found Muyu Minato for help. Now Kakashi's achievements have also proved his vision. Although he is only 10 years old, Kakashi has surpassed many ninjas and is excellent enough. After nodding to affirm his vision, Sarutobi Hiruzen signed and stamped on Kakashi's promotion documents. Obito lacks a lot in theory. Seeing Obito's test paper, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. This grade must not be passed. But his personality is a good thing for Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen would rather have more innocent Uchiha like Obito, so that there will be fewer conflicts between Uchiha and Konoha. After rejecting Obito, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hinata Oba and Sakata Genji. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and rejected Sakata Genji and signed on Hinata Oba's promotion list. In fact, to be honest, Hinata Oba's strength is a little worse than Sakata Genji, but Hinata Oba's strength is that the Byakugan has a strategic role, so some requirements can be lowered to a certain extent. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who finished his work, did not immediately order the ninja to notify the results. It was almost time to get off work, and it would be better to notify tomorrow morning. Before leaving get off work, Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered something and found out the information about Might Guy in the ninja school. Guy's grades are also terrible. Looking at the summary of Might Guy's grades in his ninja school career, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and exhaled white smoke. Before the 4th grade, Might Guy's grades could not be described as terrible. He was completely stupid. After the 4th grade, because of Muyu's tutoring, his grades improved a lot, but it was only limited to passing. The written test for the Jonin examination is not as kind as the ninja school. The written test of the ninja school only needs to reach half of the average score to pass, while the written test of the Jonin examination must reach more than 80% of the total score to pass. Should we lower the difficulty for Guy? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into thought. If the difficulty remains unchanged, Might Guy will not be able to pass the Jonin examination, because his theory is as bad as Obito. The reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about such a question is not because he likes Might Guy, but because Might Guy has made greater contributions. There is a difference in the contribution of different ninjas to the same mission. The person who made the greatest contribution in this encounter is undoubtedly Muyu, who killed Mizunotsuki Ken and 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen and a group of Miss Ninjas. The second one is Might Guy. Without Might Guy's explosive Kakashi, they simply couldn't repel the 7 ninja swordsmen, and they couldn't survive until Muyu arrived. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already let Might Guy go to a certain extent. If it weren't for his great contributions, Might Guy's partiality would not be qualified to participate in the Jonin examination. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar first published this novel. Might Guy's main disadvantage is his age. If Might Guy is over 14 years old, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have directly promoted him to Jonin. 10 years old is too young, unless the record is too amazing. Like Muyu, age will still have a certain degree of influence. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to wait and see Might Guy's results before making a decision. Jonin are qualified to lead the team to perform important tasks, and they can't do without knowing anything. The next morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the ninja to send out the notice. Those who successfully promoted need to go to the Hokage's office to receive a new ninja certificate, while those who failed the exam only received a notice. Uchiha Obito, after investigation, it was found that you are excellent in strength but lack theoretical knowledge, and you are not qualified to be promoted to Jonin at present, the notifying ninja said to Obito. Although he had expected it, Obito still couldn't help but feel disappointed when he heard about the failure. Jonin is an excellent ninja in the eyes of ordinary people. He wanted his grandmother to be proud to tell other Uchiha that her grandson was already excellent at the age of 10. There will be another chance if you study hard. In the next 8 years, you can apply for a make-up exam every year. If you pass, you can become a formal Jonin. The notifying ninja reminded. The Jonin examination itself is a selection. Those who don't have the opportunity to become Jonin will not have the opportunity to be a Jonin examination. Konoha will certainly not give up easily on the ninjas who have been selected through such a strict selection. They will give many opportunities to make up the exam. If they pass, they can still become formal Jonin. Once a year, Obito scratched his hair and felt that the interval was too long. He is only 10 years old now, and 1 year is already 1/10 of his current life. Go to see Teacher Miyu before the next exam. Obito felt that it was better to believe in the almighty Miyu immortal than to believe in his own learning ability. Did Kakashi pass? Obito couldn't help asking. His own failure was a pity, but his brother's success was even more maddening. I don't know about that. I'm only responsible for informing you. The informing ninja shook his head and replied. Obito was a little disappointed. The answer he wanted to hear most was that Kakashi had failed just like him. Obito felt uncomfortable when he thought that Kakashi might be the first to become a Jonin. Based on his understanding of Kakashi, Kakashi would definitely use the ninja level as an excuse to order him. In order to get the latest news, Obito chose to rush to Kakashi's house to ask clearly. Kakashi, are you home? Obito used concentrated breathing to strengthen his body and rushed to Kakashi's door and shouted. Obito knocked on the door a few more times, but still no one responded. Obito's heart sank. Oh no, he didn't really pass. Could he be in the Hokage building? Just as Obito thought, at this moment, Kakashi was completing the promotion procedures in the Hokage's office in the Hokage building. From now on, you are an official Konoha Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and handed Kakashi his new ninja certificate. After Kakashi took the certificate, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became serious. A higher ninja level not only represents greater rights, but also greater responsibilities and obligations. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious face, when necessary, Jonin will lead the team to perform more dangerous tasks and face more dangerous enemies. No matter how dangerous the task is, I will protect my companions and bring them back safely. Kakashi answered seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled again. I am relieved that you have such awareness. If there are more juniors like you, Kakashi, I can rest assured in my old age. After completing the necessary procedures, Kakashi walked out of the Hokage's office. He looked at the word Jonin marked on his new ninja certificate and shook his head. Kakashi, who became a Jonin, did not have a proud mentality, because he had seen too many powerful Jonins, such as Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Miyu, and Namikaze Minato. On the surface, they are of the same level, but in fact, the real gap between them is greater than that between ordinary Jonin and ninja school students. Not to mention others, Kakashi's father is also a Jonin, but now he can only barely see his father's back. After leaving the Hokage building, Kakashi saw Obito looking around like a thief. Kakashi raised the corner of his mouth slightly and walked in front of Obito. How do you know that I have successfully promoted to Jonin? Obito, as the youngest Jonin in Konoha, Kakashi has once again become a hot topic in Konoha. When Haruko, who was secretly doing human experiments, heard the news, he almost couldn't control his emotions and broke the equipment in the laboratory. 10-year-old Jonin, he worked so hard to become a Jonin, and these geniuses easily surpassed his efforts. Disciple Hitei Kakashi worked hard to practice and achieved excellent results in the Jonin examination and was promoted to Jonin. Rewards: Chakra plus 2400, Weapon extraction scroll middle dot sword type, unknown Pokemon egg, only Hotai Kakashi can hatch. Chapter 445, The Demonic Sword That Absorbed Chakra. Obito failed after all. Seeing that only Kakashi's promotion reward popped up, Miyu had guessed that Obito failed to pass the Jonin examination. Miyu had expected this. After all, Obito's theory was indeed a weakness. Although Miyu usually gave lectures to the disciples, she basically only taught political history, and the scope of the Jonin examination was too large. In Miyu's imagination, if Obito wanted to pass the Jonin examination by his own ability, he had to study the theory seriously for a whole year under Miyu's guidance. With the potential threat of Uchiha Madara, Miyu could not let Obito abandon his strength training to study theory, just for the promotion reward. It was really not worth it. Moreover, there were many opportunities during the war, and Obito did not necessarily need to be promoted to Jonin through the Jonin examination. Putting aside Obito's matter, Miyu looked at Kakashi's promotion reward. 2,400 chakra points are nothing to say. An ordinary Chunin usually has this much chakra. Miyu was a little bit unsure about the remaining two rewards. Miyu had never obtained the weapon extraction scroll, and did not know what kind of weapons could be extracted from it, and how would the quality be. Miyu knew a lot about Pokemon because he played the game and watched the anime, but the system rewards unknown Pokemon eggs, and there are still big differences between Pokemon individuals. But even the most common Pokemon has more potential than most summoned beasts. Miyu thought. In Naruto, except for the 3 holy places, the upper limit of the other summoned beasts is generally very low, and only a few are more outstanding. As for Pokemon, even betrayal can compete with those so-called quasi-gods if it is properly cultivated. Miyu washed his hands as usual and then drew the lottery. Weapon extraction scroll middle dot swords have been used, and the weapon obtained is the Great Blade 21 works of Inma. This sword. Miyu showed a thoughtful expression. If he remembered correctly, in the world of One Piece, this is a conscious demon sword that will absorb the user's domineering power without authorization. Ordinary people may die because of the exhaustion of domineering power. Miyu estimated that the weapon will also be localized, otherwise this sword may have no other function except being a little harder, because people in the Naruto world don't have the so-called domineering. Domineering is a unique talent in the One Piece world. The armed color used by Miyu and his friends is essentially the Yandun secret technique, which is very different from the native domineering of One Piece. Miyu used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the camp and find an uninhabited place to test Yanmo. The Yanmo drawn out of the system is almost the same as the Yanmo in Miyu's impression. There are flower-shaped carvings on the purple scabbard, and the blade is like 3 rings put together. Miyu held the scabbard in his left hand and held the handle with his right hand and pulled Yanmo out violently. Swish! A white light flashed, and a katana with a cold light flowing on the blade appeared in Miyu's hand. Miyu's hand holding the handle tightly could feel an inexplicable suction, and his chakra was slowly sucked into Yanmo by this suction. In about a minute, Miyu lost 7,000 chakra points. Interesting. It turns out to be absorbing chakra. Miyu showed an interested expression and then tried his best to control chakra. Miyu's chakra control ability was very strong, and Yanmo was unable to absorb any chakra from Miyu in an instant. Yanmo seemed a little unconvinced. A stronger suction force came from the handle of the knife, but he still couldn't pull out any chakra from Miyu. Ignoring Yanmo who wanted to continue absorbing his chakra, Miyu held Yanmo and swung a knife at the tree in front of him. Swoosh! A white knife flashed, and a black line appeared on the big tree in front of Miyu, and then it fell backwards at a high speed. Boom! Exclamation mark! A sound of big trees falling to the ground was heard. Not only the big tree in front of Miyu, but also the big trees not far from him were broken into 2. The strength is not bad, but it's a bit dangerous. Miyu looked at the destroyed forest and thought, losing 7,000 chakras is nothing to him now, but many weak Jonins generally have more than 7,000 chakras, which means that Yanmo can drain the chakra of a Jonin in 1 minute. Miyu tested the chakra conductivity of Yanmo, which is very important in the ninja world. As Miyu injected lightning chakra into Yanmo, a dazzling blue arc enveloped Yanmo, and the slash from Yanmo turned into a lightning slash. Miyu did not stop, and soon tried to inject fire chakra into Yenmo to ignite the blade of Yenmo. The chakra conductivity is quite good. Miyu nodded with satisfaction. Yenmo is the best chakra sword he has ever seen. The data in all aspects are excellent. Even without using chakra enhancement, it is still a hard and sharp sword. Find a chance to give it to Kakashi. Miyu is not going to use Yenmo himself. As for weapons, Miyu has a six-path tin staff. Although he has never used it, it is not because it is not easy to use or not strong enough, but because Miyu has not encountered a battle where he must use the six-path tin staff. The strongest opponent Miyu has encountered so far is Hanzo. Hanzo's best water escape technique cannot threaten him. Instead, Hanzo's poison is more threatening to him. The six-paths staff cannot deal with the poisonous fog, so Miyu did not take it out. The six-paths staff itself is very strong. First of all, the six-paths staff has extremely terrifying hardness. Miyu's attacks made by spending tens of thousands of chakras cannot leave any traces on the six-paths staff. Then the six-paths staff also has the special effect of destroying ninjutsu. As long as Miyu has not reached the six-paths level, the six-paths staff will be very useful to him. Finally, Miyu took out the Pokemon egg and took a look at it, trying to see if he could use his Byakugan to see what Pokemon was in the egg. Maybe it was because this was Kakashi's exclusive reward, and then it didn't fall into Kakashi's hands, so Miyu didn't see anything. After checking without success, Miyu put the egg back into the system space, ready to wait for Kakashi to come to the battlefield as a gift for him as a senior ninja. After the combat meeting in the evening, Orochimaru talked to Miyu alone again. The recent behavior of Kirigakure is a little abnormal. Although it is still defending and avoiding fighting, there is a slight change compared to before. Maybe Kirigakure sent reinforcements. Orochimaru said his guess. If it is just an ordinary ninja unit, it is fine. If there is a Jinchuriki among the reinforcements of Kirigakure, it will be a bit difficult to deal with. Even a ninja of Orochimaru's level can hardly defeat Jinchuriki in a head-on battle in a war. The destructive power of the tailed beast ball is too strong. It can cause devastating blows to both individuals and ninja units. Of course, if there is a chance, Orochimaru will do something dirty. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki of Kumagakure, Brui, was killed by Orochimaru. Orochimaru is very clear about the characteristics of Jinchuriki. The tailed beast is not only the most powerful weapon of Jinchuriki, but also a sharp knife that stabs Jinchuriki himself. As long as the seal is released and the tailed beast is released, Jinchuriki will fall into a dead end with no hope of rescue. When Orochimaru killed Bruppy, he almost didn't do anything. He just sneaked into the hidden cloud village while Bruppy was weak, and then used his special hallucination secret medicine to paralyze Bruppy's whole body and make him unable to move. Then he removed the seal on Bruppy and separated the Eight Tails, and Bruppy died suddenly. The ultimate weapons of the 5 major ninja villages are just a little difficult to deal with. It seems that Orochimaru has already been sure of winning. Miyu noticed the strong confidence in Orochimaru's words. Obviously, Orochimaru didn't think he couldn't beat them, but he thought that the casualties might not look good if there were tailed beasts. Miyu, my confidence lies in you. The role that Miyu can play on this battlefield is stronger than the so-called Jinchuriki. Orochimaru chuckled. With Miyu's ninjutsu, coupled with Miyu's own super strength, the role that Miyu can play is truly 1,000 troops that cannot be exchanged. Even if Orochimaru was given a ninja army of 1,000 people to exchange for Miyu, Orochimaru would refuse without hesitation. Konoha, Uchiha base. Obito got up early and prepared to go to the South Forest for training. Before, Obito was a little moved by what his grandmother said, and wanted to combine work and rest to reduce some training time to go to Nohara-rin to play. But after being stimulated by Kakashi, Obito abandoned this idea. Obito wanted to practice. He wanted to surpass Kakashi, and then look down at Kakashi, who was lying on the ground with the attitude of a winner, and say, "So what if I am a Jonin? I am still stronger." So Obito not only did not reduce the training time, but even increased it. Now Obito is so youthful that even Might Guy would give him a thumbs up and say that he is too young. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. When Obito passed by the streets of the main city of Konoha, he saw a figure that surprised him a little. Zealand, good morning. What a coincidence. Obito smiled and greeted Nohara Rin. Nohara Rin nodded and smiled. Good morning, Obito. Obito, have you had breakfast? If not, I can treat you to breakfast today. Thank you so much. I'm going to have breakfast. Obito, who had just finished breakfast, agreed without hesitation. Although he had eaten, how could the breakfast Nohara Rin treated him be the same as an ordinary breakfast? Even if Obito had to have 2 servings, it would be fine. Nohara Rin took Obito to a breakfast shop where she had eaten before and thought the taste was good. It's normal to fail the exam. Most ninjas can't even pass the Chunin exam in one try. Nohara Rin comforted him after sitting down for a while. In fact, she came to find Obito on purpose because she knew about the Jonin exam. Kakashi passed but Obito didn't. Kakashi must have many years of experience as a Chunin, so he succeeded in one go. Obito, if you keep working hard, you will definitely be promoted successfully. They look like they are of the same age, but Kakashi has much more ninja experience than them, because when they were in the first year, Kakashi was a genin, and when they were in the second year, Kakashi was already a Chunin. Obito was eating the breakfast that Nohara Rin invited him to, and he could hear the soothing voice of Nohara Rin in his ears, and he was instantly moved. Nohara Rin invited him to dinner specifically to comfort him. Yeah, Zealand, don't worry. I will definitely not be depressed because of this. Kakashi just reads a little more books than me. I defeated the examiner during the practical test, and Kakashi could only wait until the end of the test time. The ninja who notified the results also said that my strength was enough, but I was a little bit short of the written test. Obito said with confidence. At this moment, it seemed that he was the winner, and Kakashi was the loser. You defeated the examiner in the Jonin test. It's amazing. Nohara Rin crossed her fingers on her chest and praised with a smile. Although I don't understand much because I didn't participate, normally the examiners of the Jonin examination must be strong. If they can win, they are strong. Hehe, they are just average. Zealand, you can do it if you practice more. Obito scratched his head a little embarrassed. As for me, I need to work harder. My strength is still a long way from yours. Nohara Rin is self-aware of her own strength. She is still more of a supporting role at present. Obito, do you have time in the afternoon? If you have time, can you come to the park, the one with cherry blossom trees nearby? Nohara Rin suddenly asked. Afternoon. Obito fell into thought. His original plan was to practice in the afternoon, but Nohara Rin asked him to go to the park. Could it be the legendary date? Obito's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he became excited. Nohara Rin took the initiative to ask him out on a date. What a dreamlike thing it was. Don't you have time? Then, Nohara Rin was interrupted by Obito before she finished speaking. Yes, I have time. I'm very free in the afternoon. I have time all afternoon. Obito answered quickly. If it was a date with Nohara Rin, Obito would have the whole day. Then let's meet at the cherry tree in the park at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Nohara Rin said with a smile. I will definitely be at the park on time at 2 o'clock, and I won't be late, Obito said seriously. Well, I believe in you, Obito. Nohara Rin nodded and said goodbye to Obito, looking at Nohara Rin's back as she left. Obito couldn't help but smile foolishly. It doesn't matter if he doesn't get promoted to a Jonin to date Nohara Rin. In the following time, Obito couldn't help thinking about the date under the cherry tree in the afternoon, and he couldn't even concentrate on training. I need to take a shower and change clothes, otherwise I will smell of sweat. Should I bring a gift, buy some flowers or give some snacks? Obito wasn't angled. After thinking it over, Obito decided to buy snacks and buy roses for Nohara Rin when he confessed his love. Will I encounter a clerk who looks down on people when I go shopping? How should I deal with a gangster who likes to tease people? Obito frantically deduced the process of dating Nohara Rin. Wait, will Rin invite Kakashi as well? Obito's expression became serious. He was not worrying too much. but Nohara-rin usually invited Kakashi to come with her when she invited him to play together. Obito clasped his hands together and prayed silently. This was the day he least wanted to see Kakashi. Time passed quickly while Obito was thinking wildly. After overcoming difficulties and arriving on time, Obito found that Nohara-rin did not invite Kakashi, but the situation was worse than that. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446 Pain Makes People Grow. Because he was worried about being late, Obito set out early and arrived under the cherry blossom tree in the park, holding the snacks carefully selected for Nohara-rin in his hand. Obito looked around expectantly. Unlike him who was often late, Nohara-rin was a very punctual person. She would basically arrive at the agreed time and would not let people wait too long. But today seemed a little different. Obito felt that when it was almost time for the agreed time, he still did not see Nohara-rin, but he vaguely saw the figures of several familiar people. Could it be that this park has become very famous recently? How come Asumi Yui Kurenai and the others are here? As the distance shortened, Obito confirmed that the person he saw was the friend he thought of. Akaya's here too. Is he running past here? At this time, Obito found another green figure. Obito was a little surprised. In his impression, Might Guy should not have the leisure to visit such a park. What made Obito even more confused was that Might Guy and the others walked towards the cherry blossom tree. What a coincidence. You are also visiting the park. Obito waved his hand and took the initiative to say hello with a smile. Since he didn't see Kakashi, Obito's mood was relatively stable, and he still had an optimistic attitude towards the next development. Walking in the park? No. Zealand asked me to come here because of something. Yui Kurenai shook her head and said. Obito's face froze instantly, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. It was not the date he imagined. Me too. Might Guy nodded, indicating that he was also one of the people invited by Nohara-rin. It seems that everyone was invited by Zealand. It's rare that she actually called us all here. Is there something important? Asuma touched his chin and speculated. Asuma turned his head and glanced, and found that they were all friends who knew each other, and there was no one he didn't know. Ahaha, it should be. Obito scratched his head with his left hand and showed an awkward smile on his face. He put the snacks in his right hand behind him without leaving a trace. Maybe he encountered some difficulties. Although Obito felt embarrassed and wanted to go underground at this time, he did not blame Nohara-rin in his heart, but worried about Nohara-rin. After all, Nohara-rin never said that she wanted to date him. It was Obito who thought that Nohara-rin wanted to date him. And Kakashi was not called, which means that I am still more trusted in Zealand's heart. Obito comforted himself. It was a blessing in disguise that Kakashi did not come for Obito. If Kakashi was there, he would most likely see what Obito was thinking and then mock him. Sorry, everyone, I'm late. At this time, Nohara-rin's voice suddenly came. Obito looked in the direction of the voice and saw Nohara-rin running over with a stack of papers in her arms. It's only a few minutes. It's not considered late, Zealand. Don't worry. Obito saw that Nohara-rin was a little out of breath and said hurriedly. After hearing what Obito said, Nohara-rin slowed down and trotted to the side of everyone. It takes more time to make these than I thought, so I'm a little late. Nohara-rin took a breath and raised the paper in her hand to explain. You know, Nohara-rin has also practiced breathing techniques for a long time. It is obvious that she has accelerated to the limit to run like this. So that's how it is. I was wondering why Rin, who is always on time, is late this time, Obito said with a smile, looking at the culprit in Nohara-rin's hand that caused Nohara-rin to be late. Celebrating Kakashi's promotion to Jonin gift plan, confidential mission. Obito read out the big words on the poster like paper word by word in his mind. Looking at the carefully drawn Q version of Kakashi portrait on the seashore, Obito was silent. For some reason, even the snacks in his right hand suddenly became extremely heavy, so heavy that Obito, a ninja who could break a tree with one punch, couldn't hold it. With a snap, The snacks Obito was holding fell to the ground. Obito ignored the snacks that fell to the ground. At this moment, his face felt hot and painful as if it was burned by flames, and his inner embarrassment reached its peak. He thought that the date between the two was actually a way for Nohara Rin to celebrate Kakashi's promotion to Jonin. He thought Kakashi was not invited because he was more trustworthy, but in fact it was because Nohara Rin wanted to give Kakashi a surprise. In order to make a good impression on Nohara Rin, he arrived early and specially selected snacks that girls like to eat. Nohara Rin was late because she was helping Kakashi draw a poster. It hurts so much. Although he was standing in the sun, Obito felt a chill and cramps in his bones for some reason. The sight of the girl he liked working hard for other boys was too heartbreaking. Obito didn't even dare to look at Nohara Rin. He raised his head and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with unspeakable sadness. Obito, your things fell. Nohara Rin walked to Obito and picked up the bag of snacks. She heard the sound at the first time, but she didn't expect Obito to not pick it up and instead stare blankly without knowing what was going on. Oh, thank you, Zealand. Obito, who came back to his senses, thanked him subconsciously. Really? After all, I'm about to become a Jonin. I can't be so dazed when I'm on a mission, Nohara Rin said helplessly. Yeah. Obito's smile recovered a little. Nohara Rin was worried about him. Nohara Rin had him in her heart. By the way, are these snacks that you bought for everyone, Obito? Nohara Rin handed the snacks to Obito and asked casually. Obito was stunned for a moment and then nodded. Yeah, Zealand, you are right. Although it was bought specifically for Nohara Rin, it must not be given to Nohara Rin alone in this situation. Either everyone eats it together, or no one is given. Otherwise it will be too weird. It's a bit impressive. Obito, you can be so careful. Nohara Rin covered her mouth with her little hand and was a little surprised. Obito's preparation was beyond her expectation. Obito has always been very careless. This time, he not only did not arrive late, but also prepared snacks. People will always make progress. Obito straightened his chest. No matter what, it's good to be praised by Nohara Rin. As he said that, Obito distributed the snacks to everyone. Seeing everyone eat the snacks carefully prepared for Nohara Rin one bite at a time, Obito felt an inexplicable melancholy in his heart. It tastes really good. Obito, you are quite good at choosing snacks. Yui Kurenai gave a good review. Obito felt as if his heart was pierced by a sharp arrow. How could it not be delicious? He picked it specially for Nohara Rin. What do you think is a good gift for Kakashi? Nohara Rin talked about the main business of this meeting. For Kakashi, I think we can give him a more practical gift. Kurenai thought about it and said her thoughts. Kurenai felt that Kakashi was a very practical person. Compared with some romantic gifts, Kakashi would prefer practical and useful gifts. It seems to be true. Kakashi gave me a secret medicine for training on my birthday before. Might Guy thought carefully and found that Kurenai was right. Kakashi rarely did fancy things. Why don't we all go find the most delicious tempura and give it to Kakashi together? It's practical enough to eat, right? If you don't eat, you will die, Obito said seriously, as if there was no personal emotion at all rational thinking. Nohara Rin looked at Obito helplessly. Obito, stop joking. Kakashi doesn't like tempura. Nohara Rin complained. Kakashi only eats the tempura made by Miyu. I just want Kakashi to realize the deliciousness of tempura, but forget it. Miyu's tempura is already the best. It's impossible to have better food, Obito explained forcefully. He said it casually in revenge and didn't expect it to be accepted. But if it was really recognized, Obito would still be very happy, because he felt that Kakashi's expression would be the same as his just now. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar published this novel. After a while of discussion, the idea of Yui Kurenai was finally recognized, and Kakashi was given a more practical gift. After the disbandment, Obito did not leave with Nohara Rin, but followed Might Guy. Even if it was him, it was impossible to continue to stick to Nohara Rin in this situation. Okay, how are you recovering recently? Obito asked. Might Guy smiled and raised his arm to show off his arm muscles. It's recovering steadily like a youth that keeps going up. That makes me feel relieved. Without you, Kakashi seems a little lonely, Obito said deliberately. This is the bond between me and my best friend. Might Guy raised his thumb and laughed. I seem to have heard Kakashi say that he really wants to fight you when you open the 8 gates and the rock-breathing chakra mode. Obito continued with a serious look. After all, I am really strong in that state, and my best friend also wants to challenge me who is stronger. Might Guy believed it directly, but I have to disappoint my best friend. I can't let him feel my peak combat power. Now I can only use the 5th gate and the rock-breathing chakra mode at most, and I can't open the 6th gate. Might Guy sighed. Might Guy forced to open the 6th gate because his life was in danger. In ordinary sparring, Might Guy would definitely not force to use a higher gate, otherwise how could he practice after lying down for 2 months after a fight? I believe Kakashi will understand you. Obito couldn't help but smile. He had foreseen the scene where Kakashi would be beaten by Might Guy. This was the 8 gates of the ninjutsu plus the rock-breathing chakra mode. Even if only 5 gates were opened, Kakashi would not be able to defeat him now. For my friend's expectations, I will work harder to practice next time, and strive to let my friend feel the power of the 6th gate in the rock-breathing chakra mode as soon as possible. Might Guy clenched his fists and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. That's right, that's it. Obito gave Might Guy a thumbs up. In Konoha, a Sai came from a secret underground laboratory. Failed again. Is this direction wrong? Looking at the experimental data, Obito frowned. The talent of a ninja should be in the body. Why can't I plunder the ninja talent from the body? Due to his dissatisfaction with his own talent, Obito has been secretly doing experiments to develop ninjutsu that can enhance the talent of a ninja. Obito doesn't want to be mediocre. He also wants to become a strong man like the 3 ninjas who dominate the ninja world. Although they were students of the same class, Orochimaru and Jiraiya had become the 3 most feared ninjas. While he was still an unknown young jonin in Konoha, Hiro was really unwilling to accept this. Damn it, when will I succeed if this continues? Even kids like who take Kakashi are at the same level as me. Hiro's mentality collapsed when he thought of Kakashi, who became a jonin at the age of 10. The rising fame of juniors like Minato Namikaze and Mugetsu Hanyu only made Hiro a little anxious, but Kakashi really broke his defense. A jonin at the age of 10 broke the record of the earliest jonin promoted in Konoha. We have to speed up the pace. It will be meaningless if we complete the development after we start to age. Hiro decided not to take a stable approach and take more radical actions. Even the most talented ninjas will become weaker with age. He wants to complete the development of ninjutsu while he is still young. After that, Hiro increased the frequency of his arrests and conducted more human experiments to try and error. As the experiments progressed, Hiro had a new inspiration. Since it is so difficult to plunder talents, why not fuse and merge individuals? Byakuo began to experiment with the goal of fusion. As if this was really the right path, Byakuo made rapid progress in the experiment of fusion ninjutsu, and soon completed a fusion experiment with summon beasts, allowing an ordinary person to have the strength to surpass the Chunin. Although the body became a bit like a monster, I succeeded. This is definitely an unprecedented great ninjutsu. Byakuo was extremely excited after the breakthrough in the experiment. He felt that the Ghost Bud Rot technique he developed was definitely an S-level ninjutsu, and even the top one among the S-level. Then Byakuo began to work on the fusion between people. It was impossible for him to fuse a summoned beast to himself. Byakuo still wanted to be a human. Moreover, Byakuo believed that the potential of summoned beasts was not as high as that of humans. He had never heard of any top-level strongman who relied only on summoned beasts. As the experiment of fusion between people progressed, Byakuo discovered a surprising thing. Fusion can retain many characteristics of the fused person, including the blood limit of the fused person. This path is right. If I master all the bloodline limits, who can defeat me? Akunoko has seen the way to become the strongest. Maybe it was because of the martial law in Konoha during the war, or maybe it was because Akunoko's actions were too radical. His abnormality was noticed, and the human experiment was discovered by the ninja who came to investigate. But Akunoko was not a brainless person. When conducting human experiments, he had already considered the escape plan. Although he is not as good as his 3 ninja friends, His strength is not something that ordinary ninjas can stop. In the end, Akunoko fled Konoha with his own Kidu no Jutsu and became a wanted rebel ninja by Konoha. Chapter 447, Dilemma on the Battlefield. Haruko was just an ordinary jonin of Konoha. He did not hold an important position nor had the reputation of Orochimaru and his friends, so his defection did not cause any trouble to Konoha. Since it was during the war, Konoha was too lazy to send a jonin team to pursue him. They just sent people to check symbolically. If they did not find anything, they would forget it. In the size of Konoha, Haruko's defection was like a small branch of a towering tree breaking off. It was not a big deal for the overall situation, but even a small branch on a towering tree has branches and leaves connected to it. For Haruko's friends, this was not a small matter. Orochimaru did not have many friends, but it was not that he could not make friends, but that most people were not qualified to be friends with Orochimaru. Haruko was one of the few friends of Orochimaru. They were students of the first term and had been friends since school. Although Orochimaru and his friends later became the legendary three ninjas, and Haruko was just an ordinary jonin, none of the three of Orochimaru cared about this and still maintained their previous relationship with Haruko. However, according to the information found in the laboratory of Haru, although they don't care about Haru's strength, Haru cares about his own strength. Too reckless. Orochimaru put down the information in his hand and shook his head slightly. He conducted human experiments with the help of Danzo to cover it up. It was only a matter of time before Haru dared to do it alone and was exposed. Although Konoha has the word village in it, it is not a real rural village. The essence of Konoha is a military base. Orochimaru showed a trace of regret. Haru seemed to have a good research level. If he could join his cooperation with Danzo, he would definitely not fall into the current situation. However, since Haru has defected, Orochimaru will not make meaningless memories. He has a lot of things to do now. Orochimaru used the last role of his former friends to test Muyu's attitude towards human experiments. When they were inspecting the work of various troops in the camp as the commander of the troops, Orochimaru suddenly said, "Muyu, do you know that there is a senior ninja who defected from Konoha recently?" "I don't know who it is." Muyu shook her head and replied. He didn't receive any relevant information, but Muyu thought it should be just an ordinary jonin, and what he did didn't affect Konoha's interests too much, otherwise it would have spread long ago. Orochimaru was not surprised by Muyu's answer. Although Hiruzen was not an important figure, defection was not a good thing after all, and Konoha would not publicize it. Orochimaru was able to get the information because Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the relationship between Orochimaru and Hiruzen, and on the other hand, Danzo thought that the research on Hiruzen might be useful to Orochimaru, so he handed over the whole process of the incident and the information left by Hiruzen to Orochimaru. "Hiruzen," Orochimaru replied. "It turned out to be Senior Hiruzen. I really can't tell." Muyu made a surprised expression. "Muyu knows him?" Orochimaru was a little surprised. "Not very familiar, just served as examiners of the Chunin exam together." Senior Hiruzen looks very quiet, like a law-abiding person. "I didn't expect him to defect," Muyu explained. Talking here, Muyu probably guessed a little bit of Orochimaru's purpose. Having read the script, he knew why Haruko defected. Like Orochimaru in the future, they were all conducting human experiments, but Orochimaru was a little more serious than Haruko, and he also violated the rules to study Hashirama's cells. "Actually, he is my friend. We are ninjas of the same period. I didn't expect that he secretly captured innocent people from the surrounding villages for human experiments." Orochimaru sighed slightly, as if he was feeling melancholy for losing a friend, and then paid attention to Muyu's expression with his peripheral vision. He wanted to know Muyu's true attitude towards human experiments, which was very meaningful to Orochimaru. If Muyu was very interested in human experiments, then Orochimaru could completely pull Muyu onto his chariot and tie her up, forming a mutually beneficial relationship between him and Danzo. If Muyu was not interested but not opposed, then Orochimaru could also safely show some secrets to Muyu and make Muyu his confidant. If Muyu was very opposed to human experiments, then Orochimaru had to be careful when using Muyu. and he couldn't let Miyu know that he was secretly studying Hashirama's cells. This is too much and extreme. They actually arrested innocent people for human experiments. Miyu said bluntly. Miyu did not hate all human experiments, because some research does require human experiments, but when it comes to innocent people, Miyu can only say that they have a good death. Orochimaru savored Miyu's words and then said, "The Roku is indeed a bit extreme. For some ninjutsu, human experiments are a necessary process. The village has also organized human experiments before, but the candidates are generally death row prisoners and volunteers. It is really inappropriate to arrest innocent villagers." Miyu nodded and showed an expression of agreement. Seeing this, Orochimaru roughly understood Miyu's views on human experiments. He did not completely oppose it, but he could not hurt innocent people. Miyu-jun still has too little experience. I hope that the next war will make him realize the fragility of life. Orochimaru believes that Miyu still has room for improvement. After all, people always change. The current Orochimaru is very different from the Orochimaru 10 years ago. Recently, Miyu, your disciple named Uchiha Shisui, has been very active on the battlefield, making some jonin feel ashamed. Orochimaru turned the topic to Miyu's disciple. Miyu is a smart person, so there is a limit to the test of him. Talking too much will make Miyu have unnecessary speculations. Shisui is too hard-working, Miyu praised with a smile. The reputation of our team is really getting bigger and bigger. The enemy recognized us before we even fought last time. If we continue like this, we may have the hope of becoming a famous ninja. Asugitaru said excitedly. Why are you dreaming in broad daylight? Isn't it Shisui who is famous? What does it have to do with you? Kobayashi Kenji couldn't help but complain. Shisui killed Kirigakure Jonin several times as an 8-year-old chunin, and he is already the most famous Konoha genius on the Kirigakure battlefield. Originally, Might Guy was the undisputed strongest genius, but Might Guy and his team returned to Konoha to recuperate, so let's not talk about it for now. Shisui is also in our team. We are all the same. Asugitaru put his hand on Shisui's shoulder and smiled like a good friend. You said so, Shisui. Shisui nodded. Although he would not stay in this team forever, he was undoubtedly a member of this team now. Be quiet from now on. We are almost at the mission location. Although Shisui is here, don't underestimate the A-level war mission, Takagi Shinji reminded. As soon as the guiding jonin spoke, Asugitaru and the others instantly became quiet. They had been on the battlefield for a long time and knew the cruelty and danger of war. Not only did Kirigakure suffer losses, Konoha also had casualties, but less than Kirigakure. Shisui silently opened his Sharingan and began to observe the surroundings. No one in their team had any means of perception, and the most effective means of observation was Shisui's 3 Magatama Sharingan. As the distance got closer, Shisui discovered the hidden enemy. Shisui did not show much movement after discovering the enemy. He looked normal and quietly made a few gestures. When Taru Asugami and the others saw Shisui's gesture, they immediately became alert. This was a signal that there was an enemy. Swish, swish, swish. When they were close to a certain distance, Shisui and the other 5 instantly threw shurikens in several directions. Some of the Kirigakure were caught off guard and scratched by the shurikens. The injured Kirigakure immediately dodged and distanced themselves. Just as Taru Asugami was about to chase, several streams of water shot from a slightly farther place. Whoosh! Shisui, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, used the instant body technique to take Taru Asugami to avoid the attack of water escape. We caught a big fish. It's Uchiha Shisui, who opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan at the age of 8. 8 Kirigakure hiding in the village came out. You have the ability to kill a jonin at the age of 8. You are really a genius to the point of being unreasonable, but your ninja career ends here. One of the Kirigakure jonins with a bandage on his face said coldly with a long sword in his hand. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_Ba published this novel for the first time. The information here was deliberately exposed. The purpose is to attract the weak Konoha team to kill. Although you may encounter a strong Konoha team if you are unlucky, there is no absolute safety on the battlefield. If you encounter a strong person like Miyu, You can only consider yourself unlucky. There are 3 strong chakras. Shisui's Sharingan quickly scanned all the Karagakure ninjas, and then frowned slightly. If his judgment is correct, there should be 3 Jonins and 9 middle and low ninjas on the field. Shisui is confident that he can deal with 2 Karagakure Jonins. The Jonins he encountered this time are not as powerful as the 7 ninja swordsmen, but just ordinary Jonins. But the rest of the team may not be able to deal with 1 Jonin and 9 middle and low ninjas. It's a trap. Retreat quickly. Takagi Shinji's face turned very ugly. He didn't have a Sharingan and couldn't see the strength of the Karagakure. But this number of Karagakure should obviously not be an A-level mission, unless most of the 12 Karagakure were low ninjas and there was no Jonin at all. But there is only one possibility for a ninja team to have such a configuration, that is, the commander is mentally disabled, and Takagi Shinji does not think that Yagura is mentally disabled. Mist Hidden Technique. The 3 Mist Hidden Technique Jonins jointly performed the Mist Hidden Technique, and the extremely thick white fog quickly enveloped the area. Takagi Shinji and his team could not even tell the direction, let alone retreat, because the fog was created by chakra. Shisui's Sharingan could not even see through the enemies hidden in it. Don't panic, everyone, pay attention to your surroundings, and face the enemy calmly, Shisui said quickly. Although the enemy is strong and we are weak, as long as the ninja is not as strong as Muyu, there is no absolute strength or weakness. In particular, Jonin may not necessarily lose to Jonin, and Chunin also has the opportunity to kill Jonin. If you panic, it will be different. When two meet on a narrow road, the brave will win, and the one who panics first has already fallen into a disadvantage. Shisui is right, don't panic, Takagi Shinji said after seeing that there was no way to retreat for the time being. With the double comfort of the instructor in the thigh, and the fact that Asugitaru and the others were also experienced Chunin, they soon calmed down and observed the surroundings to prepare for the battle. Heart, head, thigh, arm, guess which part will be attacked first? The cruel sneer of Karagakure penetrated the thick fog and reached the ears of Shisui and the others. This was not just pre-war talk, but the psychological warfare of killing in the fog that Karagakure must learn. Vision is very important to humans. Many things are scary because they are unknown. After they can be seen and touched, they are not so scary. On the contrary, it is very easy to fall into uneasy emotions when you suddenly lose your vision. Cruel words can effectively stimulate the already unstable emotions, causing them to panic and reveal flaws. Whoosh! 2 kunai wrapped in flames shot towards the direction of Karagakure who spoke. I found it. The Karagakure Jonin who spoke was a little surprised after he quickly dodged. There are also skills to speak intimidatingly in the thick fog. It stands to reason that people who have not undergone special training should not be able to directly judge his position from the sound. Shisui closed his Sharingan and attacked Karagakure Jonin with his eyes closed. In order to prevent this situation from happening, Muyu conducted special training for him, giving up vision in the dense fog with low visibility to enhance other perceptions. At first, Shisui was not used to it because the insight provided by the Sharingan was too strong, but after getting familiar with it, Shisui could basically exert all his strength in the fog, but it was a little inconvenient to perform illusions. At first, the Karagakure Jonin thought it was a coincidence, but Shisui's subsequent close-range attack made him realize that the most dazzling genius on the battlefield in front of him was not in vain. This time your teammates are not Might Guy and Kakashi. The Karagakure Jonin who fell into a disadvantage was not panicked. He really couldn't beat Shisui, even in the fog, but when his teammates killed Shisui's teammates, Shisui could not beat the 12 Karagakure alone. Swish! The sound of a sharp blade cutting through clothes and piercing their flesh sounded, and then Shisui heard the hissing sound of Kobayashi Kenji sucking in cold air. Flame breathing, full concentration. Shisui could only use his breathing to the extreme to temporarily repel the Karagakure Jonin in front of him and then dodge to rescue Kobayashi Kenji. Although he was stronger than Karagakure Jonin, it was not so easy to kill a Karagakure Jonin. By the time he killed the enemy, Kobayashi Kenji's body would be cold. If it were Obito or Kakashi, they might be able to burst out and kill a Karagakure Jonin in seconds, but Shisui really couldn't do it because his burst ability was the worst among Muyu's disciples except for Nohara-rin. Obito had the flame-breathing chakra mode, Kakashi had the transparent world, and Might Guy had the 8 gates. They all had super burst skills that Shisui couldn't master. Shisui successfully rescued Kobayashi Kenji with his precise perception and ghostly body flash technique, but Shisui, who noticed the status of other teammates, still felt powerless. He can be 2 Kirigakure Jonin, but the Kirigakure who know his fighting ability are not so stupid. Wouldn't it be better to kill all the other teammates first and then gang up on them? Why bother to focus on the genius first? Chapter 448. When did you have the illusion that you were not under the illusion? Shisui, don't worry about us, just retreat quickly, Takagi Shinji said while resisting the attack of Kirigakure. There were too many enemies, and Shisui's presence or absence could not change the final outcome of the battle. The only difference was that Shisui's staying would only cause more casualties to the enemy. But compared to this, Takagi Shinji thought it would be more meaningful for Shisui to survive. Unlike ordinary people like them, Shisui was a true genius, and he would definitely become a strong man if he grew up normally. If possible, Takagi Shinji even wanted other disciples to retreat with him, but he knew that this would not work. The number of Kirigakure ninjas was several times that of them. Takagi Shinji could not hold back so many enemies, and his disciples would only die faster if they ran around. Only Shisui, who was stronger than him, had the hope of breaking through the encirclement and successfully retreating. If you successfully retreat, if you move quickly, you may be able to find reinforcements to save us. If you don't leave now, everyone will die. This was a white lie. Unless the distance was very close, it would be impossible to make it in time. Shisui continued to fight unmoved. He was also a hexagonal warrior like Kakashi, with a well-developed ninjutsu. Even if several Kirigakure joined forces, it would be difficult for him to gain any advantage. Although Shisui was young, he had read a lot of books. Of course, Takagi Shinji's outrageous lies could not fool him. If he left, Takagi Shinji's team would definitely not last more than 3 minutes. There were 3 Kirigakure Jonins and 9 mid and low-level ninjas. Shisui, although you are a genius, just this time, let me be the boss. Asugitaru tried hard to find Shisui's position in the thick fog. He wanted to use his fire escape to create an opportunity for Shisui to escape. Kobayashi Kenji, who was closest to Shisui, endured his injuries and tried his best to help Shisui fight and relieve his pressure. Shisui sighed in his heart, and his desire for strength continued to rise. In fact, they had not known each other for a long time, only a month. But it might be because they were on the battlefield and carried out missions together every day, and they quickly became familiar with each other and recognized each other. Shisui believed that if it weren't for the fog, others would rather get hurt than cover his retreat. This is war. Shisui's heart couldn't calm down anymore. This time's trap made Shisui feel the cruelty of war more than the last encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Because most of his teammates last time were Muyu disciples, each of them had a good burst of means. Even if they encountered a strong enemy like the 7 ninja swordsmen, they could repel it after the extreme burst. This time is different. This time, none of his teammates mastered the 8 gates of ninja, and no one could enter the transparent world. Even if they performed exceptionally, they would not be much stronger than usual. So even if the opponent was not a famous strong man, they were still in a desperate situation. Then let me be their support. Shisui clenched his fists and ignited a fire in his heart. Shisui is not a conceited person, but he never underestimates himself. He is a genius, and not an ordinary genius. He is a genius of the Uchiha clan. He has a 3 Magatama Sharingan at the age of 8. He has an excellent and reliable teacher who taught him many powerful secret ninjutsu. With so many factors superimposed on him, he should be qualified to be someone else's support. Thinking of this, Shisui no longer had any struggle in his heart. He really couldn't enjoy the retreat opportunity that his teammates risked their lives to fight for him. Compared with the retreat opportunity that his teammates risked their lives to fight for, Shisui wanted to save his teammates like Might Guy. The moment the thought came to him, Shisui's memory of asking teacher Muyu for the technique of the flame-breathing chakra mode kept emerging in his mind, and his breathing changed. So that's it, This is the flame-breathing chakra mode. After feeling the power that continued to surge in his body, Shisui's expression returned to its usual calmness. The flame-breathing chakra mode gave Shisui a wonderful feeling, an indescribable feeling, as if the inside of his body was burning like a furnace, and then the energy generated by the burning turned into power and flowed into his limbs. It is a very happy thing that the key secret technique has made a major breakthrough, but now, compared with the flame-breathing chakra mode itself, what makes Shisui happier is that he has the power to break through. Whoosh whoosh. Just when Shisui was about to use Kirigakure to try out the improvement that the flame-breathing chakra mode gave him, a fierce hurricane blew. Whoosh. The leaves of many trees were blown with a sound, and the dust and pebbles on the ground were swept up by the hurricane. Under this sudden strong wind, the thick fog of the mist village was also blown away, and everyone regained their vision. Shisui's eyes lit up. This is simply a godsend. As Shisui gathered chakra in his eyes turned blood red again. What kind of weather is this? Why is there such a strong wind without any signs? The Mist Village Jonin was cursing in his heart and was about to continue to attack Shisui, but he met Shisui's blood-red eyes. The Mist Village Jonin's outstretched hand paused, looking absent-minded. It's a Sharingan illusion. Help him disrupt the flow of chakra. Another Mist Village Jonin shouted immediately. Every Jonin basically knows a little bit of means to remove illusions, but Sharingan illusions are different from ordinary illusions. It is difficult to break them by oneself. The simplest and fastest way is to let your companions take action. The Mist Village Chunin next to the Mist Village Jonin who was hit by the illusion quickly nodded and took a step forward, but Shisui was faster than the Mist Village Chunin. With a whoosh, Shisui appeared silently near the Kirigakure Jonin, and two shurikens with kunai pierced the Kirigakure Jonin's body. Sure enough, what I lack is an explosive method similar to the flame-breathing chakra mode, Shisui thought in his heart as he looked at the results of his battle. Before entering the flame-breathing chakra mode, Shisui was likely unable to kill the Kirigakure Jonin in time, and the comprehensive improvement brought by the flame-breathing chakra mode was too great. If it was just the limit power of a certain move, the improvement brought by the armament haki was actually very large. Then why did Shisui, who had mastered the armament haki, still say that he lacked explosive methods? The answer is that the explosive improvement brought by the armament haki is monotonous, and can only improve Shisui's own defense and the power of various moves. But the enemy will not necessarily choose to fight head-on. After all, the side with the advantage in numbers can choose to fight. The improvement brought by the flame-breathing chakra mode is different. The flame-breathing chakra mode is a comprehensive improvement in many aspects. Although it is not as pure as the rock-breathing, the flame-breathing chakra mode also increases the body's power, which is much stronger than the ordinary concentrated breathing method. In addition, the biggest feature of the breath of flame is the enhancement of the change in the nature of fire attribute chakra and the enhancement of fire escape. Using attribute ninjutsu requires converting chakra into chakra of the corresponding attribute. This process takes time, although it is very short, and the breath of flame can make this process shorter. The faster action speed plus the faster casting speed, all the increases superimposed together finally allowed Shisui to kill the Kirigakure Jonin. What's going on? The action is faster than before. The pupils of the Kirigakure Jonin shrank suddenly when he saw his companion's tragic death. Kirishima, don't worry about that guy, kill Uchiha Shisui first. The Kirigakure Jonin hurriedly said to the Kirigakure Jonin who was fighting with Takagi Shinji. Originally, he thought that one Jonin was enough to hold Shisui back, and it would be safer for the remaining ninjas to kill Shisui's companions and then surround and kill Shisui. But the strength shown by Shisui at the moment did not match the information he knew. If they did not kill Shisui first, they would probably be defeated one by one. The mist-hidden ninja named Kirishima had to give up the injured Takagi Shinji and let two Chunins take over, and then he went to surround and kill Shisui. Shisui's Sharingan swept across the entire battlefield. Now Takagi Shinji was holding two mist-hidden ninjas, Asugitaru was holding two mist-hidden ninjas, Kobayashi Kenji and Mashita Yuki were holding one mist-hidden ninja each, which meant that now he only had to deal with two Jonins and three Chunins. Illusionary body instant technique. In the vision of the mist-hidden ninjas, Dozens of Shisui suddenly appeared and surrounded them, as if they had performed multiple shadow clones. A mist-hidden ninja Chunin stabbed Shisui, who was closest to him, with a kunai, but the feeling transmitted back to his body made him stunned. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 book bar published this novel for the first time. He seemed to have stabbed an illusion that did not exist in reality, and the only smooth resistance was the resistance of the air itself. These clones are all fake. The mist-hidden ninja told his companions this information loudly. The next moment, another Karigakure Chunin was pierced through the heart by a Shisui holding a kunai. The two Karigakure Jonin looked coldly at the Karigakure Chunin who was speaking, causing him to sweat profusely. Karigakure Jonin frowned as he looked at the numerous Shisui. It was too weird. They looked like phantom clones, but some of them were real. Shisui seemed to be nowhere, but also seemed to be everywhere, attacking them with kunai shuriken and taijutsu. The two Karigakure Jonin looked at each other, and immediately formed seals and used large-scale ninjutsu to attack all Shisui. Water style, Great Waterfall technique. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet technique. A large amount of water was spit out by the Karigakure Jonin and hit the ground, hitting every Shisui. Even the Karigakure Chunin who was trying to find Shisui's real body was affected by the water. Under this large-scale attack, two real Shisui appeared. Kirishima immediately controlled the huge water flow created by the Great Waterfall technique to hit the two real Shisui. But at the moment when Kirishima made his move, a kunai stuck in the ground suddenly changed into Shisui's appearance. At the beginning, Shisui used the cover of his clone to turn into a kunai and then threw it next to Kirishima. He had been waiting for an opportunity. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Shisui put his hands together, and a large amount of chakra in his body condensed at his throat. Then, in a moment of thought, it was all transformed into fire attribute chakra, and finally exhaled by Shisui in one breath. A large amount of hot and high-temperature flames spewed out of Shisui's mouth, quickly forming a small sea of fire that surrounded Kirishima, and the accumulated water left in the original place due to the Great Waterfall technique also evaporated. Kirishima, who was controlling the Water Dragon Bullet to attack Shisui's shadow clone, felt the hot flames and his face changed instantly. He immediately wanted to cancel the attack and dodge Shisui's ninjutsu, but how could the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, a large-scale and high-damage fire style, be avoided at this distance? In the incredible eyes of everyone, Kirishima was directly submerged in the sea of fire until he lost his life. The Karigakure Jonin saw another Jonin die tragically at Shisui's hands, and sweat could not be controlled from his forehead. He was shocked. In just a few minutes, Shisui killed two Karigakure Jonin. These were not just cabbages, but Jonin from the 5 major ninja villages. The Karigakure Jonin subconsciously took 2 steps back, and the idea of retreating emerged in his mind. Although they still had the advantage in numbers, they had lost 2 Jonin in terms of overall strength. The Karigakure Jonin retreated without a trace and approached Yuki Mashita of the Takagi team. "Go and kill him," the Karigakure Jonin ordered sternly, as if he wanted to fight Shisui to the death. The 2 Karigakure ninjas took out their kunai and drew their long swords to attack Shisui, while the Karigakure Jonin used the instant body technique to quickly distance themselves. The difficulty of training a Jonin and training 2 Chunins is completely different. If the sacrifice of the 2 Chunins can allow him to survive, it can be regarded as the last contribution to Karigakure. For Shisui, who was in the mode of the flame-breathing chakra, killing a Chunin was as easy as taking something out of a bag. Shisui killed a Karigakure Chunin in one encounter. However, the Karigakure Jonin's actions really made Shisui speechless. He said desperately, but he actually abandoned his subordinates and retreated. But Shisui couldn't ignore the Karigakure Jonin, because in the direction of the Karigakure Jonin's retreat was Mashita Yuki, who was fighting with the Karigakure ninja. Shisui ignored the remaining Karigakure Chunin and chased after the Karigakure Jonin. The Karigakure Jonin estimated Shisui's speed, gritted his teeth, and rushed to Mashita Yuki at high speed, and put a kunai on Mashita Yuki's neck. "Akaya Shisui, if you dare to get any closer, don't think your teammates can leave alive," The Karagakure Jonin avoided Shisui's upper body and looked down at Shisui's feet and said coldly. He thought of the possibility that the two Chunins could not stop Shisui for too long, so he prepared to take a hostage and evacuate. In order to avoid being hit by Shisui's Sharingan illusion, he didn't even dare to look into Shisui's eyes. Shisui didn't seem to care about his teammates' lives. He didn't stop his pace and walked forward slowly. The Karagakure Jonin frowned, and the kunai on Mashita Yuki's neck moved forward a little and said sternly, "Do you think I dare not kill her? If I can't leave, I will drag a few Konoha ninjas with me when I die. Why can't you take a good look at who you are holding hostage before you take them hostage?" Shisui's extremely calm voice reached the Karagakure Jonin's ears. "When did you have the illusion that you successfully held my companion hostage? Have I been hit by an illusion?" The Karagakure Jonin's face changed drastically in an instant. He had seen Shisui's Sharingan in the battle just now, just when the Karagakure Jonin wanted the Karagakure ninja next to him to help him check his chakra. A pair of blood-red eyes suddenly came into view, and Shisui squatted down. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to look at someone with his head down when squatting down, but the Karagakure Jonin was an adult, and Shisui was only 8 years old. Chapter 449, Title, From the Perspective of Outsiders. The Karagakure Jonin suddenly froze in shock, and Yuki Mashita, who was held hostage by him, immediately seized the opportunity to get rid of the Karagakure Jonin's control. The next moment, the sound of shuriken breaking through the air rang out. Swoosh! Exclamation mark! Several shurikens carrying flames enveloped and pierced the Karagakure Jonin's body. At this point, the 3 Karagakure Jonins were all killed. The remaining Karagakure ninjas on the field all had horrifying expressions on their faces, and they had no fighting spirit in their hearts. Before the battle began, no Karagakure ninja thought that the final result would be like this. They had 3 Jonins and 9 middle and lower ninjas, which was already an elite team, and their opponent was just an ordinary Konoha team plus a genius ninja. It stands to reason that they couldn't possibly lose, but they did, and it was a big defeat, with all 3 Jonins killed. In fact, not to mention the Karagakure ninjas, even Shisui's teammates were very shocked by this. "This is the real genius." Takagi Shinji breathed a sigh of relief, with a surprised smile on his face. He was ready to sacrifice, but he didn't expect Shisui to have a trick up his sleeve, and his strength was even stronger than he imagined. Even Shisui is so strong, how strong should Might Guy, who is said to be even stronger than Shisui, be? Takagi Shinji estimated that all the Karagakure ninjas here might not be able to beat Might Guy alone. "You look really handsome today." Sugitaru was completely impressed by Shisui. Judging from Shisui's current performance, when he was sparring with him, he was not letting him go, but letting him go. Otherwise he would definitely be killed instantly by Shisui. Quick thinking and strong strength. Too perfect, Mashita Yuki exclaimed in shock. Just now Mashita Yuki thought she was going to die, but Shisui could save her. If a love-minded person were to do this, he would probably even think of a name for the child. But now Mashita Yuki didn't think too much, just felt that Shisui was terribly strong, and his sense of security as a teammate was full. Kobayashi Kenji, who was seriously injured, put down the stone that had been hanging in his heart, and the goddess of victory had smiled at their team. After killing the last Karagakure Jonin, Shisui did not stop. He exited the flame-breathing chakra mode and looked at the Karagakure Chunin who was fighting with Kobayashi Kenji and launched a genjutsu. Kobayashi Kenji seized the opportunity given by Shisui to reverse the situation and seriously injured the Karagakure Chunin. The other Karagakure Chunin saw that the situation was hopeless, so they showed their magical powers and tried to escape. Takagi Shinji and others killed one escaping Karagakure and injured 2 Karagakure, but did not pursue them anymore because Shisui did not catch up. "Retreat, I'm not in a good condition now," Shisui said directly without wasting any time. The flame-breathing chakra mode is indeed strong enough, but it is also very consuming. In addition, he has been using the Sharingan all the time, and his body has reached its limit. If he was not unable to fight again, how could Shisui use the Sharingan to assist his teammates? It would definitely be safer to do it himself. Takagi Shinji nodded, carried Shisui and his disciples and evacuated quickly. Mu Ying's clone, who watched silently, also followed and left. It's not a typhoon at the seaside. How could the normal natural wind blow away the mist hidden technique performed by the senior ninja? He just used the wind escape technique to blow away the thick fog. The mist hidden technique is indeed a good ninjutsu, which can restrain the Sharingan to a certain extent. If Muyu didn't take action, even if Shisui entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, he couldn't achieve the results just now. After returning to the camp, Takagi Shinji immediately reported their encounter and results to Orochimaru. On the one hand, Orochimaru investigated the situation of other teams, and on the other hand, he promoted the Takagi team as a typical example. Although it cannot be compared with the encounter battle in which Muyu killed Mizuno Tsukihan, it is commendable that Takagi Shinji's team defeated the strong with the weak. Normal teams cannot be so lucky every time to encounter the help of a strong man like Muyu, and Takagi Shinji's team is a typical example of self-improvement. And because of Shisui's own military exploits and his relationship with Muyu, Orochimaru focused on promoting it. In addition, the surviving Kirigakure spread the new information about Shisui to the Kirigakure troops, and the name of Uchiha Shisui became more and more famous on the East Coast battlefield. In order to avoid being punished, the Kirigakure ninjas not only described Shisui's strength vividly, but even exaggerated it a little. In this way, Shisui, who had a certain reputation in both the enemy and the friendly camp, began to have a title. At first it was very messy. Some people called him Flame Demon, and some called him Phantom Eye. In the end, because of Shisui's ghost-like magical instant body technique, he was uniformly called Instant Body Shisui. Konoha Village, Konoha Hospital. Might Guy, who had completely recovered, looked up at the sky after completing the discharge procedures. Looking at the cloudless blue sky, Might Guy raised his arms. What a good weather for fighting. I think my best friend can't wait to spar with me, and youth is about to burn. Might Guy thought of what Obito had told him before, and strode towards Kakashi's house. Since Kakashi wanted to learn his 8 gates and rock-breathing chakra mode, Might Guy responded to his friend's expectations as quickly as possible. Just as Might Guy was about to walk to Kakashi's door, the door opened and Kakashi walked out. Hey Kakashi, what a coincidence. Might Guy laughed excitedly and greeted Kakashi. Kakashi looked at Might Guy with a frown. You call it a coincidence to meet me at my doorstep? Let's not talk about such insignificant things. Let's have a tense and exciting, youthful and passionate battle. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up and invited Kakashi with a big smile. He couldn't wait to share the powerful power of the rock-breathing chakra mode with Kakashi. Compared to what I'm going to do next, sparring is an insignificant matter. Kakashi refused directly. Might Guy now has no confidence in winning, so Kakashi doesn't want to be abused. Might Guy's expression became solemn. It was more important than sparring. Could it be? Kakashi, when did you get an incurable disease? Don't give up. Let's go find Tsunade-sama together. Might Guy encouraged. Kakashi couldn't hold it anymore. He was just about to go out to buy some vegetables. How could he get an incurable disease? Okay, stay with Obito less in the future. Your ability to understand is already far from that of a normal person, Kakashi advised. Might Guy scratched his head in confusion. He didn't understand the connection between the two things Kakashi said. If you don't have anything to do, go back. I'm going to buy vegetables. After saying that, Kakashi was ready to leave. What? The important thing is to buy vegetables. Might Guy's eyes widened, with a look of disbelief. Kakashi paused and nodded calmly. Buying vegetables is not much more important than being tortured. How can buying vegetables be more important than fighting? Might Guy couldn't accept it. He came here with a passion. It depends on the time. Now it is indeed more important to buy groceries. Kakashi replied. If it was Might Guy who had not yet mastered the rock-breathing chakra mode, Kakashi might still be interested. After all, pressure can be transformed into motivation, and fighting with a stronger person can stimulate strength growth to a certain extent. But Kakashi, who witnessed the rock-breathing chakra mode superimposed on the 8 gates, knew that the gap between them was not just a little bit, and there was no point in fighting if the strength difference was too big. But my dear friend, aren't you looking forward to fighting me when I activate the rock-breathing chakra mode? Might Guy asked, puzzled. This development is completely opposite to what he imagined. Might Guy imagined that the process was that he challenged Kakashi, and then Kakashi excitedly accepted the challenge, and then the two fought for 300 rounds and finally Might Guy won, and Kakashi also gained his own gains in the battle. Read the correct version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. I'm not looking forward to it now. Kakashi said mercilessly, who would look forward to being abused? Did I remember Obito's words wrong? Might Guy scratched his hair with his right hand, looking like he was thinking hard. Kakashi's eyes became sharp, extracting the keywords from Obito's words. What did Obito say to you? Kakashi asked calmly. Didn't everyone give Kakashi a gift for your promotion to Jonin? Before giving the gift, everyone gathered together to discuss. At that time, Obito told me that Kakashi wanted to fight me at full strength. Might Guy explained while recalling. Kakashi knew what was going on. It turned out that someone was interfering. Okay, you didn't recover well at that time, so you remembered it wrong. I didn't say this. Maybe Obito wanted to fight you himself. Kakashi thought for a while and said, is that so? Might Guy was a little unconvinced. He was injured in his body, not his head. How could he remember such a simple thing wrong? Of course, would I not remember what I said? Kakashi asked back. My dear friend, what you said makes sense. Might Guy was a little unconfident. Since you can't figure it out, why not ask Obito? Kakashi pointed out a clear way for Might Guy. Might Guy said goodbye to Kakashi with a look of realization and went to Obito's house, while Kakashi went out to buy groceries as planned. After hearing Might Guy's doubts, Obito secretly cursed Kakashi for being too cunning, and his skill in shifting the blame was simply first class. But Obito didn't want to take this blame at all. Kakashi didn't want to be abused, and he didn't want to either. Might Guy used a golden skyline to break the beheading sword and almost killed Biwajuzo in 1 second. If it weren't for the 7 ninja swordsmen, Biwajuzo would have died. Maybe I remembered it wrong. I'm so sorry, Kai. Obito apologized with a silly smile. It was definitely not possible to throw Might Guy back to Kakashi. If Might Guy was fooled by Kakashi and identified him, it would be a big bad luck. Might Guy could only return with regret. But he didn't waste this good weather. He practiced for a whole day after a long time. On the second day, Might Guy participated in the Jonin examination. Unlike Kakashi's time, there was only one other candidate besides Might Guy this time. However, the actual combat examiners were still Hyuga Hayashi and Mimura Habaki. After all, there are not many Jonins with free time in Konoha now, and even fewer who are qualified to participate in the Jonin examination. A super genius who can fight 4 ninja swordsmen of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Thinking of Might Guy's record, Hyuga Hayashi's heart trembled. Although there is no record of killing, facing the level of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he is extraordinary even if it is just a simple entanglement. He is not 100% sure that he can achieve the same effect as Might Guy if he lets Hyuga Hayashi go in person. So he has confidence only when there are 3 Hyuga Hayashis. Hayashi, you are really going to have a hard time this time. Mimura Habaki teased. Might Guy's skills are all in physical skills, and Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly cannot arrange Mimura Habaki, who is more proficient in ninjutsu, to examine Might Guy. There are only 2 examiners. If it's not Mimura Hamagaki, then it can only be Hyuga Hayashi. I will fulfill my duties as an examiner. Hyuga Hayashi is ready to go all out. When examining Kakashi, Hyuga Hayashi didn't know that Kakashi was also so good at physical skills, so he didn't open his Byakugan. Might Guy is different. Might Guy's external information is nothing but physical skills. Might Guy has never used any ninjutsu in battle. Might Guy is ready to fight. As the referee read out Might Guy's name, Might Guy and Hyuga Hayashi both walked into the battlefield to prepare for the battle. Byakugan. I haven't seen it for a long time. Looking at Hyuga Hayashi's pure white eyes, Might Guy thought of one of his opponents in the ninja school, that was also a respectable opponent. In the first semester of the 4th grade, Might Guy had special training to defeat him. It seems to be called Hyuga Daimon. Might Guy recalled the name of his opponent. The battle begins, the referee shouted after the two were ready. Hearing the referee's voice, Might Guy instantly retracted all his thoughts, his breathing became concentrated, and his momentum changed rapidly. The first gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, open. The 5th gate, close the gate. The examiner had explained the rules very clearly before the exam began. In this simulated combat, they needed to show their strongest strength, so Might Guy did not hesitate to concentrate his breathing and open the 5th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. This was Might Guy's full strength without entering the rock-breathing chakra mode. Whoosh! At the moment when the 5 gates were opened, a huge amount of chakra emerged from Might Guy's body. A powerful momentum rose from Might Guy's body, causing an invisible air flow around him to push away the dust and leaves around him. Hinata Hayashi opened his Byakugan at the first moment. Through his Byakugan, Hinata Hayashi could clearly see the violent and powerful chakra in Might Guy's body. No wonder he chose to specialize in physical skills. In this state, he can't use ninjutsu even if he practices it. Hinata Hayashi noticed the disadvantages of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. With the violent level of chakra in Might Guy's body, let alone ninjutsu, even some physical skills that require fine control of chakra are difficult to use. Hinata Hayashi did not underestimate Might Guy because of this. With such a strong chakra, even if it is used in the simplest and crudest way to strengthen the body, it can still have a considerable power. Skills are certainly useful, but strong enough strength can also defeat 10 skills. Chapter 450, Want to be a dragon before killing a dragon. Might Guy and Hyuga Hayashi approached each other quickly. One of them punched and the other slapped. Might Guy's straight punch was fierce and powerful, and Hyuga Hayashi took full advantage of his Byakugan and used his clever strength to neutralize it. Then the two of them burst out chakra at the same time, and their hands and feet moved so fast that they left phantoms in the air, and collided dozens of times in an instant. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. In the end, the two of them punched and slapped each other and retreated a few steps. This power is as strong as expected. Hyuga Hayashi felt the slight pain in his palm and thought to himself, but he shouldn't have used his full strength yet. Although Hyuga Hayashi had already felt Might Guy's strong body that didn't match his age, this level was not enough to deal with 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Konoha Great Cyclone. Might Guy rushed out again with excitement and kicked out a high-speed cyclone kick. Boom! Hyuga Hayashi dodged sideways when Might Guy's cyclone kick was about to come, and the big tree next to him suddenly fell to the ground. It was difficult to hit him with such a direct attack. After all, his Byakugan that could see through the body was not a decoration. Unless the speed is so fast that his body cannot react, this kind of attack will not work on him. This is also the reason why Hyuga Hayashi is confident that he can deal with multiple ninja swordsmen. The Byakugan that can see through everything plus the absolute defense can give him extremely strong defensive ability. Then Hyuga Hayashi seized this opportunity to gather chakra in his palm and swung it at Might Guy's chakra acupoints. Although Might Guy last fought with the Hyuga clan ninja a few years ago, Might Guy and Kakashi have fought many times and are wary of the Byakugan and similar abilities that can see through the world. At the moment when Hyuga Hayashi swung his palm, Might Guy raised his arm to defend, so that Hyuga Hayashi's soft fist could not hit the correct acupoint. Bang! Even so, Hyuga Hayashi's powerful palm still knocked Might Guy away for a distance. What a good opponent! I originally wanted to leave it to Kakashi. Since Kakashi doesn't want to fight me for the time being, I'll try it on you first. Might Guy laughed. Under normal circumstances, he should use Konoha Dragon God once more to test the effect and force out more information from Hyuga Hayashi. But Might Guy hasn't fought for more than a month, and he really wants to feel the power of rock-breathing chakra mode again. It's rare to meet a master of physical skills like Hyuga Hayashi, and Might Guy is already a little eager to show off his skills. Rock-breathing chakra mode, on. Might Guy clenched his fists and glared angrily. His body's breathing was concentrated to the extreme and entered a state that was somewhat difficult to describe. His body changed rapidly with each breath. Strong, so strong. This was the first feeling in Might Guy's mind. This was his second time to enter rock-breathing chakra mode. The first time he entered was a life-and-death battle, so Might Guy didn't feel it carefully. This time, Might Guy had the energy to count the changes in his body. The concentrated breathing of rock breathing is the most obvious breathing method for strengthening the body, and rock breathing chakra mode has achieved this to the extreme. Now Might Guy feels that he can punch a rock without using chakra. Sure enough, he had a lot of spare energy just now. Sensing the aura of Might Guy, Hyuga Hayashi's expression became solemn. The current Might Guy gave him the feeling of a humanoid beast, which was completely different from the original five-door Might Guy. Konoha whirlwind, Might Guy burst out his chakra and stepped forward suddenly, and his powerful foot force made a hole in the ground. Whoosh! Hyuga Hayashi saw Might Guy's attack, but before he finished dodging, Might Guy had already arrived beside him. Hyuga Hayashi had to concentrate his chakra and raise his arm to block it. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and Hyuga Hayashi rushed out like a cannonball, breaking several large trees in a row before stopping. One is more scary than the other. Mimura Yejuin shook his head and said, when an examiner encounters a candidate like Might Guy, he will really suffer a lot. His strength is far beyond that of a normal Chunin, let alone Chunin. With Might Guy's strength, there are not many people in Konoha who can win against him in a one-on-one duel, and they are all famous strong men. Needless to say, those who are at the level of the ninja world are powerful men like the third Hokage and the three ninjas who can easily beat Might Guy. Then there are strong men like Minato Namikaze and Muzaki Hanyu who have a real record in the war, who can also kill Might Guy. Then there are ninjas of Mr. Chen's level, who can also win, but the process will not be too easy. Even Mr. Chen, who is the last one among them, is a ruthless man with the strongest reputation in Konoha's physical skills, which is enough to show what kind of terrifying situation Might Guy's strength has reached now. Might Guy is not forgiving, and after achieving results, he increased his strength to condense more chakra and used a stronger whirlwind kick. Konoha's forceful whirlwind. The forceful whirlwind is currently the most powerful one in Might Guy's whirlwind series. If you are kicked by this kick, the price will not only be breaking a few trees. Bagua Palm, Heaven Reversal. Hyuga Hayashi gave up dodging and used the secret technique of their Hyuga clan, which is known as absolute defense. Heaven Reversal is not just about defending against incoming attacks. In essence, Heaven Reversal is a chakra ball that spins at high speed like a gyroscope, so it can also bounce back attacks, but only physical attacks. Bang! Might Guy's extremely heavy whirlwind kick hit the chakra ball with a loud noise. The next moment, the huge force brought by the high-speed rotation of the chakra ball bounced Might Guy out, returning the power of Might Guy's legs. Might Guy's feet left 2 scratches on the ground that were more than 8 meters long before he barely stopped. What an interesting physical technique. Might Guy stretched his body, which was not in any way damaged, and his expression became more excited. His defense in the rock-breathing chakra mode was very strong, and such a counterattack was not enough to hurt him. Might Guy was a little curious whether Hyuga Hayashi's chakra shield could block his golden skyline. But now Might Guy is just thinking about it. Even the rock-breathing chakra mode with the 5 gates activated has put a lot of pressure on him. It's okay to use ordinary physical skills, but using the golden skyline will definitely hurt his palm. If Kakashi wants to feel Might Guy's strength, Might Guy will use it, but this is a Jonin assessment, so it's not worth it. Konoha Dragon God. A large amount of chakra in Might Guy's body burst out, and his body spun rapidly and turned into a huge blue dragon. Using the Konoha Dragon God is also stressful, but it's not a big problem if you use it once. Whoosh! Exclamation mark! A terrifying gust of wind suddenly appeared, and the airflow like a wind blade destroyed everything around Might Guy and then sucked it into the blue dragon. The blue dragon's constantly expanding body seemed to destroy everything. It's Mr. Chen's physical skills. Hinata Hayashi frowned after recognizing Might Guy's physical skills. Keishin is not omnipotent, and it is not very suitable for dealing with physical skills like the Konoha Dragon God. 8 trigrams empty wool palm. Hyuga Hayashi did not hesitate at all, and immediately gathered all the chakra in his body on his 2 palms to use his most powerful physical technique. Boom! Exclamation mark! The palms that gathered a lot of chakra hit the air with a huge roar, and all the trees in front of Hyuga Hayashi were broken by this powerful force, and then collided with the huge Azure Dragon. Bang, bang. The aftermath of the collision of the two powerful forces invaded the ground and caused the ground to explode. The Azure Dragon's forward steps paused, and was even pushed back by this powerful force. But as Might Guy continued to exert force, the Azure Dragon stubbornly withstood the pressure, and finally broke through Hyuga Hayashi's force step by step. Hyuga Hayashi lowered his hands, and the sharpened blades cut through his clothes and left marks on his body. The inspection is over. Seeing this, the referee immediately announced that the test was over ahead of schedule and both sides stopped. Might Guy quickly turned the Azure Dragon around and then cancelled the chakra supply to exit the 8 gates and rock-breathing chakra mode. Might Guy exhaled heavily and gently stroked his heart and lungs. I still need to strengthen my exercise to make my body stronger, Might Guy thought to himself. His hardware is not keeping up with the software. The rock-breathing chakra mode puts too much pressure on the body. It's not the problem of the rock-breathing chakra mode, but his body is not strong enough to withstand such a strong force. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _bar first releases this novel, Might Guy thought as he walked out of the battlefield. Hyuga Hayashi looked at Might Guy's back with a complicated expression. Not long ago, he was still lamenting that the examination ended early because Mimura Yejutsu was defeated by the examinee. He didn't expect that it would be his turn today. If the Hyuga clan can produce such a genius, then the first rich family in Konoha may not be Uchiha. Hyuga Hayashi felt a little unwilling. They are both bloodline limits of the eye technique, and they are both long-standing great ninja clans. People always unconsciously compare the Hyuga clan with the Uchiha clan. The result of the comparison is undoubtedly that the Uchiha clan is stronger, much stronger than the Hyuga clan. Otherwise how could the first wealthy family be the Uchiha clan? Although the Uchiha clan has a bad reputation in Konoha, everyone has eyes and knows who is strong and who is weak. However, although the Uchiha clan is stronger, the Hyuga clan ninjas are more popular. On the one hand, the Uchiha clan ninjas are generally arrogant, and on the other hand, the Byakugan has an extraordinary strategic position. The Uchiha Sharingan is strong, but it can only make the Uchiha with the Sharingan stronger. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can give the entire team a super long field of vision, which is equivalent to opening a full map perspective plug-in. I hope that there will be better children in the next generation. Hyuga Hayashi is quite self-aware. Although he is not weak, he cannot be compared with genius ninjas like Namikaze Minato and Hanyu Muayu. He can only maintain the current status of the Hyuga clan and cannot lead the Hyuga clan to go further. If this generation is not good enough, then we can only hope for the next generation. Hinata Hayashi decided that he must teach his offspring strictly after he has them, and cultivate a genius ninja like Hite Kakashi and Might Guy. Might Guy had a great time in the actual combat inspection, but when it came to the theoretical examination in the afternoon, he was numb. He couldn't understand it. He couldn't understand it at all. He knew all the characters on it, but when they were combined together, Might Guy looked unfamiliar. Might Guy would rather fight another battle with the 4-7 ninja swordsman than face those difficult problems. He thought so, but in order to get the certificate of being an excellent ninja faster, Might Guy still patiently filled in the test paper. He couldn't guarantee how much, but it was quite full anyway. As expected of a close friend, he even overcame such difficulties and became a jonin. Might Guy sighed as he walked out of the examination room with a tired face. Tortured by many difficult problems, he completely understood why jonin could become an excellent ninja. How much books and knowledge he had to memorize to pass such a difficult test paper. The feedback on the results of the jonin inspection was very fast. Your actual combat is excellent, almost full marks, but you are a little lacking in theory, and your comprehensive assessment results are not enough to be promoted to jonin. The informing ninja tried to tell him in a tactful tone. Haha, it's really bad. Might Guy scratched his head, but he was not surprised. He never had a good time with theory. There will be a make-up exam next time. If you continue to work hard, you can still be promoted to jonin. The informing ninja comforted him as usual. In fact, He felt that it would be difficult for Might Guy to pass the Jonin examination and be promoted to Jonin with his theoretical score, but it was a bit hurtful to say so. And Might Guy didn't really need to go through the Jonin examination. With the merits of the encounter battle, he could just make up some more merits on the battlefield and be promoted to Jonin. Since I have failed, there is nothing I can do. I will try my best to pass it next time. Might Guy cheered himself up. Kakashi and Obito came to see Might Guy that day. Okay, you didn't get promoted to Jonin either, Obito asked expectantly as soon as he entered the door. It's not that Obito is too mean and hopes that people are bad, but he would be embarrassed if Might Guy passed the assessment. 3 people participated in the Jonin examination, and he was the only one who failed. That was too embarrassing. Obito, you are really good at talking. Don't say it next time. Kakashi was a little speechless. Might Guy didn't mind it very much, and nodded generously. He said that my theoretical score was too poor, and asked me to study hard and take the makeup exam later. Obito put his arm around Might Guy's shoulders and showed an uncontrollable smile between his eyebrows. Failing is not terrible, but not having a brother to accompany you is terrible. This theoretical exam is too difficult and unreasonable. When we become senior officials in the future, we will jointly abolish the theoretical exam, Obito said like a good brother who would advance and retreat together. If you become a senior official, you don't have to take the theoretical exam. It seems that it doesn't matter whether it is abolished or not, Might Guy said honestly. Obito suddenly woke up with a word. He was already a senior official. Who can come to test him? He should test others. If he abolished the theory, wouldn't it be all cheap for others, and the benefits would be enjoyed by others? Then increase the difficulty of the exam and make Konoha's ninjas the elite among the elite. Obito changed his words. Kakashi looked at Obito with contempt. You are really born now. Let's talk about the future later. Let's talk about business first. Kakashi interrupted. He didn't come here to watch Obito become the person he hated the most step by step, but to discuss returning to the battlefield. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.